Alright guys, BLM here, back with a new video, and in this video, for the 10th anniversary of my favorite game of all time, I've decided to do another really massive retrospective here, giving my in-detailed thoughts on The Last of Us, which I will be talking about the original game here, or really the remaster, as that is what I played on my most recent replay, and is the version I'm using footage of here, and not the remake, though I will probably be referring to the differences between the versions along the way. But again, I really adore the original Last of Us, it being a game that I actually initially missed out on, not playing it until after the hype had already died down. But even after my initial playthrough, I didn't feel like I loved the game as much as I do now. Obviously I love the story, but it really wasn't until my subsequent playthroughs of the game that I further grew a respect for it. It telling what is now my favorite narrative in all of gaming, focusing around two of my favorite characters and two of the most complex characters in all of gaming, while also being a game that, again, I've replayed a ridiculous number of times. A game that I can recite most of its lines from memory, with many of them just being etched in my brain. I mean, a game I know inside and out, and a game that I've always wanted to do a long-form retrospective of, where years ago now, before the release of part 2, I did a very brief retrospective talking about my thoughts there, though here I want to literally run through the game from beginning to end, running through my thoughts on the entirety of the game, talking about the really compelling and emotional journey that this narrative is, while also talking about the ups and downs of its gameplay, which isn't nearly as perfect as the game's narrative, that does an effective enough job to still enhance the overall experience, an experience that on paper isn't something entirely new. I'm feeling like a mix of Naughty Dog's Uncharted formula, being this linear third-person action-adventure game, but made more grounded, more realistic than Nathan Drake's more over-the-top platforming-based maneuvers, though at the same time there is some ridiculousness from the fact that Joel is doing these sort of things in his 50s, but also narratively feeling similar to that of Telltale's The Walking Dead. The initial premises of the two narratives here are just eerily similar. So while Walking Dead is what I would like to think of as the most baseline approach to that style of story, I feel like The Last of Us goes well beyond the baseline, adding way more complexity to its narrative and its characters, despite the fact that the base plot is pretty simple. But again, it's the execution here that is truly masterful, conveying its themes and character arcs in a brilliant way that elevates this above what you would expect from your typical video game narrative. But with that, let's now start to run through the game in chronological order, again detailing my thoughts along the way. Also, I will include a spoiler warning here, as obviously this video will end up spoiling the entirety of The Last of Us Part 1, though I will also be spoiling aspects of the HBO show and also Part 2 as well. So let's start with the prologue, aka the hometown chapter, which already provides us with what is certainly up there as an all-time great opening to any story, and certainly one of the most emotional openings to any game. But the game takes place in the year of 2013, and starts with a shot of a young girl sleeping on the couch as a man enters the house, arguing on the phone, with that man turning out to be Joel, our protagonist, a single father returning home after a late night at work on what just so happens to be his birthday. But he ends up awakening the sleeping girl, that being Sarah, his daughter, who had fallen asleep waiting for him to come home, and here we get introduced to their dynamic, which is clearly a loving one, characterized by her waiting for him to come home, but also clearly an extremely close bond here, with the two playfully joking around, with one line in particular always sticking out to me as one that I always found super cringy, and Sarah saying, "I sell hardcore drugs." But outside of that, a really fun, playful conversation between the two here. But here we do see Sarah eagerly awaiting to give him his birthday gift, it turning out that she had repaired a broken watch of his, which ends up being used as symbolism for Sarah later on in the story. And I will say, I do feel like this feels a bit contrived that the outbreak starts on Joel's birthday, which is also the day that Sarah gives him this watch that he uses as a memento of her. Again, not a major complaint, but it definitely feels very convenient that all these things happen at once. Overall, this ends up being a great introduction to the characters of Joel and Sarah and their dynamic, which makes the later events of the chapter that much more heartbreaking. This opening scene ends with Joel carrying Sarah off to bed, calling Sarah baby girl, which might be referred to again later on. And this is where our POV ends up changing, with the reveal that we are actually going to be playing as Sarah in this opening section, playing as her when she gets awakened by a call from Tommy, Joel's brother, who is frantically looking for him, alerting us to the fact that something weird is going on, and we spend this opening section walking around the house looking for Joel, which I've always commended the choice here to make you play as Sarah during this section, having the introduction to the outbreak here being through the perspective of a 12-year-old girl, adding this level of vulnerability to your first experience with the outbreak and seeing the world falling apart in front of your eyes, while also connecting you to the character of Sarah, making the later events of the chapter much more tragic and makes you feel more emotionally involved. But it also adds tension here as we start to walk through the house, with Joel being nowhere to be seen, but along the way you can explore the house, which ends up containing a lot of cool Easter eggs like the appearance of Joel and Sarah's photo that ends up being featured later on, and we get Sarah's birthday card that was meant for Joel that she forgot to give him, some foreshadowing through the appearance of some items like a toy giraffe, a Dawn of the Wolf poster, Joel's guitar, a bevy of things that you can tell were intentionally placed here for players to notice on their replay. And while exploring the bathroom, you can find a newspaper that refers to infections leading to local hospitals being filled, obviously alluding to the severity of the situation. This does also make you question that if they had already known about this for at least a little while, how are they not more prepared for the outbreak? But again, just a minor nitpick. But then we go to Joel's bedroom, where we will find this TV still on, with the news playing with a reporter talking about the recent infections until we see an explosion behind her. One that we can also see from outside Joel's window, finally alerting Sarah to what is going on here. And this has us finally going downstairs, where in the kitchen we find Joel's phone on the counter, seeing numerous missed calls and text messages from Tommy, seeming to be what prompted the call that woke up Sarah to begin with. But while also here we can see a note from Joel, I assume that he left early in the day, that alerts her to him coming home late, but really everything I've mentioned in this section so far is entirely optional, which is kind of insane. How many little details they added to just this first area of Joel's home here that you can just skip and never interact with all of it really expanding upon the world building here, though again, you can just go straight down and enter what I assume is just Joel's office, and no matter what, when you enter that room, the main story will progress, with Joel running into the room just as Sarah enters it, clearly being distraught and covered in blood, and reveals to Sarah that something bad is happening as he picks up his revolver. Again, this tense setup to what ends up being our first infected encounter, where immediately afterwards, their neighbor, Jimmy Cooper, now an infected, breaks into their house through their glass door, and Joel is forced to kill him. All a great way to introduce the infected threat, but also showing Joel instantly adjust to this threat, with him being willing to kill infected here, despite Sarah's disapproval of it, showing his protective instincts right away. But eventually Tommy arrives to where they get into his car and try to drive out of town. And during this ride, we do still remain in control of Sarah, being able to look around during this drive and see the destruction that we come across, but this also acts as a massive exposition dump, with us learning about how people in town have been losing their minds because of some sort of infection that has been spread around the country. But along the way, we see Joel's friend's farm on fire, and also Joel wanting Tommy to turn off the radio, obviously seeming like instances of Joel trying to conceal the severity of the situation from Sarah, playing into his protective nature here. But also we do see Joel telling Tommy to abandon a family asking for help, once again showing Joel's self-interested nature here, and him showing that he's willing to do whatever it takes to save his family. But eventually they reach the highway, only to find it backed up, with everyone clearly having the same idea, even though we know that the infection is already spread across the entire country, so I don't know what leaving the city would actually do here, but whatever. Instead, we see the infected soon arrive to attack the man in front of them, leading to Tommy having to drive through town, which we also find in a panic, with people running through the streets, though eventually they get hit by an oncoming vehicle. Now transitioning us to Joel's perspective, where we crawl out of the wreckage and get attacked by another runner, only for Tommy to save us. Though this does end up being the first appearance of QuickTime events in the game, which do happen every now and then, never really doing much for me, though I do get the developers feeling like they need to have the players being involved in these narrative instances, though really it's a gameplay mechanic that I've never particularly liked in any game. But here we find out that Sarah's leg has been injured, forcing Joel to now carry her through the streets while Tommy protects them, being the first true bit of gameplay as Joel, And again, in line with Sarah's gameplay earlier, I do think this serves as a great introduction to the infected threat here, with you still being in this vulnerable position, with Joel not being able to protect himself, being instantly killed by an infected if they catch up to you, which, to be fair, I think it's difficult for that to even happen here, but not impossible, especially with the terrible AI of this crowd in this section, where crowds will just literally run in front of you and get in your way, something that they thankfully fixed in the remake, though it does lead to some ridiculous situations that really break your immersion in what is otherwise, again, a really dramatic scene of us running through the streets with infected causing havoc around us and explosions happening nearby. An impressive set piece, especially for 2013, and once again really exemplifying this role for Joel as this protector that obviously ends up becoming a major pillar of his character moving forward. But eventually we do go through back alley with Tommy, again him still defending us, and cross through a bar where we do get separated from Tommy with him holding off a group of runners as we continue going, leading to Joel now with no protection, running past an ambulance with infected still on his trail. But this is where we do get to the heartbreaking conclusion to this prologue, where here Joel is saved from the infected by a lone soldier, thinking that Joel has found solace here, that finding fellow humans will lead him to finding safety, only for us to then hear that the soldier is being given orders to kill them, presumably a measure to potentially contain the virus, a goal that ends up being a constant threat to Joel's happiness across the game. And here we see Joel's pleading with the soldier, only for him to still shoot, causing Joel and Sarah to fall down a hill where the soldier prepares to execute him, only for Tommy to come to his rescue. But soon afterwards, they realize that Sarah has been wounded. And here we get some of the best acting I've ever seen in any game. This being one of the most gut-wrenching scenes I've ever seen in any game. Having Joel finding his mortally wounded daughter as she takes her last breath. Again, this extremely emotional scene to see Joel witness the death of his daughter, with Troy Baker's performance here again being masterful, showing so much despair in how he holds his dead daughter in his hands while also pleading for her to come back. Again, just really heartbreaking every time you see it, but not in this over-the-top way, where I do believe this scene was initially shot with this more melodramatic acting from Troy, but thankfully they did reshoot it to now have a more subdued performance, showing Joel more in shock and disbelief at what just happened before falling into the hysterics, which makes his performance feel more realistic here, with Troy's performance as Joel across this game just being masterful. Feeling like Troy really transformed himself for this role, being a massive change from the typical anime characters that he had played before this role. We're just looking at him and listening to his normal voice, you would not expect that he would be able to play a role like Joel as masterfully as he does. But also kudos to the performance of Hannah Hayes, who plays Sarah, who really fulfills her role exactly as needed to be, allowing you to connect to her character and making you all that devastated when she dies here, with a performance as she's dying here being truly heart-wrenching. But also this all ends up being an incredible introduction to the overall tone of The Last of Us, showing us how grim and emotional of a journey that we're going to undertake here, while also being this perfect way to characterize the more cold and cynical Joel that we later see, with this moment obviously having a lasting impact on Joel, being this moment of failure for Joel, showing him fail at his protector role that really embodies his character moving forward, which ends up giving us this greater context in terms of his relationship with Ellie, which obviously ends up being the main focus of the entire game, making Sarah probably the most important character to this game's narrative outside of Joel and Ellie, and again, debatably Tess. But also this scene ends up showing us that despite the world of The Last of Us being filled with infected who are presumed to be the antagonists here, the true danger is actually your fellow humans, with the infected more so being this vehicle used to drive humans into these desperate situations, which end up facilitating the plot moving forward. Which I know this is a generic trope within the zombie genre, though I do think it is utilized really well in The Last of Us, really being used to further emphasize its themes. But the scene also gives us a great introduction to the music of Gustavo Santaolalla, again, this game's composer, whose score here is just incredible, being minimalistic along with the entire game's sound design, but the use of strings across his score really ends up elevating most of the story beats and emotional moments across this game, with this obviously being the first major example of that. But following this scene, we do get the title card, followed by the opening credits, where even the opening credits here are used for a narrative purpose, being a break immediately after the Sarah death to give the player time to breathe before the story progresses, but also filling in the gaps between the prologue and the remaining chapters, where we end up hearing throughout them these news reports where we learn about the infected having infected around 60% of the world's population, with this virus being the cordyceps virus, which is based on a real life one, the one that doesn't actually affect humans in the real world, though again another nice touch here to add this level of groundedness to the narrative. Which I guess while here I might as well talk about the concept of The Last of Us being a zombie game, which seems to be a controversial topic for like no reason, where again, like, are the infected actually zombies? No, though it does obviously very much play off the tropes of the zombie genre, though does so exceedingly well. Where when people complain about people calling The Last of Us a zombie story, it does very much feel nitpicky, considering conceptually they are obviously very similar. Just obviously The Last of Us is a lot more nuanced than your more generic zombie story, with the zombies of the story and the infected not even being a major focus within it, where again they're mostly used as a vehicle to propel the story more so than actually being the focus of the story. Which is why when I think of The Last of Us, I don't think of it as a zombie game, though I do understand how people can see it that way. But at the same time, I mean, none of this really matters, does it? But also, I guess I should talk about the title of the game in The Last of Us, which is a title that is never fully explained, though obviously you can interpret what the title actually means, where my interpretation is the fact that this is, like many things, a term used for multiple meanings. I think you can find meaning in the fact that it's talking about the last of us as in the last of humanity that's obviously left over after the infected, but also the last of the humanity that's within the people themselves, with Joel in particular having lost a lot of his humanity over the course of the outbreak and it being representative of that. I think it could also be the last of us as in the relationship between Joel and Ellie being the last relationship that each other can rely on through a lot of this story. Again, there are so many meanings that you can interpret just from this one term, though obviously there isn't a definitive interpretation there. But back to the credits, we do learn that the failure in creating a vaccine has led to the military taking control and has now placed people in quarantine zones under martial law, making this further feel like a dystopia. Though also here we do first learn about the Fireflies, a militia group that rose to fight against them with the goal of restoring a lawful government. And here we first hear the voice of Marlene, their leader, with her stating that everyone should look for the light, being their slogan, which, truth be told, it's kind of cheesy, but really the Fireflies seem to perfectly fit the role of this typical rebellion that you would expect to see in any dystopian story, though unlike most of the other stories of this nature, they aren't necessarily the standard good guys you would expect them to be, though they obviously play a major role in the narrative moving forward. But I guess here I should also mention, with this being the credits, the people responsible for making this game. Obviously, with this game being developed by Naughty Dog, already at this point one of the most respected developers in the gaming medium, with them having success through games like Crash Bandicoot, Jak and Daxter, the Uncharted series. But this game came to be with Naughty Dog deciding to split into two teams after the development of Uncharted 2, one team developing Uncharted 3, which released 2 years before this game, while here we end up getting two directors to work on a new IP for Naughty Dog, both being Naughty Dog veterans by this point. In the game director being Bruce Straley, one of the directors for Uncharted 2, while also the other director was someone who had never been in that role before, and that person being the one that is most attached to this property in the modern day, and that being Neil Druckmann, who I guess is now a controversial figure after obviously the very mixed reception to Last of Us 2, though you can tell how much The Last of Us is essentially his brainchild, with him being promoted from this lead game designer and co-writer role they had on Uncharted 2 to creative director and sole writer of The Last of Us here, with this father-daughter zombie story being one that supposedly he had concepted well before work on The Last of Us started, and his heavy involvement in the property really makes him the face of this series moving forward. But following the credits, we first end up seeing the words summer come on screen, revealing that the rest of the game is broken down by seasons, also in turn instantly revealing the scope of the narrative here and its implication that the story will likely take place over the course of a year, with each of those seasons eventually being represented. And through this shifting of seasons, it does allow for this game to explore various climates, which ends up adding a distinct nature to each of the seasons, though at the same time, something about these seasons that does kind of bother me is how unbalanced the length of these seasons are, where summer here ends up taking up over half of the main campaign. And while we do still have a varied number of location changes in the early portions of the game, and it's not something that really harms the experience in any true way, I just find it to be a very strange narrative breakdown they made for themselves here. But following that, we cut to a shot of Joel awakening in a dark room, with him waking up to a knock on his door, and this is where we get the reveal that this is a much older Joel than we left him off at, with the text now coming on screen revealing that it's now 20 years later, which I remember this being a mind-blowing reveal at the time, that the actual main story takes place much later after Sarah's death, really highlighting how long Joel has been overcome with grief, leaving him in this darkened state of him having become dehumanized over the years, operating as a black market smuggler who clearly has crossed many moral boundaries, with him having built up this ruthless reputation, and really not much of the actual events within those 20 years are truly explored here, just alluded to, which I do think is for the better, as it does add this air of mystery over what Joel has done and gone through and what he's capable of, that I do think boons the later aspects of the story. But here we have him opening the door, which ends up introducing us to Tess, his partner in crime, and they have a dynamic that I've always liked, where again it is clear that these two are extremely close, with Tess seeming to be one of the only people that Joel is more open to after Sarah's death, with the two clearly having worked together for a while at this point, with him showing his softer side instantly here when tending to her wounds, with there clearly being these like romantic undertones in their interactions, but the game doesn't explicitly tell you the status of their relationship, which, like many other things in this game, I do think is for the better, and how it leaves this air of mystery over Joel's connection to Tess, which in turn puts more emphasis into his relationships with Ellie and Sarah, which is the true core of this game's narrative. But here we do see Joel being upset at Tess having done a drop without him, noticing a bruise on her face, which is where she reveals that she got ambushed on her way back by men sent by a local arms dealer named Robert, who had stolen guns from them, and in turn this has Joel and Tess wanting to hunt him down, and this is where Tess reveals that she knows his location now, making our first objective here in finding Robert to get back our guns, which all of this is a nice introduction to the overall grim tone of the post-apocalypse here, instantly giving us the insight into these black market dealings and the dangers that they present, once again focusing on how dangerous fellow humans can be, where throughout this entire scene there isn't a single mention of infected or the dangers that they pose, just these more interpersonal conflicts. But also this ends up being the inciting incident for the entire story, where Tess's actions here directly lead to Joel's meeting of Ellie and the rest of the story that progresses from that point forward, really making Tess feel like the entire impotence of the entire story here. But this leads us to the first bit of gameplay in the year 2033, starting off the Quarantine Zone chapter. The chapter is mostly set up, obviously introducing us to a lot of the game's concepts and mechanics, with it ultimately culminating in our eventual meeting of Ellie, which obviously sets the foundation for what this story becomes. Well, we started off with Joel and Tess venturing off within the Boston Quarantine Zone, a long way from Texas, the setting of the prologue, which again, Joel's journey to Boston is never fully explained, though again, I didn't really feel like it needed to be. But you do instantly feel this bleak tone as we see Joel and Tess walk through this dirty alley, during which you listen in on a conversation between two other survivors, with one complaining about being summoned for outside work duty, already showing the incompetence of the military rule here, and showing that people fear them, which I will also say the scene is pretty weird after having played part 2 with Laura Bailey voicing one of the survivors here, and in turn it just sounds like Abby. But beyond this, we end up leaving the alleyway to get to the street, which gives us a bevy of world building here that further exemplifies this grim tone, where we see a tank casually just drive by. And while here you can walk up to a rations distribution center, which has a line outside of it, clearly showing the frustration of those having to wait, who end up complaining about a shortage. And really throughout this entire street area, you can find groups and listen in on their conversations, with them constantly talking about the poor quality of life here. Now moving forward in the street leads to us seeing the military drag out some civilians from a contaminated building, scanning each each one by one, and when one of them ends up testing positive, we do see her instantly being killed, leading to the next in line deciding to escape only to be shot down when doing so. And also here, if Joel tries to approach the guards guarding this area, it will lead to them pushing him out of the way, and if you approach them again, they will end up killing Joel. Which again, all this is a really nice touch. Again, really just highlighting the brutality of the military and the terrible living conditions here. But another interesting detail in this section, one is actually present throughout most of this game, is that if you look off into the distance, you can see locations that you will eventually end up heading to. Where here we can see the downtown buildings in the distance, which details like this really end up boosting the world building in my eyes. But the story progresses here through walking up to a military checkpoint, where after having their IDs checked, they're going to be let through, but conveniently right at this moment, we see the Fireflies blowing up a military vehicle, closing off the checkpoint, and now making Joel and Tess have to find another way to their destination, which again just feels like a massive plot convenience. Though this does give us our first glimpse into seeing what the Fireflies are doing, though this actually feels kind of dumb for them to be doing. It's like, why are they just randomly destroying one tank? Like, what is that going to do for them outside of just alerting their presence to the military? Which the show obviously expands upon this by mentioning how the Fireflies were actually doing this as a distraction. But obviously that's not in the game here, and in the game it largely comes off as pointless. But this is where the game gives us our first set of tutorials, where the game forces you to do a quick turn and then allows you to sprint for the first time as you follow Tess into a nearby building, where she hands you a med kit and you are once again forced to use it here. Which brings me to another thing to note in this game, and how I do like this game's overall progression system, where it feels like the game is constantly giving you things that can change up how you approach the gameplay here. It also makes it so you can't really do things until the game teaches you how to do those things first, which I think really works in a linear game like this, where again, obviously the developers have catered this experience to be played section by section, with the tutorials in this game being ingrained within a narrative, which adds the overall immersion and makes the progression feel more natural. Now, I should state that this game does have a bit of a strange control scheme, particularly with the run button being L1, at least on the PS4 remaster, that while awkward at first, has actually become my go-to run button for most games, largely because of how much I've played The Last of Us. But this is kind of explained by the original PS3 version not having as strong of triggers, so the aim and shoot on PS3 games was typically L1, L2, which was reversed for the PS4 versions, but even then, L2 as a run button is also just kind of weird as well. So again, it is a bit of a strange control scheme, but it is one that has kind of stuck with me. But through this, we do also get to see the HUD for the first time, with Joel having taken damage from the explosion, which, I mean, the HUD's fine here. It never felt intrusive in this game, with it disappearing at times that it's not in use, which adds to the overall immersion of the game. And the color of your health here ends up correlating to the amount of health that you have, which they do later change for part 2 in the remake to make it all uniform and make everything white until you're close to death, which I actually prefer the OG design here. But following this, we do proceed through the building here, where at the end lies a shortcut to Beyond the Wall. But here Tess talks to one of the building's inhabitants, clearly an acquaintance of hers, but it's through him that we do learn that Marlene is also looking for Robert, obviously foreshadowing your later interaction with her. Though this is a section that is actually kind of broken, as the developers clearly never intended on you getting past the guy that Tess is talking to and like standing in front of him, but you can easily do so. And if you do, and you're in front of him at the time that their conversation ends, you do get this funny glitch that has Joel being pushed all the way to the end of the hallway, which, while not consistent, is one of the bigger time saves and glitchless speedrun of The Last of Us being allowed because of how you can literally just do this accidentally, which there are numerous glitches like this throughout the game, though many of those glitches were later fixed for Remake, where in Remake you can't even get past the guy, making this trick impossible there. The following this, we do help Tess move a bookcase to pass through an underground tunnel, which is the first of these Uncharted-like interactions of this game, and you and your companion working together to navigate through an area, and we end up getting one immediately after this as well, of you boosting Tess up and her eventually pulling you up as well, which again, this happens numerous times during your adventures with Tess. In the tunnel, the game teaches you to vault, one of the few aspects of agile movement from Joel here, who again, realistically moves around pretty stiltedly in this game, where again, Joel is certainly no Nathan Drake. He's much older than Nathan Drake as well, and really considering he is 52 years old, he is pretty spry, but he does not have any ability to jump any given time, and doesn't obviously have as much versatility as you would expect from these older Naughty Dog games, which is an attempt to stay in line with the story they're trying to tell here, though again, I do feel like there are points where Joel does come off as pretty superhuman, though it's at least an attempt to stay relatively grounded. Well, this is also where we do have Joel picking up his backpack, which he will later use in the story for holding his crafting materials and unused weapons, even though obviously it doesn't make sense that some of his bigger weapons fit in there, but whatever. But here we get our first weapon in the game, and that being a pistol, which you are stuck with as your only ranged weapon until the downtown area, which, while quick, it can be a bit imprecise. And strangely, even in New Game Plus, they still limit you at those same times, something that is later rectified in Remake that allows you to get your full arsenal from the very beginning, but for some reason here they decided to still limit you in New Game Plus. But following this, we do have Joel and Tess going through a series of buildings and alleys to eventually find our way to the slums, where along the way, the game once again gives us a lot of firsts. We get our first optional conversation with a companion, where Joel and Tess joke around about this being a romantic date, and we see Joel saying ladies first, allowing her to climb the ladder first. Again, really playing into these more romantic undertones. But this also ends up being our first interaction with the outside world beyond the quarantine zone, showing the world having been overrun by plantation, showing how much beauty there is outside the confines of the quarantine zone, but showing it in a more realistic way here, with showing nature taking over, which this attempt to stay grounded ends up being a major influence on how many aspects of this game are handled. But also here we get introduced to this game's collectibles, with there being artifacts that can be found that typically add to the world building, possibly adding further context to what happened in the areas that you found them in. While we also get introduced to another type of collectible, and that being the Firefly pendants that are, really just mostly lame. They're just pendants of dead fireflies with random names of characters we never see. But again, a nice piece of world building here, though really doesn't do much for me. And some of these are kind of annoying to find as well, where for some reason some of them are like hanging on trees or on poles and you have to shoot them down, which really makes you question like how did they get there. But in terms of gameplay here, we also get our first puzzle section and you having to find a ladder and having to put it in place for you to climb it. Again, not much of an actual puzzle, but this game considers it a puzzle, though really none of them end up being that intricate across this game. Then we get to our first encounter with a dead infected, where Joel is forced to put on a gas mask to protect himself from the spores it exudes. Which I guess I might as well talk about the concept of spores, which I know is pretty controversial in the sense that it is kind of arbitrary in terms of where you actually need to wear a mask and where you don't, and how far these spores go. And I know that adds a level of ridiculousness to this entire concept, though for me it's never been something I've been too bothered by, even though it is technically something that doesn't really make much sense. But here we also get introduced to the flashlight, which you can turn on and off at will, though obviously it helps you navigate through dark areas, where because this game tries to utilize more realistic lighting, the flashback ends up being a necessity in keeping that level of realism to the game. Though something I didn't like about it is that at points the flashlight would need to be shaken to be repowered, which has you having to shake your controller to do so, which I've always hated motion controls in games. And this is no different, though obviously this doesn't come up that often. But this is also where you can crouch for the first time, and we squeeze through a small opening, though when doing so we end up finding a survivor of an infected attack, though with he himself having been infected due to the spores that he's been inhaling, we are now in turn given the option of leaving him, allowing him to turn, or putting him out of his misery, a choice that doesn't really end up affecting the narrative in any way, though another nice detail here for them to add in, with this serving as a tutorial to aiming and shooting in this game, adding more emotional weight to what could have been a very mundane tutorial, fitting in line with the tone of The Last of Us. And again, through artifacts, you can learn that this was a group of people that were trying to sneak their way into the zone, again showing the desperate nature of people in this post-apocalyptic world, while also highlighting the sad state of the outside world, with this making it seem like life in the quarantine zone is better than the dangers outside. But following this, we finally get our first combat encounter in the game, and us finding a group of runners chewing on one of the dead bodies, with runners being the first form of infected we encounter in the game, and also the first stage in the evolution of the cordyceps virus, with runners essentially acting just like your typical zombie would, with them mindlessly chasing after any living being in sight, but through that also become a lot more predictable in their actions, and mostly non-threatening to where they're probably the easiest enemy type to face off against in the game. And this gives us an introduction to Listen Mode, this eagle vision style ability that allows us to see nearby enemies that really I typically don't use that often outside of when I'm near the end of an enemy encounter. I'm confused over where the last few remaining enemies are. And really, even then, Listen Mode isn't that effective until fully upgraded, and even then it's not that great. But again, we get this combat encounter with 3 runners here, where the game uses this as a tutorial to stealth, where you can crouch up to the first runner and choke it out without detection from the other 2. But you can also just go full Rambo here if you want to, and really there's even a way to just fully outright skip the fight if you just remain undetected throughout all of it, though the game doesn't really want you to know that. But again, following this, we get another puzzle, again another one that is pretty basic, of you just finding a plank on the ground and passing it up to Tess to create a bridge, really basic stuff. And this leads up to the eventual entrance to Slums, where we do see Tess bribing a kid to check the area for Robert's men, again really just showing the dark nature of the apocalypse here, and that kids are being used to help out in criminal activities here. But also there's a funny glitch here that's extremely easy to do, where if you just crouch and look up, the entire outside despawns, which is just humorous to see. But with that, we finally get to the slums, giving us this short, mostly linear path to follow, with us once again seeing the dire living conditions of the people living here, though some of it does come off as really over the top, with there literally being a rat vendor, and there are people who are upset that they're not getting their rat. And we also see an underground fighting ring, and we see people betting with ration cards, and we see a child on a bed on the ground playing with a toy giraffe, which is foreshadowing to a degree. But again, we instantly see the danger of this area, with men constantly making comments towards Tess. We see a guy get up to warn us, if we touch his stuff, you have to buy it, trying to intimidate us. But when crossing through a bus, we have a guy blatantly block our path, to where it's not until Tess walks up to him that he lets us through. Though again, this ends up showing us that Tess has connections with people in the slums that I guess Joel doesn't have, which I don't really understand how, considering it's implied that they've been together for a while. Yet she also calls that guy an old headache, so again, don't really get the timeline here, but again, doesn't really matter much. But this is followed by Tess bribing a sketchy looking guy who is just standing there for some reason for info on Robert, confirming that he is ahead at the wharf, leading to our first interaction with Robert's men, where we have this initial standoff where they tell us to turn around, and when we don't, the main guy threatens to bash our skulls in, leading to Tess abruptly shooting him in the head, really showing how Joel and Tess got this ruthless reputation and showing that they aren't good people here. But this does lead to our first combat encounter with human enemies in this game, and this is followed by 3 more combat encounters, all of which being tutorials to different aspects of combat here. Which I will say, the fact that it does take this long to get to a true combat encounter does really harm the early pacing of the game in my eyes, especially on replays, where I do feel like the early stretch, while it does a lot for the world building and the establishment of relationships, it does feel like a long period of time to wait to get into the proper gameplay of the game. But this initial one does show you how to use cover, which this game, unlike most other third-person shooters, doesn't have a lock-on to cover, instead just lets you crouch behind cover, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee you safety depending on the angle that the enemies are shooting at, which while annoying at points, it does add to the tone of the combat system, with you never truly being safe within it, and also allows for more flexibility in combat, with you being able to freely move around, giving you more options. But again, this is the first time that the game properly encourages you to use your pistol, though it is also entirely possible to just run up to the enemies and take them down with melee attacks. But following this, we get a much larger enemy encounter, one that gives you more varied options on how to approach the fight, though it does instantly start with a stealth tutorial with Tess choking out one guard while we're told to go choke out the other. But even beyond that, there's still a couple more enemies in the area, and you can proceed to do this stealthily or just go full Rambo here, and either is effective. Though obviously that approach takes more ammo, but I guess this is where I should talk about this game's combat system, which initially feels like a pretty baseline third-person shooter, when in reality is much more than that, where this is just a really responsive game, with it allowing for quick changes mid-combat, from switching between melee to range attacks. You can also switch out weapons with a single button press. You you can craft items on the spot, all allowing for a pretty complex combat system when you start to learn it, one that really gives you a variety of ways to approach combat encounters and give you ample opportunity to shake up your approach mid-combat, all despite seeming like a really basic combat system at first. Though it does add a level of brutality to it instantly that does make it feel a bit unique, really characterizing Joel there, where the melee combat here does have these brutal animations showing Joel killing his enemies in pretty ruthless ways, and to add to that, there are some pretty brutal death animations for Joel himself. And in general, I do think an impressive aspect of this game's combat is that unlike other games where it feels like there is this separation between narrative and gameplay, with something like Uncharted being an example, with Nathan Drake coming off as this likable, honorable thief within the story, but then within gameplay ends up murdering hundreds of people, The Last of Us is largely able to avoid this ludonarrative dissonance. It actually does the opposite, where I do feel like the game's combat really ends up bolstering the experience, and I think further supports Joel's character with his murderous and brutal nature feeling in line with his character. But also here we get an introduction to holding enemies hostage, to which this can hold off other guards from shooting at you for a bit, even though you can also just kill the hostage anyway, which is another pretty brutal thing to witness. I mean, overall enemy AI is pretty mixed here, but there are some impressive aspects to it, where we do see enemies getting angry or frightened when they see a friend dying, and getting more vengeful when you're towards the end of a massive encounter, and them even begging for their lives when they're the last one standing, which adds to the gruesomeness of the combat here, in that you can see these enemies as fellow humans that have relationships and care about their colleagues, despite the fact that you're still forced to kill them to survive here. Really playing into the themes of The Last of Us, and you controlling this character that's doing these brutal actions, where you're meant to be questioning the morality of these actions. I should also mention Companion AI, which ends up containing a function that goes against this game's immersion, though I do think is for the better gameplay experience, in that companions cannot end up alerting enemies, meaning that you can't necessarily be screwed over and getting detected due to what your companion is doing. Though there are points where your companion can be grabbed after detection, which adds a timer to them, to where if you don't save them in time, you end up getting a game over, and this is just kind of annoying to deal with. Though with Tess and Ellie, this rarely ends up being an issue, though there is a major instance of this that does become a major issue with a certain other companion later on. Though even with Joel himself, I do feel like enemies end up grabbing you pretty often in this game, to the point where it would have been nice to see the addition of a dodge button, which they do end up adding for part 2, and I do think they possibly thought that the quick turn mechanic was good enough, though I do think the lack of ability to dodge here does lead to some pretty frustrating gameplay moments here. Now for the gunplay in this game, which is pretty mixed, particularly with the headshot registration, which is just terrible in the OG game here, but otherwise I actually find the gunplay in this game to be way better than that of part 2 and the remake, where I really just don't like how those combat systems feel, where the aiming there feels slow and irresponsive in the name of realism, while I feel like the OG here feels more precise, where outside of headshot registration, it feels like if you missed the shot, it was more than likely on your end. So that's an aspect of this game's gunplay I do respect. Now another thing to mention here is that there are different difficulties, and for this playthrough that I'm using most of the footage from, I did play on normal, though really all the difficulties up to Survivor play out as you would expect them to, with you getting less health, less materials, and tougher enemies the higher difficulty you play, though a major difference here does come from picking the grounded difficulty, which is the highest difficulty in the game. That was initially a DLC difficulty, but outside of the original release, it's just the highest difficulty available at the beginning of the game, and with grounded comes a minor change to the formula, where while yes, you do get less materials and enemies have tougher AI along with the standard less health, being killed in only 1 or 2 hits, an interesting aspect of grounded is the fact that enemies also have that quirk as well, actually making enemies easier to kill here than in Survivor, which is a nice give and take that this mode provides. Also turning off the HUD, giving you no clear indicator of your health, really making this an entirely unique experience. But back to the main campaign, the second enemy encounter here concludes with the final enemy that you kill dropping a key that will open a door to the next encounter, which serves as a tutorial to throwables, with us having the ability to pick up bottles or bricks in order to distract enemies. Again, this section incentivizing stealth, where I actually rarely use these items, for that, instead using it more so to throw at enemies to stun them, which allows you to take them down easier. Where again, like I feel like nowadays I just would never end up using them for how they're initially intended to. But it also ends up being the first enemy encounter that can take place around railings, which ends up being a really strange quirk in this game where if an enemy shoots you through a railing, it does double damage for some reason. Again, just feeling extremely random and can lead to some seemingly random deaths. Also, while here, you have the ability to pick up your first medkit and shiv, which later become craftables. Those shivs end up being an interesting addition to the gameplay here, with them being useful for making quicker stealth kills, though I really use them for that purpose, and really more of the times that they end up being useful are for things that aren't unlocked until a bit later on. Though with them only having one use initially, and even after being fully upgraded, still have a limited number of uses to where it always makes me hesitant to use them unless it feels absolutely necessary. But eventually we do reach the wharf for the final enemy encounter before catching up to Robert, which ends up being a pretty expansive one that you can finally just run through without much difficulty, even on the hardest difficulty. Something that was changed for the remake, where there you're at least forced to kill the final guard blocking the door, which they do to numerous combat encounters from this game. But it is in this area that we get our first opportunity to get melee weapons, which you progressively encounter stronger melee weapons as the game goes along, with melee weapons also having limited number of hits like shivs, and through that we get a 2x4 here, the weakest of the melee weapons, with only a few hits and does marginal damage, while later on we do get weapons that can one-hit kill most enemies. Though you do also get weapons like pipes and baseball bats moving forward that function similarly to 2x4s, but just have more hits to them. But either way, these are nice to use in situations where you're out of ammo or you just need something to stun enemies to get by them, as this can be used pretty effectively for that as well. But eventually we do reach Robert's office, where he starts shooting back at us, only for us to enter a chase sequence that concludes pretty quickly with us finding him being blocked out by a gate, giving us a pretty short interaction with Robert here, who doesn't really get much depth in his short role in the story here. But once again, we do see Joel and Tess's ruthlessness here, where Joel breaks his arm during the interrogation, with this entire scene being used to demonstrate how the modern Joel operates. And we have him confirming that he did steal their guns to sell them to the Fireflies, obviously playing into that earlier foreshadowing. But in turn, we do see Tess proceed to execute him after his declaration that they can get back at the Fireflies, leading an assault against them, which Tess states is a dumb idea, which is humorous considering that's literally what Joel does at the end of this game. But afterwards, we do see the two confused over how to continue, to which the Queen Firefly herself appears behind them, being the first true appearance of Marlene, who initially comes off as an ally here, and she does end up being well-intentioned throughout the narrative, truly believing in the goal of saving humanity, and through that makes you think of her in a positive light early on in the story, especially with her being injured here, lessening her threat level off the bat. But here she decides to strike a deal with Joel and Tess, that being them completing a job of smuggling some cargo out of the city in exchange for double their weapons back, being an enticing offer for them here. Though first we need to get to safety with the military still on their trail, which is a trope that this game uses a lot, of having this incoming threat that interrupts a conversation and throws us into gameplay, which is obviously very video gamey, though it does come off ridiculous how many times this happens in the story. But again, it throws us back into the gameplay, where we're accompanied by Marlene as we head for her safe house, where along the way we do learn more about the sorry state of the Fireflies and see an explosion from them in the distance. But this brings us to our next enemy encounter, where we see a door on the other side of the bridge that we need to get to, though it is guarded by military guards. And here, once again, you can technically run through the section and get through without killing anyone, but the game clearly wants you to take a more stealthy approach here, with Marlene sneaking alongside you and stealth kills a guard in conjunction with you. Though I do just find it strange that, again, like, why isn't it Tess doing this instead, considering she's not injured? Which, I mean, it does play into something this game does very well in using companionship during gameplay in order to connect you to the characters you're doing these actions with, playing with your expectations of the narrative moving forward. So again, I get why Marlene is the main companion for Joel here, though practically it is kind of dumb. Though actually killing all the guards here does lead to an optional conversation that is easily missed, that has Marlene recognizing a fellow Firefly Firefly now dead, which furthers the notions of the desperate situation the Fireflies are in. But following this, we get a lengthy walk towards Marlene's safe house that we strangely don't get much discussion between the characters here. Instead, we hear an announcement from the military about the start of curfew, but really I feel like a lot of this could have been cut out, though once we get to the safe house, we help Marlene break through the door, where this is where we finally get introduced to Ellie, who instantly comes off as a tenacious young girl, with her thinking that Joel has captured Marlene and attempts to attack him at first to defend her, being a great way to introduce her character, showing her bravery and loyalty, also showing how protective she is of Marlene, setting up the relationship between the two, all in this first instance of screen time that she gets here. But also she ends up being brilliantly portrayed here by Ashley Johnson, strangely being an adult playing as a 14-year-old girl, though she ends up doing a really effective job at showing the complexities and the emotions that Ellie's character necessitates, though also being able to bring in these more lighthearted moments as well, having great comedic timing in the smaller moments that really make her performance stand out here. But here we obviously learn that this cargo that they'll be smuggling is actually Ellie herself, which I want to clarify. Joel himself never calls Ellie cargo. It is Tess that does so, where I feel like Joel calling her that just feels ridiculous, as it would be so on the nose. But here also we get a clear reference to the fact that Marlene has attempted this before, making Joel and Tess seeming like Marlene's last option here, but also indicating that Ellie must be important in some way to the Fireflies. But here we are tasked with smuggling her to the Capitol building, a goal that comprises of the entirety of the following chapter, and really the general goal of taking Ellie to the Fireflies really ends up being the rest of the game, where that is the constant goal, but through the narrative they are constantly running into setbacks and deviations that end up stretching out the story in a way that would typically annoy me, but that's not really the point of The Last of Us, where The Last of Us is a story that is more so based around its characters and their journeys than it is about the importance of the base plot on how they got there, but with it really being there to facilitate this bond that grows between Joel and Ellie that becomes the true core of this game's narrative. Here we do see Tess going off of Marlene to confirm that she has their payment, obviously leaving Joel to watch over Ellie. In the meantime, to each of their chagrin, or for Joel, this is clearly him not wanting to be thrust back into this protector role of a young girl after having obviously already failed his own daughter. This ends up being a nice starting point for this Joel and Ellie relationship, though the scene does also contain some foreshadowing, with Marlene revealing that Tommy was a former Firefly who had left the group, through that obviously implying Tommy's later role in the story, though strangely this ends up being the final appearance of Marlene until the end of the game, where despite her importance in the story here, she actually rarely makes a physical appearance in it. But following this, we do get a really short segment of gameplay of Joel escorting Ellie back to the safe house, with not much gameplay wise really happening here outside of a short puzzle of having to move a dumpster to reach a fire escape, which is the first of many puzzles of this type, which can get largely annoying due to how poorly moving the dumpsters end up controlling. But it is here that we get the fundamentals of Joel and Ellie's relationship, with Joel clearly being cold to her off the bat, clearly feeling distant due to his experience with Sarah. But along the way here, we do learn about Ellie, finding out about Marlene being a friend of her mother's, who had promised to take care of her after her mother's death, while also learning that Ellie is 14, which feels like really unnatural exposition there, which I do also find it odd that they didn't just make Sarah and Ellie the same age, as you would kind of expect that to be a parallel for them to make, though also again would have been a bit too on the nose, so kind of fine with them not doing that here. But really this initial conversation ends up being pretty hostile, with Joel saying that he doesn't care about her or what she's up to, and proceeds to take a nap when arriving at the safe house, just ignoring her, to which in her annoyance she tells him that his watch is broken, this obviously being the watch that Sarah gave him, which he keeps here as a memento of her. And I do really love the symbolism it has in the story here, mirroring the broken nature of Joel, who has been this broken man ever since Sarah's death, but also representing how time has stayed still for him, how he hasn't moved on since Sarah's death, being in the stagnant state of grief over the last 20 years. And throughout the story, as Joel and Ellie's bond grows, we do continue to see Joel looking at his watch, indicating these moments that Ellie is reminding him of Sarah, being this nice, subtle touch in the story moving forward that's never explicitly said. Though then Joel awakens at night with Ellie mentioning his mumbling in his sleep, once again alluding to his disgruntled state of mind, and implying that his nightmares revolve around his failures relating back to Sarah, and we do see Ellie being amazed at how close she is to the outside, really showing the sheltered nature of those raised within the quarantine zone. And throughout the story, we do get a number of moments that really highlight Ellie's innocence through her pure joy over experiencing these seemingly minute aspects of the outside world, which adds to the likability of her character. And she does question how it could be worse out there, also alluding to her naivety there. But this leads to Joel questioning her about what the Fireflies want from her, where conveniently before she can answer, Tess arrives and instantly gets us thrust back into the gameplay, with us now heading out to go through the delivery, starting off the Outskirts chapter, which again entirely comprises of their journey to the Capitol building. But the first step is to find our way out of the quarantine zone, which starts with you right outside the room that the previous cutscene took place in, which you can actually go back to that room if you want, and there is a collectible in there. But the game progresses strangely through you doing an optional conversation, essentially not making it an optional conversation. But really, this conversation just further indicates how they were Marlene's last option, feeling like the writers feeling the need to further explain the initial ridiculousness that these ruthless figures from the previous chapters are now in charge of escorting a child. But following this, Tess opens the way to the next room, where we do have to turn on a generator, being the first time we have to do this generator mini game that is pretty monotonous. But following this, we do get the ride down, where Tess theorizes that Ellie must be some bigwig's daughter, and that's why they're transferring her, which I don't know how that makes much sense in this world, as who is considered a bigwig, especially one that Marlene would know and care about this much to transport their daughter out. But whatever, after climbing out through the tunnel, we do find ourselves right outside the quarantine zone in the middle of the pouring rain, adding this distinct dark tone to the next few sub-chapters that all take place overnight. But here we do once again see Ellie's amazement at how she's outside, only for all this excitement to be sapped almost instantly as the group ends up being ambushed by a couple soldiers, which the transition to cutscene here is a pretty jarring one, which I should mention that between the gameplay and the pre-rendered cutscenes, there is a brief cut to black, which, while this is a minor annoyance, is something that does feel pretty jarring to me, especially in this situation, and is an issue that ends up getting rectified with Remake, that having seamless transitions. But here we do have Joel being knocked down and the group being lined up to be tested for the infection, where we do get a nice character moment of Tess instantly trying to bribe them, only to be shut down. But when the soldier gets to test Ellie, we do get a nervous Ellie striking at the soldier with her switchblade, allowing Joel to tackle the soldier down, and Tess ends up taking care of the other one, with Ellie seemingly being shocked by the level of violence that they demonstrate here, which again is this portrayal of Ellie that they change up for the TV show, with her there seeming to love this violent nature instead. But immediately following this, we do have Tess picking up the soldier scanner, where it is revealed that Ellie is infected, with Joel and Tess now thinking that they must have been set up, which I don't get how this really makes sense. But this is where Ellie reveals her bite, one that she had gotten 3 weeks ago, and one seeming to have healed in a situation where people normally turn within 2 days, now fully revealing her importance to the Fireflies, her being immune to the cordyceps virus, something that the how here is never explained in the games, though it obviously is in the TV show because that's the TV show for you. Though again, I feel like this is something that doesn't really matter to the plots of these two games. Only the fact that she is immune is what is important here, making Ellie the potential cure to mankind, with the Fireflies now wanting her for research into finding out why she is immune and create a cure from that, and ending up giving us this glimmer of hope in this post-apocalyptic world that everything can be fixed by the end of this game, a notion that obviously doesn't end up coming true, but one that ends up motivating these characters to continue going in search of the Fireflies despite all the roadblocks along the way. But here we do instantly see Joel not believing her story, continuing this cynical worldview that he has, even though again logically this is just kind of dumb for him to not believe this, as it does make perfect sense in explaining Marlene's motivations and also the fact that she literally showed them the bite. Now I can see this interpretation that this is more so of Joel trying to push Ellie away, again due to the connection to Sarah, though realistically it doesn't really make sense in this situation where he believes that they're going to be dropping her off at the end of the day. So really this just comes off as Joel being cynical for cynical's sake. This is all interrupted by the military approaching them, once again, leading to a lengthy escape sequence here, with most of it just comprising of running through the trenches and crawling through some tunnels as we hear the soldiers overhead and at points are shooting at us, where the only way to really die here is to literally just run right in front of them. Though we also eventually pass a soldier standing guard, where if you wait long enough he just leaves, though really you can also just run by him and he won't end up killing you anyway. But the big test here does come from you getting to the main street, which has a number of armored soldiers that are really a pain to deal with, where armored soldiers in this game do take a lot of hits from the weapons that you currently have available at this point, obviously incentivizing you to get through this section stealthy. And while the game clearly wants you to take this approach and distract the guards using throwables, this is another area that you can really just run by, and maybe you'll get hit once or twice, but you should be completely fine here. But with that, we do end up escaping through the sewers, where I've always found it strange how the game wants you to turn right at a point, but if you continue going, you end up in this room that you would assume would be filled with loot, though it doesn't really end up having that much. But eventually we end up overhearing the guards talking about retreating, and in turn the escape sequence ends with us exiting the sewers. And here the group finally stops down to talk about the Ellie situation, where we do see Joel scoffing at the idea that Ellie could help the Fireflies find a cure, once again highlighting the low point that their relationship starts off as, where it is really Tess that decides to continue on with this mission, believing Ellie instantly here and continuing to help, while Joel tries to dissuade her from this plan, though is unsuccessful. Again, another instance of Tess being the one to propel the plot here, and does show Tess in a more positive light, being more sympathetic to Ellie and acting as this conduit between Ellie and Joel up to the point of her upcoming death, coming off as his big sister or motherly figure to Ellie, and in turn convincing Joel to continue moving forward despite his apprehension. Though interestingly, this ends up being the first time that Tess makes reference to Sarah, saying that she gets it, to Joel, recognizing that he sees the parallels between Sarah and Ellie. Though interestingly, this ends up confirming that Tess knows about Joel's backstory, which you would assume he wouldn't be extremely open about, which again really highlights how close these two are, implying that Tess is really the only person that Joel ends up confiding in after Sarah's death, and really does this in a pretty subtle way, which again plays into how much I love how the story is told here. I mean, you get this great shot at the end of the scene that has Tess and Ellie walking off without him, with him just standing there alone, seeming to represent how he is going to be alone if he continues down this path. But with this, we do finally get to the downtown section of the game. Again, an area that you can see in the distance in that initial scene in the quarantine zone, where we have to cross through the two wrecked buildings that were seen there, which we are forced to navigate through due to a chasm blocking the way, where from there, similarly, we do see the Capitol building and also the museum, two later locations. And here we also get further world building with the revelation that the downtown area is destroyed here due to bombings that occurred immediately after the outbreak, with that being an attempt to stop the spread, which really shows you the desperate nature of society at that point. But it's also here where we got the first sound of a clicker in the distance, obviously alluding to the upcoming threat and adding tension to our venture through the building, along with the fact that these buildings are partially collapsed, giving this sense that anything can break at any second, even though really nothing of that sort ends up occurring here. Though immediately after entering, we do find some freshly mauled bodies, followed by our first look at a clicker, though a dead one here, and here we do learn about them alongside Ellie here, a tactic that this game uses pretty often that I never really fully paid attention to until my latest playthrough, and how Ellie acts as this vessel for the audience and being this narrative excuse to dump exposition, though again ends up being used pretty effectively here, as we do learn about the clickers being blind through them seeing through their hearing, informing you on how to approach them when you end up facing off against them in game, which really the entire downtown section here ends up serving as a tutorial to your interaction with clickers, showing them off as this formidable threat, with the visual design of the infected in this game being extremely creepy and menacing, though still trying to stay grounded in reality at the same time, showing the fungal infection spreading throughout the infected's head, with the overall cordyceps threat here really adding to the experience and how not far off of reality this all seems to be. And clickers are obviously the second form of infected that we end up seeing in this game, probably being the most iconic form of the infected, though are strangely the third form of infected, which we'll talk about the second one eventually. And I've always found the concept of clickers to be a really interesting one here, obviously a modification of the generic zombie zombie archetype, where they're more powerful than your typical runner. They obviously have the massive downside of the fact that they can't see, and through that allows you to exploit that weakness at will, which ends up being an interesting dynamic to your encounters with them. But here, after breaking through a door, you do end up getting attacked by your first live clicker, a section that forces you to take damage no matter what, obviously being a way to show them in this intimidating light. But even this ends up feeling like them teasing you, with you not being able to be the one to kill this one as Tess shoots it off you instead. Before proceeding, you do get a few rooms to explore here, during which Tess will hand you materials to craft a health kit, which is where I guess we should talk about the crafting system, where a major aspect of this game is roaming around rooms looking for loot and using those to craft tools. And while at this point it is limited to just health kits and shivs, which are made through a combination of alcohol and rags and binding and blade respectively, as we do continue on with the game, we do get more craftable items. Though while this game does really prop up the fact that you will have limited resources, I've always found these resources to be pretty plentiful on most difficulties, where outside Survivor and Grounded, I've always found myself with way more resources than I had anything to do with by the halfway point in the game. Though to be fair, this is when you're doing a playthrough where you're fully exploring, while otherwise you would definitely struggle more with resources. Though really these tools never feel like a necessity to use here, where obviously they do end up making the game a bit easier, though there's never really a section that you need these tools in order to progress. Also here we end up finding our first shiv door, these doors that can only be used through using up a shiv, and through these doors you end up finding rooms that are typically filled with a bevy of supplies, sometimes collectibles, really incentivizing exploration in this game, especially with the hardest to find loot in this game typically being inside them, that being the appearance of parts and supplements. Now parts don't come into play until a bit later, though supplements can be utilized at any time, where supplements allow you to upgrade skills like maximum health, listen mode distance, crafting and healing speed, and pretty typical skills there, though probably the most beneficial in the long term here is weapon sway, which again greatly improves your aiming, making it as precise as possible. But also there's another skill that is strangely just automatically unlocked on the easiest difficulty, but otherwise has to be bought, and that is Shiv Master, a skill that allows you to survive a direct attack from a clicker and gives you the opportunity to kill them with a shiv. Again, obviously being this second chance here, making the game a lot easier, and again is just naturally baked into the easiest difficulty, and in turn lessening the threat that the clickers pose. Though interestingly, I don't believe it is possible to fully upgrade your skills in a single playthrough, and through that it does add a lot more weight into the choices that you make on what to upgrade, as you won't be able to do it all. Though realistically, again, these are not necessities. Again, the game is still entirely playable without any upgrades, though again, clearly this does make the game a bit easier. But here we do proceed by lifting Tess and Ellie up to the next floor, during which we end up hearing another clicker nearby, and initially we hide from it. Though Tess then uses a bottle to distract it, allowing us to run to some scaffolding at the other side of the room. Though technically you can go and fight the clicker if you want to, with this being the first true combat section with the clicker involved, even though you are incentivized to run by it. But to me, clickers end up being the most annoying enemy type in this game, being enemies that kill you instantly if they catch up to you, again without Shiv Master, and also do take more hits than runners that make them a formidable foe here when you have to fight them, though most encounters with them do end up being passable through just sneaking by them. But these initial clicker encounters here are meant to serve as a tutorial on how to approach them, with you only having to deal with one at a time, but eventually it does expand as the section goes on. But following this, we do get more navigation around the building, including us climbing around the outside of the building to add to the dangerous nature of this venture, but eventually we do come across our second ranged weapon here, and that being the revolver, conveniently right before our first massive infected encounter. But I've always personally preferred using the revolver out of any of the shotguns in this game, with it obviously being a bit more precise, and while it is slower than the pistol, it just feels like a more effective weapon to use here. And again, this is followed by the first forced encounter with a clicker involved, and what is also the biggest infected encounter up to this point, where Joel goes off off on his own to secure the floor below, which ends up being one of the few times that you're forced to kill every enemy within this room, with it including 4 runners and a clicker. And I remember this being a major stumbling point for me when I first played the game. Though now this is a fight that is relatively simple. I mean, the game literally just hands you one enemy that can be choked out without ramifications, while it also allows you to use the revolver for a first time, and also just hands you a melee weapon as well. So the game really does prime you for success here, but afterwards we do get more navigation through the wreck building that leads to us reaching the subway. But along the way we do get a nice moment between Joel and Tess, with her talking about wanting to take it easy when they get back, only for Joel to not believe her. And really, even the first time I played the game, I remember this cluing me into the fact that Tess was probably gonna die, and in turn make this conversation pretty tragic in retrospect. But entering the subway, we do find our first Molotov cocktail, our first craftable throwable in the game, interestingly using rags and alcohol, the same materials as a health kit, giving you this interesting dilemma, at least conceptually, over having to pick between the two, where health kits obviously help you in sticky situations to regain health, while Molotovs end up probably being the most powerful weapon in the entire game, being able to kill an expansive range of enemies at once, and even if you fail to kill anyone, the area will still be surrounded by flames, so it'll do damage to anyone that goes by it. And I remember I used to not even bother using these for years in my original playthroughs of this game, though having now expanded to using them, they really do end up being essentials to use during any major enemy encounter. Speaking of which, progressing into the next room gives us our next massive infected encounter, this one feeling like the culmination to all these clicker-based tutorials, with you entering this plaza filled with clickers, again taking us from the interactions with just one clicker to now a bevy of them, making this seemingly impossible at first, but clearly the game intends on you doing this stealthy, where you can crouch your way through and use throwables to distract them, eventually finding the ladder at the other side of the room that you must pull down in order to progress. Though through taking the stealthy approach here, they do weirdly spawn in an extra clicker right by the ladder that you can obviously easily take down with a shiv, though an interesting change here is that if you just go straight into combat, that clicker doesn't end up spawning in. Though obviously this encounter ends up being pretty difficult here with multiple clickers, but that is where the introduction of Molotovs obviously comes into play, with it obviously being beneficial to use with a number of clickers rushing towards you at the same time. But an interesting aspect of this section is that this is the first appearance of safes, which there really aren't that many of in this game, though like shiv doors, they do typically provide you with parts and supplements that you would need to buy upgrades. Though different to shiv doors, safes are only open through knowing the combination, which the combinations are found through artifacts typically in the surrounding area. So unlike part 2, you don't actually have to input the code itself, and instead it just opens instantly after seeing the code, which obviously isn't as immersive as the sequel, though a mostly insignificant detail at the end of the day. But with that, we do return to the streets, now across the chasm from where we started, and now near the museum we had seen earlier. But this is where we do get a notable line from Joel after Ellie praises them and their ability to get out of sticky situations, where we do have Joel responding by saying it's called luck and it's gonna run out, feeling like foreshadowing here. But we once again have the capital in sight, and to follow the path to it, we first need to get over a truck, which the way to do so is by pushing a crate into position and using it to climb over it, though the room where you find the crate does include 3 runners that you have to take down first. And again, this is doable by just strangling them all stealthily. You can obviously just end up fighting them, or even end up distracting them, where as long as you can get this crate into position, you will be allowed to progress. But once crossing the truck, we do get followed by a wave of infected, leading to us finding refuge inside the museum. Now, while exploring the museum, we can overhear Ellie talk to Tess, again showing Ellie and Tess clearly bonding throughout this chapter, while also we get foreshadowing to the events of Left Behind, with her mentioning sneaking out and getting bitten at a mall. Also here we end up finding the first workbench, which is where parts finally come into effect, where at workbenches you can use these parts you have picked up along the way to upgrade weapons, upgrading things like reload speed, clip capacity, fire rate, Though, like supplements, you can't fully upgrade everything in a singular playthrough, which again theoretically makes this choice on what to upgrade first matter. Though the most important upgrade in my eyes ends up being the second holsters, which allow for more versatile play later on, with it obviously being a lot easier to switch between weapons, which isn't too helpful right away here, but certainly by the time of Billstown, when you have multiple weapons for each type of gun, it does start to be extremely helpful. But also another aspect of the upgrades in this game are that certain upgrades are locked behind tool levels, where throughout the game there are 5 different sets of tools that can be acquired to level up your tool level, which in turn unlocks more upgrades, though these tools do end up being spread pretty far apart, with the first one still not appearing until midway through Billstown. But to progress, we do end up needing to go up a floor, where there you can shimmy out of your way to a pendant, though otherwise you crouch your way through some wreckage that ends up collapsing after Joel lets Tess and Ellie through, leaving him separated from them for a short bit here, where he must navigate his way to the next floor up, which has us getting to the other side of an exhibit that has infected blocking the way, which also ends up including a break room along the way where you can restock on materials, though realistically this is just such an easy section to run through, where there is a clicker in your way, but it's extremely easy to just stun it with throwable and run by it. Though when reaching the top floor, we do see a runner banging on the door, where beyond it we do end up hearing Tess and Ellie clearly struggling against some runners, adding to the urgency of taking down this runner and barging through the door. And at that instant we do see Tess knocking down the infected she's fighting, though I do believe this is the encounter where she does actually end up getting bitten, as revealed later. Though we do end up hearing Ellie scream for help, leading to us having to rescue her, and in turn getting a decent sized fight against a group of runners, which typically you do have to defeat, as just running by them will lead to Ellie's plus sign filling up, or even saving her and then running off will typically lead to one of the two getting grabbed again. Though there actually is a glitch here in that by running past all the runners and running through the second to last window, it actually does cancel out the plus signs and allows you to run to the top unfettered, which when there you do get a puzzle of finding a plank to use as a bridge to the next building, concluding this section of gameplay, though giving us a pretty notable cutscene that has the group crossing a plank, starting with Ellie brushing off advice Joel gives her and crossing it with ease, showing her competence despite Joel's lack of faith in her, a common trend moving forward, though also showcasing her personality with her defying his orders here. But also this leads to Ellie and Joel looking off into the distance, and Joel asking her if it's everything she's hoped for, to which she says you can't deny the view, a moment later referenced in the story, but also providing this moment of levity for these characters, with them still being able to appreciate the natural beauty of a sunrise despite how dark the world they live in is now. But again, afterwards we do see Joel looking at his watch, with this clearly being a bonding moment for the two, really being the first interaction between the two that doesn't have this undermining tone to it. But here we do see Tess rushing them along, telling them to stay focused, clearly knowing what is going on with him, though also with her time now being limited as well, she wants to make sure she finishes her role in this, with this scene really having a lot of nuance, especially once you figure out Tess's motivations in all this, which really boons the scene in retrospect. But following this, we do skip forward in time a bit, where clearly some time has passed, as it is now day out, and now they're right at the Capitol building, though the time skip is never explicitly explained outside a minor reference to Tess later on of her saying she was bit an hour ago. But this section does end up starting with a puzzle section that I do find largely pointless, where you do have to do the typical moving of a dumpster to climb over an obstacle. Now technically it is here where we do end up seeing a dead Firefly, alluding to the upcoming reveal, but again that reveal happens in like a minute, so I can respect this adding of tension on if the Fireflies are actually there or not, though to me it's not really a necessity to the experience here. But here we have them arriving in front of the Capitol building, where the street in front of it is flooded, leading to Ellie conveniently revealing to us that she can't swim, which might play a factor in a few minutes. But also here we do have Ellie thanking them for helping her and being happy Marlene hired them, which would be a nice parting of ways for them, though that doesn't end up working out as expected, where we finally do see them entering the Capitol building for one of the game's more emotional scenes, where we open the doors to find the Fireflies dead, having already been killed by the military, and in turn, Tess ends up being devastated, frantically searching through their remains for some clue to where to take Ellie now, feeling uncharacteristic of Tess under normal circumstances, But here we do see Joel clearly thinking that they've already taken this too far, getting upset at the notion of finding the Firefly Lab with the only clue that Ellie has is that its location is somewhere out west. But this leads to an argument between the two, with Joel saying that this is not us, and Tess declaring that they're shitty people, only for Joel to rebut that, calling themselves survivors, indicating Joel's sense of morality in that he justifies his actions as being necessary for his survival, further showing his dehumanization in a position that Tess now mentions that there is a chance, assumingly to do something good, only for Joel to cut her off, saying, "It is over, Tess," which is a line I always have stuck in my head. And really just the acting throughout this entire scene is so powerful, with so much emotion being exuded in Joel and Tess's acting here. But this is where Tess finally reveals the reason for her change of heart, talking about how she's not going anywhere and that her luck had to run out sooner or later, again referring that previous line. But it is Ellie that has to reveal to Joel here that Tess has been infected, with him seeming to be in disbelief, asking for her to show her wound, which ends up further proving Ellie's story as true, with her bite already looking worse than Ellie's, despite hers only being from an hour ago, and now in her dying words wants him to take Ellie to Tommy, where through his connections to the Fireflies he should be able to help them find their lab, which initially Joel protests this plan, only for Tess to still want him to do it as an obligation to her. And with Joel proceeding to do so moving forward, it really does show how much Joel did care for Tess. But again, not doing it in a way that has the writers continuously blatantly tell you how important Tess was to Joel. And this does end up being a really emotional farewell to Tess, with the military now showing up and Tess deciding to sacrifice herself for Joel and Ellie to escape, which I will say again, this is another instance of a very important conversation being interrupted by a group of enemies coming up, which is a really redundant trend in this game. But even beyond that, it is also kind of ridiculous that the military decided to follow them out all the way to the Capitol building here, which is a fallacy that I do end up fixing for the show, though I do think it also makes a point in once again highlighting that humanity is more of a danger than the infected, but it doesn't really make much sense logically here. Though what really rectifies that is Annie Wersching's performance here, where she's really fantastic throughout the entirety of this game, and just in general, really being a major standout from this game, with the obvious exceptions of Troy Baker and Ashley Johnson, where I always felt like Tess is a character that, while there are some great nuances in her character, she doesn't feel nearly as complex as certain other characters that will eventually show up. Though despite that, Annie Wersching really gives it her all in this role. I feel like that really makes her character stand out a bit more over time. And Tess's death here ends up being a pretty satisfying farewell to her character, the second most prominent character in the story up to this point, and giving us this redeeming outcome for her arc, showing her using her last moments to benefit the greater good. A selfless act in her final moments, her trying to redeem herself for all the wrongdoing she has done, her being one of many characters that attempt to get redemption through their story. And while Joel doesn't fully live up to the promise that he makes here and ends up making a selfish decision in contrast to Tess's selfless decision here, which ends up highlighting a major difference between these two characters despite how close they had been throughout most of the outbreak. Though obviously that's not a realization you can really come to until the end of the game, though at the time that these events occur, Tess does end up motivating Joel to continue going with Ellie. A much better outcome for a story than what was initially intended, as at the beginning of development, Tess was actually initially meant to be the game's main antagonist, where I guess Tess was supposed to have a brother who would have been accidentally killed, while Joel saved Ellie from a group of soldiers, and Tess, wanting revenge for some reason, would literally hunt them down across the entire United States with a gang of smugglers for an entire year, which just sounds so stupid. So thankfully they didn't go that route. But beyond that, Tess's death here really ends up being this massive turning point for the story, where this conduit between Joel and Ellie is now gone, and in turn forces them together at this point, with them being the only ones that each other can rely on, which the development of this relationship ends up being the most integral aspect of this game's narrative, as again the plot is pretty bare bones for a while moving forward, where the objective that gets set up here is finding Tommy, and that still remains the case for literally the entirety of the following 3 chapters, with those chapters being a bulk of the game. Well, what they do is progressing the relationship between Joel and Ellie, which starts off here being extremely fractured at this point. But immediately after, as they escape, we do hear Ellie clearly distraught over what just happened. You can clearly tell in this scene that she puts some of that blame onto herself, with Ellie's survivor guilt being a really major aspect of her character. Now here, as we cross the second floor, we can look down to see Tess now dead, with the military making their way in. Or technically, you can stay behind here and try to fight the soldiers, though the true way to progress the story is by continuing forward and jumping a gap to the following building, being one of the few times in the game where it actually intends on you jumping. But following this, we do end up finding our first long gun, in that being the hunting rifle, which is a really powerful weapon and one that is largely precise, though unupgraded. It does feel largely slow, and even then it doesn't one-hit kill armored enemies, which, considering that's what you're about to face off against, it doesn't end up being as OP as you would expect it to be, though when it is fully upgraded, it does end up being one of the best weapons in the game, with it being an instant kill against most enemies after you get the power and armor piercing upgrades. You can also add a scope to it as well that adds more range and precision to it. So again, like overall, a really powerful weapon by the end of it. But again, this is followed up by a pretty large human enemy encounter where the enemies here are wearing armor and in turn are difficult to kill. And with there being a bevy of them, I remember this section being a pain the first time around, though again, one that is relatively easy, where you can literally just straight up run through this entire first floor pretty easily, though after dropping to the ground floor, you're then greeted with even more enemies, and while this one is certainly tougher to run through, it is still possible, and otherwise you could just sneak past them, as all you need to do is reach the subway tunnel, and no matter what your detection status is, the story will end up progressing. Though I will say that just because you get past a group of enemies doesn't mean you're in the clear, as this is an area where enemies are pretty grabby, and here you can encounter a pretty dumb aspect of the game's combat, in that if you are running away from an enemy that is shooting at you and proceed to get shot, if you continue to hold down the run button, the game will end up locking Joel down to where he will continue to get shot until he dies without being able to move, which is just stupid, and it does often happen in this section, though the obvious fix to this is literally just to let go of the run button for a second. But also this ends up being the first time we are in combat with only Ellie as our companion. And again, Ellie's combat AI is actually pretty strong, rarely getting grabbed, and at points actually helping you in combat by stunning enemies or attacking enemies that are attacking Joel, which across the story ends up feeling like Ellie's AI ends up reinforcing the bond between Joel and Ellie, but also the player's bond with Ellie, which makes these later plot threads a lot more impactful, with you being so connected to her character, with you the player feeling like you're in the protector role for Ellie, which really shows the gameplay enhancing the story once again, where it turns what could have been this tedious escorting mission into an integral part of the experience. But as they enter the subway, we do see a tank follow them and start to shoot at them, though this leads to us running into a room filled with spores, to where through Ellie not being affected by them, this ends up fully confirming Ellie's immunity, seeming to be the moment where Joel realizes he actually has to go through with this. But here we do end up seeing a few soldiers searching for us, and while you can go and fight them, I've never subconsciously done so, where you can literally again just run to the side and progress without detection, though after running through some subway cars, you are forced to then swim under some rubble, being unable to squeeze your way through the side like Ellie is, which is extremely convenient considering she can't swim, but in turn introduces us to underwater gameplay, which like in most games kinda sucks, but obviously it isn't used that much here, though eventually we do get to a standstill where the platform leading to the exit is too high to grab, and even then Ellie can't cross the water as she can't swim, leading to a puzzle section of trying to get Ellie across. Though along the way, if you do go in the opposite direction of where you're supposed to go, you can find a Firefly pendant underwater, and also you can find a letter that refers to Frank, who we get to learn about later on. Otherwise, the way to progress is through finding a pallet off to the side, which ends up being the first of many times we use pallets to transport Ellie across water, which is just super convenient convenient that almost every body of water that we come across ends up having a pallet just somewhere lying around. But this does allow Ellie to drop a ladder for us, showing this teamwork between the two, and this allowing us to escape where they finally get to talk, where Ellie tries to bring up Tess, though Joel immediately shuts her down, telling her to never bring up Tess, where the concept of Tess's death is obviously really impactful to him, but again, not in a way that the story has to continuously reiterate how much it is so, with you acknowledging that it is there, though again the main focus is still on the Joel and Ellie relationship. But we continue this scene with Joel obviously being dismissive of Ellie and wants them to keep their histories to themselves, calling her immunity a condition as if it's something wrong with her, and then tells her to do whatever he says, appearing to not care about her feelings in this situation, though really I feel like this is him trying to guard himself from feeling too connected to her. But this obviously leads to her frustration, giving her a pretty great moment of Joel telling her to repeat his words back to him and her giving him a more snippy comeback. Where it is moments like this that I do think people largely remember Ellie for, as thinking of her as this very snippy teenager, though that's not entirely the case, where in reality she is inherently a kind and caring person at first, and only becomes this snippy Ellie in moments where characters like Joel and Bill are adversarial to her first. And here again, we get some great subtlety in the acting here, with Ellie's body language clearly being uncomfortable while Joel is talking to her, which as the story goes along, this constantly changes. That subtly tells you how Ellie is feeling about Joel at certain points in the story. And while Joel's dismissive treatment of Ellie can come off as a bit over the top at points, I do feel like the thing that keeps it still grounded here is the further context that stems from Sarah's death, making the player know more than Ellie does at this point, making us understand why Joel acts the way he does, and gives their relationship so much more room to grow moving forward. Again, I really do like the way they handle the relationship between Joel and Ellie in this game, where I know really early on in development it was intended for Joel and Ellie to be this father-daughter duo, but even then they rightfully recognized the fact that by doing so that would leave for no room for this relationship to grow, and having them be instead this more foster father-daughter relationship that starts at the beginning of the game, it does allow for their relationship to grow before our eyes, with us getting to see the hardships that they went through to establish their relationship, essentially making Joel's relationship to Ellie a mirror for the audience's relationship with Ellie. That makes you feel that much more connected to her by this game's climatic moments. But this is where we do hear about Joel's plan to head to a nearby town occupied by an acquaintance who owes him a favor, who he thinks he can get him a car, which would be greatly beneficial in the trek to Tommy's location, starting off the Billstown chapter, which is a very strange chapter in that it ends up being one of the most notable ones in the game for me, with Bill in particular being one of my favorite side characters in the game. Though when you really think about it, the entire chapter here is really superfluous to the core plot. Where again, the main plot point to come out of this is the fact that Joel ends up getting a car that gets them to Pittsburgh, and that's it. Where they presumably progress from that point forward without a car, though again this section does provide some great moments for Joel and Ellie and introduces us to Bill while also having some really notable gameplay sections, but again it is strange how unimportant most of it is to the main story. The chapters like this end up containing some great character studies of the characters that show up within them, with very few characters appearing for more than a singular chapter, highlighting how this is more of the story of Joel and Ellie, while the rest of the characters end up being this rotating cast that comes in and out of the story at will. And while they don't get much screen time overall, I do feel like each of them play this perfect role within this story, each having these mini arcs or showcasing the effects of a certain approach to the outbreak that really do elevate these characters beyond what you would expect from them considering their short amount of screen time. With the events of Billstown here being a way to demonstrate what will happen to Joel if he doesn't change and if he continues to just survive without any care for the people around him. But this all starts with Joel and Ellie heading through the woods on the outskirts of Lincoln, Massachusetts, what has now been dubbed as Billstown, as Bill is literally the only person that lives here, and through that, this strangely ends up being a chapter containing no human enemy encounters, with the only enemies in sight being infected. But first, this section does start with a slow stroll through the woods woods, during which we do get Joel explaining to Ellie about why he doesn't just take her back to Marlene, once again being a nice starting point for their relationship, with Ellie clearly being nervous about being stuck with him, but also feeling like the writer is trying to justify why Joel would continue on with Ellie in this situation, with him explaining that he couldn't get back into the quarantine zone alone for some reason, and that he thinks Marlene is dead, though practically I think this is more so, again, Joel still serving this protector role, but not really wanting to admit to himself that he wants to be in this role, and passing it off as if he's forced to do this instead. But Joel's comments about Marlene really shows his pessimistic side once again, though here we do have Ellie end up countering that, saying that Marlene's stronger than he thinks, and these two differentiating outlooks end up further showing the divide between these two characters, but also shows what Joel has to learn from Ellie, a dynamic that later gets flipped by the end of the story, though here is also used as a way to show what the two characters have to learn from each other. As we near town, we do find a gate blocking the way as expected, but this is where, by staying around for a bit, you can see a group of fireflies hovering around Ellie, and in turn giving us this nice moment of levity with her having her first true interaction with nature, again being this interesting dynamic for her, having never left the quarantine zone before, though obviously Joel ends up being dismissive of it. But again, we end up getting another basic puzzle here of having to find a plank, and again using it to cross a gap, though along the way we do end up finding our first upgraded melee weapon, which we are now able to craft using the same material as shivs, and this does end up being a pretty useful upgrade here, killing most enemies in a singular hit. We're also along the way, the number of hits a modded weapon can gets increased to make this even more lethal, but I'll be honest, I don't really use upgraded weapons that often, as I do feel like it oversimplifies the combat to a degree, and also with the kill animation taking a while to fully play out, I just find it more fun to not use them, even though they are extremely effective. After crossing the plank, we do see some smoke on the horizon near a church that, once again, we will eventually get to, but this ends up being our first sign of Bill's location, so we continue to head in that direction. But this is where we do start to learn more about Bill and his interactions with Joel revealing that he's actually never been to this town before, and instead meets up with Bill at different locations, initially implying Bill's standoffish nature, but progressing we do get a pretty lengthy bit here with no major enemy encounters, allowing for a lot of character moments and exploration and scavenging, which all starts off with us approaching a house that does have a couple of clickers right outside, though these are easy to avoid, though there are a decent chunk of supplies within the house and also in the shed where one of the clickers lies. There's also a shiv door here as well, which is strange considering there's also one in the next area as well, but here we do get a nice moment from Ellie trying to whistle and not knowing how to, which gets followed up later on, but progressing through this area has Joel finally having to trust Ellie and him boosting her over the gate in order for her to open the door from the other side, a minor step in their relationship. But also the use of Ellie during this traversal puzzles does a very effective job at bonding not just Joel to Ellie, but also the player to Ellie, and how because of you needing Ellie to get through certain areas, it makes her feel like less of a burden, taking away from this aspect of this potentially being looked at as this escorting mission, because in reality, you're both kind of leaning off each other. But here we actually do get a decent sized explorable area, with this street being filled with buildings to explore. Find a yard where Ellie talks about how she finds gnomes cute, but fairies creep her out, which feels like a really random line. You can also walk into a pizzeria where you get an optional conversation through looking at an old arcade machine, where we do get a direct Left Behind reference with Ellie talking about how she had a friend who knew everything about this game, mentioning the character Angel Knives, which I believe they've stated in the past that at the time of this game's writing, Left Behind wasn't really in their minds, which does make this even more impressive they put this much detail into this game that alludes to Ellie's past that they were able to utilize for Left Behind down the road. Along the way, we do also get Joel informing Ellie about the initial evacuations, to where she says it must have been hard to leave all your stuff behind, to which Joel responds with, "That ain't the hard part," being the first time he alludes to his past to her, to a degree. Now also here you can find another one of the safes, and at the end of the street there's a record store, at least Ellie being amazed at the concept of it. But the story progresses here through walking down an alleyway where for the first time we do see Bill's traps, and it killing a clicker that ends up running into it, showing the resourcefulness of Bill, though also making it clear that Bill doesn't want anyone else nearby, setting him up to be this reclusive figure who has sheltered himself from the rest of humanity due to his own paranoia and his entire survivor mentality. But also this sets us up for having to watch out for his traps, as the path forward is riddled with them, and touching them is a near one-hit kill. But it is here where we do get a first opportunity to find a bow and arrow, which I used to never like using, though in recent replays I do find this a lot more fun to use, largely with this being a weapon used in stealth situations, typically not alerting enemies through its use, though that in itself is not perfect. And a nice touch here is that arrows do have a chance of not breaking to where you are able to repick them up, which ends up making you feel incentivized to use arrows as you have less of a chance to lose out on ammo. The finding of the bow here does also serve a narrative purpose as well, with Ellie wanting Joel to let her use the bow, saying she's a good shot with it, as we do later see. Also, this shows Joel not trusting her with a weapon here, which again allows for progression in their relationship moving forward. But this does lead to another mundane puzzle of picking up a plank again and using it to cross a building again. Though also while crossing the rooftops here, we strangely find a clicker just standing by itself for some reason, feeling out of place. Now, based on dialogue, I assume the point of it here is to test out your bow and arrow, though it really just feels largely unnecessary. Though it does make you question why introduce the bow and arrow at this point, considering there isn't any natural time to use it until much later. But here we do once again see Joel giving out instructions to Ellie and how to interact with Bill, with him saying that he ain't exactly the most stable of individuals. Again, adding this air of mystery to Bill as we near our first interaction with him. And also being instructions here that Ellie just clearly ignores. Back to the ground, we do have to avoid some tripwires and destroy some blocking a path to progress. And that Ellie refers to when she does this herself in part 2. Though here you can also hear some banging in a nearby building, and exploring it will get you some loot and a collectible, though you do find a runner in there as well, which ends up being a mostly insignificant deviation. But the story progresses through finding our way to a garage, where along the way the game does hand you a lot of revolver ammo, being a nice detail to not take away from the following section, as you are given unlimited revolver ammo for a bit, so I did like that little touch. But when opening the door to the garage, we again do see that setting off a new trap, one that hangs Joel upside down, giving us this notable set piece of having us being given our revolver and having to hold off the incoming infected as Ellie helps cut us free. And this section ends up having two phases to it, the first of which being one where Joel can be attacked by these infected while Ellie is safe, meaning that if a clicker catches up to him, it is an instant kill here, while even runners can still run up to him and grab him, though surviving a runner grab can be used strategically here, actually ending up giving you a pretty easy headshot immediately afterwards, so at least that's a benefit. But halfway through, the tables turn to where Joel is now hoisted up, and instead now Ellie is in danger, and you have to kill the infected surrounding her instead. Either way, a section I never really enjoyed playing through, though it does end up being a pretty notable section here. But once Joel is cut down, he immediately gets attacked by a runner, only then to be saved by Bill, finally making his appearance in the story. Bill is brilliantly portrayed here by W. Earl Brown, who really brings this character to life, a character that is very cynical and could have been portrayed in this really dark light, but he ends up having this really great comedic timing to him, probably making him the funniest character in the game, which makes him one of my favorite minor characters in the game, and Brown's performance is a major reason for that. But here he gets a pretty badass intro, telling Joel to get off his ass and on his feet, and ends up leading us to safety while we do have this horde of infected following us. But Bill opens the doorway into an old laundromat, and technically you can't stay behind and fight against the infected, though really it's not worth it as you progress the story when you enter the following bar anyway, which ends up being one of Bill's safe houses, which is where the chase sequence concludes, but ends up giving us our first cutscene with Bill, which ends up having this humorous interaction between him and Ellie, where Ellie goes on to thank him, only for him to put handcuffs on her, and Joel having to talk him down, showing this paranoid nature right away, but then we see Ellie free herself and hitting him with the pipe that she was chained to, showing her resourcefulness in this situation and starting off this hostile relationship between Ellie and Bill, with him clearly not trusting her and her talking back to him, which is a fun dynamic with Joel having to play the mediator between the two. But here we also get to see Bill being frustrated at Joel for setting off his traps, leading to Ellie declaring that he owes Joel some favors, and Joel ends up stating that he needs a car, which Bill initially scoffs at, joking about why not take his food as well, to which Ellie proceeds to make a fat joke here, which she continues to do across the chapter. But Bill does say here that the favors that he owes aren't worth that much, to which Joel says that they are. And again, this is never explained what exactly they are talking about here, and feels pretty convenient this is able to have Bill have this change of heart here and deciding to help them. Though here he ends up talking about how there are parts in this town, but first they have to go to another of Bill's safe houses, the church we saw earlier, to get some supplies Bill claims he needs, as it's also a location that Bill uses as his armory. Which, if you pay attention, the other safe house here ends up strangely being across the street, which makes you question why does he need two safe houses so close to each other. But before embarking, we can explore this bar, which contains a lot of loot, including the first training manual in the game, which essentially acts as upgrades for your tools, though unlike other upgrades that need parts or supplements, these simply get unlocked from just picking up the training manuals, and some of these upgrades are pretty good, with expanded radiuses for throwables and extra hits for shivs and melee weapons, though again, never feel like they're upgrades that are truly worth going out of your way to get, and still feel largely unnecessary. But also here we do get some optional conversations, where going into the back room, we'll have Ellie complaining about Bill to Joel, and Joel telling her to stay out of his way, but also walking up to the chessboard can lead to a more lighthearted conversation, with Ellie talking about having always wanted to learn how to play chess, to which Bill ends up calling her Bobby Fischer, a reference that she clearly doesn't get, but I'll be honest, even I barely knew who he was. But after leaving the bar, we do end up following Bill through a building to get to the streets, where again, there are rooms that you can loot here, but along the way we do hear Bill talking to himself, once again characterizing him as a bit off, but this is followed by Bill asking where Tess is, which has Joel avoiding the question, clearly not having come to terms with Tess's death yet. But here he tells Bill that he's just doing a simple drop-off, which Bill concludes that he's delivering Ellie, which leads to some more fun back and forth between the two, but eventually Bill reveals that the parts that he needs for the car are conveniently on the other side of town, which Bill hasn't contained yet, with him claiming that it's filled with infected, setting up the danger that we're about to face in the back half of the chapter. Now, nearing the street, we do end up hearing an infected nearby, but Bill reveals that it's one he's been meaning to take care of, with it already being trapped, and proceeds to slice its head off. But here we do also have Bill recognize that Joel never answered his question about Tess, though Joel lies and just says that she's busy, showcasing Joel's unwillingness to open up here. Though I do feel like this decision for Bill to not learn about Tess's death would be a bit underwhelming, as I would have liked to see his reaction to that, though I get what it's doing for Joel's character. But after entering the streets, we do find some wrecked cars, and Bill ends up mocking Ellie for thinking that these cars are repairable, revealing that the only ones making new car batteries are the military, which is what makes the search for one pretty difficult. Eventually here we do end up noticing infected on the other side of the street, leading to a sizable combat encounter here, though the game does help you a bit by having a nail bomb placed nearby to where that explosion should kill some of the enemies here. And again, this ends up being another one of the few encounters where you are forced to kill every enemy in order to progress, but when doing so, we once again get Bill talking to himself, beating himself up for neglecting the simple shit. But also here we get one of the strangest collectible locations in my eyes of a Firefly pendant hanging on a post towards the back of this section, which is like, how is anyone actually going to find this without actively looking for that last pendant? But after going through the gate, we once again get another line from Bill, where Bill claims that at least infected are predictable, and it's the normal people that scare him, and that Joel of all people should understand that, which obviously plays into the theme of humanity being more dangerous dangerous than the infected, though also ends up being kind of a strange throwaway line to me in the sense that I never fully understood what Bill is referring to here. Where is he referring to Sarah? Because if he is, I feel like that is kind of uncharacteristic of Bill to know about Sarah, considering how guarded Joel is about that entire situation. Though he could also just be referring to the amount of people that Joel has killed, which probably makes more sense, though I never felt like this line was super clear at what exactly it was referring to. After entering the church, we do once again get Ellie asking Joel for a gun, only for him to turn her down once again, and tells her to stay away from the workbench, which when doing so, we do see Ellie roaming through Bill's stuff, leading to more bickering between the two, and Ellie promising to have not taken anything. But this scene also has Bill telling a story about his partner, who is someone he had to take care of, and that he eventually wisened up and let him go, telling Joel to do the same, as he claims that babysitting Ellie will eventually blow up in his face, which, to be fair, he's not wrong there. But this really does show you how far Bill has taken his need for survival over his care for humanity, seeming to go even further in this mentality than even Joel has, making Bill this cautionary tale for Joel and what will happen to him if he goes even further in his current way of thinking. But obviously this ends up also alluding to his partner Frank, who is heavily implied to be his romantic partner, being a pretty subtle reference to Bill's homosexuality, which doesn't really play a factor into anything narratively here, though at least does show a bit more representation through the use of LGBT characters here, which they obviously make more blatant in their show, though I don't get how some people didn't pick up on this from playing the game. This is also where we do see Bill handing Joel a shotgun, finally giving us a shotgun within gameplay, which is probably the weapon that I enjoy using the most, where it obviously does a great deal of damage at close range, typically even killing clickers, though obviously initially the range is pretty bad, and even then at points it does get pretty frustrating where clickers just don't die for some reason and don't get stunned to the point where you just die immediately afterwards, and that can be a very frustrating aspect of using the shotgun, though when it does work, it really works, being one of the most powerful weapons in the game, and ends up being extremely effective in the upcoming enemy encounters. Here we do also have Bill showing us a new weapon he has crafted, in that being a nail bomb, a new craftable to our repertoire. This one being made up of blades and explosions, and alongside Molotovs, nail bombs end up being another really effective throwable in this game, with them exploding when an enemy nears it, making it slightly different from Molotovs, which explode on impact, though you can use them similarly to Molotovs and throw them directly at enemies, to which they would just explode right away, though the ability to drop them anywhere does add a lot more versatility to them, though I do still find Molotovs to be the more effective weapon to use when used properly. But also in the armory here, we do find the first of our tools, which is used to level up weapon upgrades, which again, strange it takes us up to this point to find our first one. Following this, we do find out that our destination is a nearby school where a military caravan was overrun, making it a likely location for a working battery. Though to get there, we do first have to go to the top floor of the church, where we can explore Bill's room to his annoyance. You can promise to not touch anything like Ellie, though obviously you do. Though exiting the church gives us our first sight of the high school in the distance, obviously being our next objective, but to get there, we do get a bevy of enemy encounters along the way. Starting off with us having to navigate through the graveyard, starting off the uncharted territory for Bill. And this ends up being our most intimidating encounter yet, with this entire graveyard being filled with clickers, being the perfect time to test out the new shotgun to again mixed success. Though this is technically a section that you can get through stealthily, though you still need Bill to be there, as he is the one that ends up opening the gate to the following area. So typically I just found it much easier to just kill your way to the end, though I guess this is where I should mention, as I alluded earlier about companion AI, again it is mostly solid in this game with the exception of Bill, who sucks in the OG game. Again, something thankfully that they fixed for a remake, though here he ends up having this perpetuity for being grabbed, meaning that you constantly have to go back and rescue him, and there's points where he just stands there and doesn't end up helping you at all, or ends up attacking the same enemy you're attacking, which essence ends up countering your attack, which can lead to you being killed by a clicker despite attacking it. And all of this is just really bad. Again, Bill's AI just being so broken in this area. But following Graveyard, we do get another large enemy encounter, this one taking place in a neighborhood alley where you can go through numerous backyards and explore a few houses where there are some collectibles to find there. But this is a section that I've always found it to be a lot more satisfying to take a stealthy approach here, being the perfect time to finally utilize the bow and arrow and really feeling like the point it should have been introduced here. This encounter concludes through finding a garage with a locked door, to which you end up having to send Ellie through the doggy door to progress, where again Joel puts a level of trust into her. And interestingly, even here, Bill comments that Joel should have given her a gun, to Joel's annoyance, with even Bill realizing that Ellie is capable of using one. But this brings us to a house filled with clickers that we have to navigate through, though again, you can largely just run through this encounter where they don't end up catching up to you if you just dash for it from the beginning. And even if they do, you can use the shotgun to blow them away. But as we escape, we do see a plank already conveniently placed for us to cross, which Bill comments that he has an idea of who might have come through here, obviously foreshadowing Frank's later role in the story. But the following house we end up entering ends up being the last one before the high school, though this one does contain a decent amount of loot, as well as an optional conversation with Ellie, where she ends up apologizing for Tess, once again playing into Ellie's survivor guilt here. Joel telling her that she doesn't have to worry about him, which again feels like him trying to stop himself from emotionally connecting to her. The story progresses through helping Bill open the garage door, putting us right in front of the high school, where we do see a truck sticking out of the school, but also we're in sight of a massive group of runners, being one of the biggest enemy encounters up to this point, especially considering that it's mandatory. And while I've tried to do this one stealthy, it again just feels so much easier to blow through these enemies with your shotgun, especially with them typically dropping more shotgun ammo along the way anyway. Though following this, we do once again enlist the help of Ellie to pull down the ladder, allowing us to finally reach the high school, though when doing so, conveniently a new group of infected start approaching us, leading to us finding refuge inside the high school after we find a window to enter through, also conveniently putting us in the room with the truck, only to find out that the battery is gone, making this trek feel like it was for naught. But we still end up needing to escape the high school here, leading to a section that I remember getting stuck at during my initial playthrough, with you first having to navigate a series of hallways that are riddled with enemies. And while I don't believe you have to kill all of them, you have to kill all of them that are nearby the gym door that concludes this section, as otherwise you won't be able to interact with it. Though this is really a perfect opportunity to use throwables, with Molotovs and nail bombs being really effective alongside the shotgun, especially with most enemies here being close to each other, making this area a breeze for me nowadays, though again, it is a notable one for me having issues with it in the past. Though this encounter ends with Joel and Bill working together to break through the doors to the basketball court, where almost instantly we do hear a noise from the other side of the room, conveniently being the moment that a bloater comes out. This ends up being our first interaction with the bloater, again showing Ellie's confusion mirroring that of ours, though bloaters here are an evolution of clickers, being those that have been infected for an even longer period of time, the latest stage of infected that we see in this game. And through that, bloaters end up being these massive brooding version of clickers, still having the downsides of that they can't see and only uses their sense of hearing to figure out what's going on around them, with a special ability of it here being its ability to throw spores at you, which I will say doesn't really make much sense, how the fact that it throws spores at you doesn't kill you, considering how spores will make you infected if you inhale them in any other situation. So again, this is kind of dumb, though is something that makes the bloaters a bit more unique. And bloaters do end up being the toughest enemies to take down in this game, with the first encounter in particular here coming off as a boss battle, though strangely they end up getting randomly thrown into common combat encounters later on. But bloaters do instantly kill you if they do catch up to you, just like clickers, though they do also end up rushing towards you at points and are also able to tank a lot of damage, which does make them a pretty big pain to deal with. But they do end up having a weird quirk in the OG game here, in how for some reason their feet are particularly vulnerable, where a precise shot to the bottom of the foot can be enough to just take it down instantly. But after defeating the bloater here, we do end up lifting Bill and Ellie to the exit, while we are left behind with a few runners appearing that we have to face off against, which this felt largely unnecessary to me, being a pretty mundane encounter, especially after we had just had the bloater fight, which also ends up being reinforced by a couple runners there anyway. So again, I don't get why we need another fight against some runners, but after killing them, we do eventually escape the school, though as expected, more infected show up, though we do find a ladder taking us over a fence that allows us to take refuge in a nearby house. And in this game, you can do all this without ever having to actually face off against any of the infected chasing you, though they do end up changing that for remake. Once inside the house, we do finally get to deal with the current situation, now being without a way to find a battery for the car, leading to an argument between Joel and Bill over the dire situation, and Joel getting increasingly frustrated once Bill brings up Tess, feeling like this moment where he finally slips up and reveals how emotional he is over Tess's death, though eventually they do end up noticing a hanging body next to them, with Bill recognizing the body, that being his former partner Frank, who clearly had been the one using the paths that we had used up to this point, being a nice explanation for the convenience that comes along with the ladder and the plank placements along the way. Though here we do end up finding him having hanged himself after being bitten, and we hear the pain in Bill's voice as he points out the bites on Frank's body. Though in this instance, we do hear the sound of Ellie trying to start the car, revealing that Frank had been the one to steal the battery, meaning that this truck is essentially workable, though it does require a push here in order to recharge the battery, setting up the final objective for the chapter. Though first we can explore the house for supplies, and in turn we do end up finding a letter from Frank, which is where he ends up revealing his hatred for Bill due to his paranoid behavior, and ends up saying that dying in this way is still better than spending another day with him. And we do have the opportunity to give this letter to Bill, to which he angrily tosses it away, strangely making this a collectible that counts as 2 if you go back and pick up the crumbled piece of paper from the ground. Though this ends up being a pretty somber outcome for this Bill-Frank relationship, though one that I do think shows you the ramifications of the survivor mentality, essentially being this tragedy instead of this beautiful love story that was utilized on the show. Though again, I do think this is something that is more unique, and how the game utilizes Bill to showcase its themes that makes this version of Bill stand out a lot more to me. That obviously ends up being this tragic outcome for him, and through seeing this tragic outcome, it allows Joel to eventually learn from this. But also here we do end up having an optimal conversation with Ellie, in which Joel finally ends up telling her that she's doing a good job, again going out of his way to tell her this, which feels like progress in their relationship. But starting to push the truck here ends up starting the final encounter of this chapter, with us having to push the truck down a hill while infected obviously show up, and us having to take down waves of them. And this ends up being another pretty notable set piece in my eyes, but one that I never enjoyed playing, where this is an area that has numerous clickers and the runners here are pretty grabby, and with most of the fighting taking place around the truck, and again Bill's AI being very questionable at best, and also with points where your shotgun or melee attacks just don't work properly. It does feel like there's a lot going on at once here, which can make the combat look very hectic with not much room to recover if things go wrong. So again, not a great gameplay section, though a notable one that does contain a notable glitch that I've never been able to enact on my own, though when letting go of the truck at the exact same moment as Bill, it does cause this humorous glitch of the truck just moving by itself. And all you would need to do in that situation is just follow it in order to finish the section, or no matter what, this section ends up concluding once the truck ends up rolling down the hill and you catch up to it. Though obviously the intention is that the appearance of enemies here usually stops you from being able to push it all the way through. But getting it over the hill recharges the battery, allowing you to escape, where we do say our farewell to Bill, which ends up being a bittersweet moment, though one that does start with Joel admitting that Ellie held her own back there, and here we also see him trying to console Bill over Frank's death, only for Bill to cut him off, starting to show this more humanized Joel through what he's picked up on through his relationship with Ellie, with him trying to resonate with Bill in this situation, with obviously Joel having also lost his partner, only for that to be rejected by Bill. now showing us the difference between Joel and Bill here, with Joel rejecting Bill's extreme survivor mentality while Bill still remains a constant, representing him bringing Ellie in, learning the lesson from Bill's story and how Bill had pushed Frank away. But here we do also have Bill giving Joel a siphon, only to then tell him that he isn't gonna make it, and him wanting him out of his town, which does fit in line with Bill's character, though I am a bit disappointed that there wasn't more true development with Bill here, as while I do really enjoy his character, he does largely feel stagnant throughout our entire journey with him. And I get that that's the point, and Bill giving Joel the siphon can be looked at as this glimmer of positivity in all this, though I do kind of wish there was a little bit more recognition from Bill at how much he's lost here. Though again, this ends up being the final appearance of Bill, with him never being referred to again throughout the rest of this game or part 2, which, to be fair, I don't know how much we really need to see if he isn't going to have somewhat of a redemption arc. But with his role in the story mostly being this cautionary tale for Joel, it does leave this chapter of the game, again, a mostly episodic one that moves the plot forward very minimally, but again does have some great moments throughout it. But following this, we do cut to some time later, where we do get a nice cutscene between Joel and Ellie as they drive through the highway, showing their growing relationship here, but it does start off with Ellie revealing that she did steal from Bill, taking a comic of his, introducing us to Savage Starlight, which will be referred to numerous times moving forward, and does lead to a new type of collectible in the comics, which we assume are to be given to Ellie, which again, a nice touch here in how it shows Joel caring about Ellie enough to be on the lookout for these comics, though outside of that, don't really end up bringing too much to the table here. But also here, she ends up revealing that she stole a cassette, which Joel says it's from before his time, though ends up playing it being a Hank Williams tape, whose music continues to play until the next bit of gameplay. But also here, she ends up pulling out a gay adult magazine, which ends up leading to some fun banter between the two here, and her joking around about the pages being stuck together, only to then throw it away. Again, being a nice moment between the two, that does show this two starting to get a bit closer, and having this lighthearted moment together. Though we do end the scene with Joel telling Ellie to go to sleep, with her saying that she's not even tired, only for us to cut to her sleeping as they arrive in Pittsburgh. Obviously starting the Pittsburgh chapter, the biggest chapter in the game, though strangely one that, like Bill's Town, is largely just a deviation from the main story. Again, we start this chapter on the path to Tommy's, and we end this chapter on the path to Tommy's. And this section does contain a lot of the game's more difficult combat encounters, which again makes this section feel dragged out, where the entirety of this section involves you trying to escape from Pittsburgh. Though something this section does really well here is end up solidifying the bond between Joel and Ellie, to where while they have their ups and downs throughout this chapter, this is the chapter where Joel starts to fully trust Ellie, which ends up being the basis for their relationship moving forward. Though I did always question why Pittsburgh. It feels like a random choice for a city, and I know Neil Druckmann has said that Pittsburgh was chosen because he used to live there, and also it is where Night of the Living Dead was filmed, and it felt in line with a zombie apocalypse, which makes sense, though I will say I always felt like it was weird to have the entire previous chapter comprised of getting a working car, only for that working car to be wrecked at the beginning of this chapter, with them essentially making pretty minimal progress towards their eventual goal of reaching Jackson. But either way, first we do end up finding the highway now being blocked by abandoned cars, leading to Joel saying screw it and deciding to drive through town, only to then be interrupted by a man begging for help, and we do see Ellie's initial instinct in helping him, similar to that of Sarah back in the prologue, only for Joel to reveal that he isn't even hurt, not falling for his trick and proceeding to gun it, only for the faker's buddies to start shooting at us, and eventually the car gets T-boned by a bus that I guess they push down, though this ends up leading to her truck crashing through a storefront. And through this entire scene, the Hank Williams tape is still playing, with the song now playing being Alone and Forsaken, the namesake of this subchapter, a song perfectly fitting the sense of danger that this scene presents, with Joel and Ellie being thrust back into action here, where we do have the hunters grabbing them out of the car, and Joel almost being killed, with the hunter attempting to slit his neck on a nearby shard of glass, only for Joel to fight back and killing the hunter with it instead. And then we end up rushing rushing towards Ellie to save her. This fight obviously displaying Joel's protective instincts coming out once again. But before being able to catch our breath, the other hunters arrive and start shooting at us, giving us the largest human combat encounter up to this point, where you have to kill all of these enemies before proceeding. Now, technically, you can't stealth through this section, though I never found that to be particularly fun. Though also, this is a relatively tough section to just go full Rambo in as well, as there are so many enemies here that will shoot you down almost instantly. But this ends up being a pretty good encounter to use your revolver and rifle at, with these long-range weapons, allowing you to take down some of the hunters hiding behind cover, though eventually in this fight, 3 more soldiers end up spawning in the back of the area, climbing over a bus. Though with the knowledge that they are coming, it is kind of fun to just go up to them and shotgun them down right as they arrive. Though really this ends up being only the first of many large enemy encounters in this chapter. Now, following this, you can look through the area for loot, but the story progresses through going through another garage, though when entering, we do find other dead tourists and their supplies lying around the room, showing us what could have been here if Joel and Ellie had failed, but also increasing the stakes here and now showing us the danger that the people that we're dealing with end up posing. But this is also where Ellie questions Joel on how he knew about the ambush, and Joel ends up alluding to his dark past here, with him saying that he's been on both sides, and him refusing to answer the question of if he's killed innocent people, again implying what he was doing during that 20-year time skip without explicitly having him tell you, really highlighting his moral grayness. But it is also in this room where you can find your first smoke bomb, the last of the craftable tools to get introduced in this game, which you end up crafting through using explosives and sugar, putting it in conflict with crafting nail bombs, though realistically I do find smoke bombs here to be mostly useless. I mean, I feel like there's only a couple times where smoke bombs are actually that useful, with those situations being ones where you intend on running through an area, though the enemies are too far apart to be damaged by Molotovs or nail bombs. As in most other situations, those other throwables are way more effective. But afterwards, we do find our way back outside, where first we get another tone-setting moment here of us seeing a burnt pile of bodies with only skulls and bones remaining, clearly not infected, again, showing you how these hunters operate. Here we get a view of a bridge that we deem as our next destination, with that being our way out of the city. And again, this chapter comprises of this entire trek to that location. But here we see Ellie getting ahead of Joel to where Joel ends up telling her to slow down, again showing him being protective of her, but also showing him not fully trusting her still, which obviously plays into their arc across this chapter. But continuing to walk down the street, we do finally see Ellie learning how to whistle, which again is a follow-up on that throwaway line from earlier, though this is all pretty quick considering she literally made that comment the last day. But we do also find our first comic inside of a bus in this area, which all conveniently ends up being Salvage Starlight issues, and we also conveniently never encounter a duplicate, which again is kind of dumb but insignificant. As we reach a barricade at the end of the street, we do end up hearing a gunshot leading to Ellie and Joel hiding, and this ends up being an interesting encounter in the fact that this is an entirely skippable fight, where if you remain in cover the entire time, the group of hunters will just walk through and eventually leave. Though otherwise, if you do start a fight, it is one that you must fully complete before progressing, though it is a relatively simple one in that. Though following this interaction, if you do stay behind for a bit and not cross the barricade right away, it does end up being the first of 5 special optional interactions here that has Ellie taking out her joke book and telling a series of punny jokes. And while none of these jokes are particularly funny, it ends up being an endearing quirk of Ellie's here, though I've always found it strange the placement of these, where 4 of them end up occurring all in a row here at the very beginning of the Pittsburgh chapter, while the final one is in this Suburbs chapter, making it strange to me that none of these end up showing up in sections like the university, as it really would have made sense for them to happen there in the narrative, though it is a fun thing to look out for in this section of the game. But crossing the barricade leads to us reaching an old quarantine zone checkpoint, where we do get Ellie asking questions about them, where Joel talks about the military's corruption, would talk about how they were holding back food, and showing how desperate humanity got, would talk about them slaughtering innocents to limit the number of infected, being a nice aspect of world building, showing how dark the world got after the outbreak. But the game does continue through proceeding through some turnstiles that again, you're not able to interact with if you're still detected from the previous fight. But following this, we do get a really expansive combat encounter filled with enemies that are patrolling the quarantine zone, but also a nearby bookstore, but strangely, one that isn't entirely possible to just run through without any ramifications. Those also ends up being an interesting section to explore, where there are a number of collectibles throughout it. There is a shiv door also on the upper floor of the bookstore, and if you end up killing every enemy in this area, this ends up being the second Ellie joke location. And we also have her saying Savage Starlight's motto for the first time, in Endure and Survive, a line that conveniently resonates within the story of The Last of Us as well. And here she'll also mention her love of raiding, which Joel seemed genuinely interested in, which feels like a minor progression of their relationship. And really, if you do take this fight seriously, I do actually find this to be a pretty fun one to attempt to do stealthily. Again, still kind of funny in the fact that if you just know where you're going, you can just straight up run past all the enemies here and progress through the story while missing out on all of this. But past the bookstore, we do navigate through some alleyways where we get more world building for Pittsburgh here, and us finding out that this is a city where these hunters must have organized a rebellion against the military. But beyond that, we eventually reach Flooded Street, where we do see some hunters in the distance entering a hotel, which we might be heading to. But walking through this street, we do find some more loot. We also have another shiv door, and also another optional conversation with Joel informing Ellie about the old world. This time talk about the concept of supermodels and her being incensed at how they could choose not to eat for the sake of appearances. But also this ends up being the third of Ellie's joke locations. But to progress here, we end up having another monotonous puzzle section, as for some reason we can't climb up the side of the bus, which it's just kind of stupid, as you could see the handholds there, but either way, I guess Ellie would have struggled to get to it anyway. But this leads to us finding a pallet that we use to get her across, to where she then makes a bridge with a plank, which we definitely haven't seen that before. But as we interact with the pallet, we do end up seeing an armored vehicle passing by, and we do end up hearing gunshots, foreshadowing our later interactions with it, but also again just shows us how dangerous this area is. But once completing the puzzle, we do make our way through a coffee shop where Joel suspiciously talks about his love of coffee, which I will say I never fully understood why Joel's love of coffee ends up being brought up and handled in this really strange way, acting as if it's this weird obsession of his, as initially I was thinking that he's talking about coffee here as some sort of innuendo for something, but based on future lines, it seems like he was genuinely talking about coffee, which I just find strange, and that he talks about it in a cagey way. But following this, we do finally enter the hotel, being able to explore the lobby where Joel can find a coffee maker and in turn just fawn over coffee again, which is weird. But once again, we do get another puzzle section of finding a ladder to get to the next floor, which again is repetitive. And while you can progress the story at that point, there is also a ledge to the side where shimming over it will lead to you finding a note that has a combination to a lock for a safe that's behind a counter in the lobby. Also, this ends up being the fourth Ellie joke location, to where there isn't another one until the Suburbs area later on. But also this ends up containing some fun dialogue between Joel and Ellie, with Ellie pretending as if she's staying at the hotel, with Joel calling her one weird kid. But continuing on leads to another of the larger enemy encounters in the game, where we do come across the hunters that we saw from a distance earlier, with them now scrounging the hotel rooms. And I remember this being an enemy encounter I really struggled with in my initial playthrough, where you don't necessarily have to kill every enemy here, though you do need to be undetected by the time you reach the elevator that ends up ending the area. And with that elevator being 2 floors up and having only one staircase that leads up to it, it does lead to this section feeling like a maze if you don't know where you're going, which obviously you won't the first time you play it. Where you do have 2 floors here filled with rooms that look exactly the same, and also being filled with enemies that again make this just a pain to navigate through. And with this also just in general being a very difficult enemy encounter to boot, with the enemies here feeling never ending. And while again the stealth in this section can be fun to do at points, I do typically just end up making a minor mistake along the way that ends up leading to me getting detected anyway. Though reaching the elevator doors does have you needing to spend some time to pry them open, with this essentially acting as a test of your detection level, as if any enemy is on your trail by the time you get here, the game will conveniently spawn that enemy right behind you to where you are then forced to kill them before progressing, which can be frustrating when you think that you've finally killed all of them only to find out there's still one alive, and what makes it even more annoying is that they have the upper hand on you, being able to shoot at you before you get your bearings, which can lead to some frustrating deaths. And thankfully again, Remake did end up fixing this to a degree where you simply can't interact with the doors at all when you're detected in that version, taking away from the bait and switch nature of this interaction, but this leads to the two making their way into the elevator shaft where they end up dropping onto the top of one of the elevators, but when lifting Ellie up the doorway, the lift ends up falling, leading to Joel falling into the flooded basement, which he miraculously ends up not being injured by. But this does end up separating Joel and Ellie, really for the first time since Tess's death, and we now need to find our way back up to Ellie, leading to another gameplay section that I remembered hating the first time around, where we initially get this maze-like section to find our way back to the ground floor with a couple block paths along the way, and this does involve a lot of underwater exploration I simply never found fun to play. Where the way to progress is by swimming through an underwater staircase and also going underneath the gated area. But eventually we do come across some spores, obviously foreshadowing an infected encounter here, with there also being creepy noises being played as you explore, despite the fact that there are actually no infected being spawned in yet. Now you can find a decent amount of loot in this area, but the way that this area progresses is through opening a locked door on the upper floor, which to do so you need to do two things. You need to start a generator to power up the door, while also finding the key card to that door to unlock it. And interestingly, the enemies in this area don't end up spawning until you either first interact with the generator or grab the key card. By the way, this ends up being another enemy encounter I remember hating my first time around, being genuinely terrified that an infected would just come out of nowhere, but obviously knowing how this section works now does take away from some of that appeal. Where no matter what, when you go to start the generator, some stalkers end up showing up and attacking Joel. That is, unless you know that they are coming, to which nowadays I just plant a nail bomb behind me so that they end up blowing up when they spawn in, allowing you to use the generator unfettered. But I guess this is where I should talk about the new enemy type introduced here, in that being stalkers. One of only 2 times they appear in this game, and I've always hated stalkers in both a narrative and gameplay perspective. Or from a gameplay perspective, stalkers end up having similar traits to runners, but for some reason they're able to hide and sneak on their prey, usually being used to jump scare you, and again I hate how finicky they end up being in combat encounters where they can literally just show up out of nowhere. But also from a narrative perspective, it makes no sense that they even exist. I mean, I've always found the concept of stalkers and their place in the infected timeline to be very questionable, where supposedly stalkers are in the middle of being a runner and a clicker, where I find it strange that both runners and clickers are these mindless form of infected that just attack anything in sight, but for some reason in between those two states they end up getting a mind of their own where they're able to hide and play situations tactfully, which just makes no sense to me. So again, I just found their overall role here to be very questionable, but also this leads to this being a bit of a strange area that on anything other than the easiest difficulty, there'll also randomly be a bloater roaming around, being the first encounter of a bloater outside of that mini boss fight from earlier, but also making it very jarring to just have a bloater roaming around a normal encounter where so much gravitas was put into them earlier on. Though again, when playing on easy, that bloater just simply doesn't even show up here, which is an interesting change there. But following this, we do find a couple rooms where you can find some loot and upgrade weapons, but that is until we reach the next enemy encounter, which is in a restaurant kitchen, where we find a group of hunters killing a clicker. And again, this can be a standard enemy encounter, though one that again you are forced to kill everyone to progress, or you could just simply look up and despawn them all, which is funny, where if you don't know, there is a glitch in this section where if you crouch and look up as you enter the room, that's literally all you have to do, all the enemies in this area despawn, and the game acts as if you killed them all, which is just, again, funny. But following this, we do get the typical puzzle of using a ladder to climb to the next floor, though when doing so, a hunter ends up kicking Joel back down and attempts to drown him, which leads to a quick time event that is kind of funny, as you don't even need to do this one. As on the second one here, when Joel is trying to grab his gun, no matter what, Ellie will arrive to save Joel, and this really just ends up being the developers tricking you into thinking that you have to do something here, when in reality you don't. But either way, Ellie does come in to rescue Joel using his own pistol to save him here, giving us this great moment where Ellie actually ends up saving Joel, showing her ability to help him, fully showing that Joel should have trusted her with the weapon, as she can help him out and act as backup, and showing her defying of his rules to be what actually saves his life here. Though at the same time, we do see Ellie feeling sick from doing this, against once again characterizing her as someone not accustomed to this violence, and showed that she did something she was uncomfortable with here in order to save Joel, which you would think Joel would commend her for doing so, but instead he continuously shuts her down, being upset at her for not hanging back like he told her, once again seeming like a defense mechanism from him, of him continuously shutting her down because he doesn't want to become too emotionally connected to her, saying he's glad he didn't get his head blown off by a goddamn kid, which leads to this frustration from Ellie and the fact that he's not consoling Ellie here in this moment of her clearly being upset over having killed this guy to protect Joel. But Joel just brushes this off and continues going, leading to this awkward energy between the two in the following gameplay bit, where again there's another nice detail here in the body language from Ellie with her clearly being uncomfortable during these scenes. But following this, we climb to the next floor, essentially being where we would be if the elevator didn't drop. And here there is a side room to shimmy through where you can find some loot and collectibles, though otherwise we progress through the hotel until we find the ballroom, where along the way we have a short interaction between the two that has them both clearly being annoyed at each other. But once we get to the ballroom, we do have an optional conversation for the two, where it does initially start with it feeling similar to the last few optional conversations of Joel just explaining to Ellie basic concepts of the old world, only for it to then turn into Joel and Ellie talking about their issues, which still ends up being a really awkward conversation here, with neither of them seeming to know what to say to each other, where Ellie is clearly annoyed at the lack of trust that Joel is showing in her, obviously feeling like it's ridiculous that Joel is upset at her when she literally just saved his life through doing so. And Joel just reiterates that he just needs her to listen to him, which has Ellie essentially giving up in this conversation, with him continuously showing his lack of trust in her. Though at this point we do see the exit on the next floor, but to get to it, we do end up having to push a piano as a way to reach the balcony, which Joel gets upset at Ellie for not helping him while doing that. To which she answers if he can trust her with doing that, feeling like the moment where it clicks for Joel, with him not being able to push this piano by himself and now needing Ellie's help in order to do so. Feeling like the moment where he recognizes that he's been wrong, though I will say, even though I do love the subtlety of how this game presents its story, I do feel like this is probably leaning on too subtle. I do feel like this is a situation where Joel's eventual change of heart still does come off very abrupt, especially considering there's literally only a couple minutes in between these two radically different cutscenes on how Joel is treating Ellie, with not much seeming to happen in between the two. We're following this, we end up finally exiting the hotel, where we get one of the most integral cutscenes for the Joel and Ellie relationship, where here we do see the pair standing here on some scaffolding with a view of the financial district plaza, where we do see a group of hunters patrolling, and here we do have Joel telling Ellie that he's going to go down there and end up clearing a path for them, initially seeming like Joel is still not trusting Ellie in this situation, and we do have Ellie arguing back with him here, only for Joel to then hand her a rifle he finds nearby, teaching her how to use it and allowing her to cover his back, finally showing Joel putting his trust into Ellie after all this constant setup to this moment. Joel saying that if he gets in danger, that Ellie needs to make every shot count, seemingly putting his confidence into Ellie, though in reality, Ellie does very much come off a bit ill-prepared here, talking about she's only shot at rats before with BBs, and you can tell that she's anxious during this scene, though really that's what makes this even more impactful, the fact that Joel is putting his trust in her despite these things. With this scene also having Joel passing down his knowledge to Ellie, which this mentorship really ends up being a major role in Ellie's character when we eventually play as Ellie down the road, with this exact moment being directly referred to later in the game. Either way, this scene does end up concluding with Joel finally acknowledging Ellie for having saved him back there, using her own words in this situation. A nice moment between the two that really progresses their relationship, and really that goes for this entire scene, where yes, again, this all comes off as pretty abrupt. I do still feel like it's a very impactful scene despite that. But this is all followed by one of the largest enemy encounters in the entire game, certainly the largest forced enemy encounter as Joel here, and that being the financial district fight, where you are put in this massive plaza with 15 enemies to take on, with there being groups of enemies on both sides of the area, but also in the back, though those in the back actually don't spawn in until a certain amount are killed elsewhere, which actually does give you a great opportunity here if you know where they're coming from to just Molotov them all at once, which is really a prevailing strat for this area in using your throwables in these instances of enemies being clumped together, and also using your rifle ends up being pretty integral here as well. But despite that, this still ends up being a really difficult enemy encounter with enemies coming at you from all angles, though again, you do get help from Ellie at points with her shooting down enemies from a distance, which does show her helping out Joel here. Though finally, you can technically do this section stealthily, to which Ellie won't end up helping you, which makes it kind of dumb when the following cutscene plays out as if she did help you kill some enemies, which obviously makes that not make sense in that context. But this is a fight that really just feels like it goes on forever, where I always struggle finding the last few, and with their perpetuity, they just kind of shoot you out of nowhere. It can lead to some frustrating deaths here, though on the easier difficulties, there are plenty of checkpoints in this fight that kind of help out with that. But following this fight, we do get the payoff to the previous scene, with Joel now finally bestowing Ellie a pistol, showing his newfound trust in her, though this does also benefit us within the gameplay as well, with now Ellie being able to use that pistol in combat, being representation within the gameplay of their relationship growing. Another instance of the gameplay supplementing the story here. But afterwards, we do get to finally explore the plaza, during which we get a more standard optional conversation with Joel once again bringing up the brutality of the military, playing into how the military and the hunters aren't that different. A theme that the game lightly touches, though something that is made a lot more apparent in the show. Though here, there are plenty of resources to pick up in this area, but the way to progress through this section is through opening another garage door. Again, never realized how many garage doors Joel opens in this game until making this video, but here we do have Ellie using a cart as a stopper, allowing us to crawl through, but this brings us to a short puzzle section of having to figure out how to get to the high opening in the wall, which the true solution here is by grabbing the cart Ellie used and now using that to climb up, though there is a fun exploit here that by standing at the side of the ledge next to the opening, you can actually jump up there without using the cart, which looks ridiculous and clearly was intended, especially considering the fact that they end up fixing this for remake by blocking off that area. But following this, we did get a pretty lengthy in-game cutscene that once again showcases the danger that these hunters pose, and once again alluding to the later interaction with the military vehicle, where here we do see that vehicle chasing down a group of tourists and them being killed by these hunters, and the hunters finding nothing on them, which makes their deaths feel really pointless here, playing into the dark state that the city is in. But following this, we do go upstairs to find another pair of hunters, with this again being an encounter that's very easy to just run through without any true difficulty, though there are points where one of them might grab you, and that can be annoying, but realistically a pretty pointless encounter. But this is followed up by another of the bigger encounters in the game, with this one taking place across Liberty Avenue, where there are two separate groups of hunters in this one area. One that is watching guard from the second floor of a broken building overlooking the city, while past them is another group patrolling the intersection, which is where the ladder that we need to use to progress is. Now conceptually, this is a forced enemy encounter that needs the entire area to be cleared of enemies in order to interact with the ladder, and usually getting detected by one of these two groups leads to the other group going into that area as well, though an interesting quirk about this area is that if you're able to sneak your way past that first group and stealthily kill every enemy in the second group without detection, it actually ends up despawning the other group to where you can just continue unfettered at that point. Though that's something that I always struggle with actually doing in practice, where I end up messing up the bow shots, or really even more idiotically just run into the tripwires that are on your path there, which this section does contain a few of, which always end up jump scaring me whenever I forget about them. But after completing this encounter, we do have Ellie once again saying endure and survive, and we can proceed to explore the area where we can find another shiv door. But progressing, we do have a few optional conversations all in a row here. One of them once again showcasing Joel's dehumanization and him saying it's best not to dwell on thinking about the dead's families, while Ellie is incensed at how he cannot. Now after using the fire escape, we end up finding a military preparatory school, which actually leads to this kind of flip in the dynamics here, with Ellie being the one to give Joel insight instead of the standard opposite, with her saying she came from one of these back in Boston and that this is essentially a glorified orphanage, though this later transitions to talk about what happened to the kids that stayed there, which also ends up being a nice shift in the norms here, with Ellie thinking that they probably grew up to be the hunters that are trying to kill them, or just straight up are dead, having this more pessimistic outlook on the situation, while Joel ends up showing a more optimistic outlook here, saying that they might have gotten away, showing these two starting to rub off on each other. But also here we can find a Dawn of the Wolf poster, a movie that we saw a reference to back in Sarah's room in the prologue, and Joel talks about how he watched it the night before the outbreak, but slips up in mentioning that it was a dumb teen movie, leading to Ellie questioning who dragged him to see it, to which Joel ends up just avoiding the question here. Obviously still not being open enough to talk to her about Sarah at this point. Following this, we do end up continuing across the alleyway until we end up hearing the military truck nearby, giving us this section of having to find our way past the truck. Now, no matter how stealthily you try to do the first part of this section, you will still need to cross the street in order to progress, during which no matter what, you will get detected by the truck, and proceed to have to escape while the truck is shooting at you, though this is a pretty simple section to just run through, especially if you're taking the long way around, where you have to find your way into the back alley, where there's always going to be a guard there running towards you, though again, he's easy to take down when he's by himself and he only has a melee weapon, though from there you just make your way to the apartment building, which again, just straight up is just not that difficult. The only true difficulty from this section comes from the initial crossing of the street, where again, if you just cross the street right away in front of the truck, he'll easily shoot you down, though even then, if you throw a smoke bomb, can be effective there. So really again, this section's not that difficult, despite it seeming intimidating from the very offset, though this is then followed by us navigating through some apartment buildings and shimmying across a ledge, during which we see the truck still roaming around, but it is when we enter the following apartment that the story ends up progressing, with us seeing a guy grab Joel and attempting to kill him, only for him to notice Ellie and being surprised by the appearance of a kid, and in turn giving Joel the opportunity to overpower him, where Joel starts to punch him until Ellie stops him, with them now noticing another kid in the room pointing his gun at Joel, now making both groups realize that they are not hunters, with these two turning out to be Henry and Sam, a pair of brothers that end up being our companions through the rest of the summer chapters, while also acting as a parallel to Joel and Ellie, with Henry being this protector figure whose sole goal is to keep his brother safe, while Sam is this overly sheltered kid that isn't taken seriously by Henry, in a similar way to how Joel wasn't trusting of Ellie. And them in their own right end up being pretty likable figures here. Henry in particular, with him coming off as this younger, more lighthearted version of Joel. They both have this protective and self-interested nature to them. The difference in Henry here is the fact that he gives off this more optimistic persona that differentiates himself from Joel. In this game, he's portrayed by Brandon Scott, who, just like the rest of the cast, gives a really great performance here, really just having Henry ooze charisma, particularly in his scenes with Joel, and how he portrays this confidence in his plans, while also coming off as a really rational thinker. That's always made him a pretty likable character to me. But to counter that, we do have Sam here as well, his brother, who I've never liked as much, where Sam always felt more so like a vehicle for these parallels between the Henry and Sam relationship and the Joel and Ellie relationship, than him actually having much to do here. He just simply feels like he's just kind of there. That's not a discredit to his performance, being portrayed by Najee Jeter, who would later go on to play Miles Morales in Spider-Man PS4. But he's really a character that there really isn't that much depth there until his final scene, and through that kind of made him a bit tougher to connect to here, probably making him one of my least favorite characters in this game, though again, in a game filled with fantastic characters, that's not really saying that much. But I do think he's one of the few characters that was greatly improved through the HBO adaptation. But here he does come off extremely pessimistic, obviously being this counter to Henry and his false sense of optimism, with that dynamic instantly being shown here, with Sam mentioning that their original group is dead, only for Henry to then say we don't know that. But here we do have Henry confirming that Ellie is what made him realize that they weren't hunters, due to this generic trope of survival of the fittest mantra that typically gets associated to these antagonistic factions in post-apocalyptic stories. But Henry and Sam come from a group that was similarly ambushed, and despite Joel's reservations here, they do end up agreeing to work together, and I did really like this dynamic of seeing the two groups working together here to escape the city. And while it is largely a marriage of convenience at first, I did start to really like their growing dynamic. That is part of what makes the eventual outcome to it a lot more tragic. Now the following gameplay has us following Henry as he takes us to his hideout, which along the way we do get some rooms to loot and can listen to Sam and Ellie's conversations here where they instantly hit it off, and it's through these conversations that we learn more about Henry and Sam, learning that they had come from Hartford, an area where the military had abandoned its zone, but eventually we end up entering a toy store where we end up hiding from the military truck, which we hear outside, but once they pass, we do see Sam playing around with a toy robot, and Henry being upset at him for doing so, showing Henry's strictness and how he disciplines Sam here, with him enforcing a rule of his about how they only take things when they have to. So a nice touch here is that when we get back into gameplay, if you look at Ellie, she proceeds to hover around the toy, and if you look away and then look back at her quickly, you will see Ellie having picked up the toy. Something we see her give to Sam in their final scene together, and something you'll see in her backpack when you eventually play as her, so again, a nice little detail here, with also characterizing Ellie as this really caring person here. Also, exploring this toy store, you will notice a few Easter eggs to Naughty Dog history, though when leaving we do get our next enemy encounter, this one just involving a few soldiers right outside Henry's hideout, with this being a pretty baseline fight here with a few on the ground level and then 2 more soldiers heading towards you as you climb up. But either way, we eventually reach Henry's hideout, which he claims to be safe due to him being the only one with a key, which he got through killing another hunter. But also here we do hear this conversation between Sam and Ellie, with them talking about their ages, with Sam pretending to be 14 as well, which clearly feels like him having a bit of a crush on Ellie and trying to act cool around her, though after entering the main suite, we do get the group now being able to interact in peace, seeing Sam and Ellie bonding over eating blueberries, which is really random. Now of all foods, they end up finding a stash of blueberries, but here we do end up seeing Joel still being stiff around Henry, refusing the blueberries and questioning why they haven't left yet, seeming to recognize the fact that Henry's wanting to use them for some reason, leading to Henry revealing his escape plan, in that right underneath their hideout lies a hunter checkpoint that they will have to get through in order to reach the bridge. And the plan is to strike during nighttime when there is less crew, a plan that we see Henry being extremely confident in, with him in this scene really coming off as like a salesman that's trying to sell Joel on this idea, with him recruiting Joel for this mission, this being the real reason why he's excited to have Joel around, along with the additional bonus now of Ellie and Sam getting along, and Sam being happy for the first time in a while, during which we also get a comment to Ellie not seeming fazed by the dark world they're living in, with her immunity giving her a different outlook on the outbreak, though as we learn later, one that just has different downsides. But the two groups' plans align even more, with Henry and Sam also being on the search for the Fireflies, with him wanting to join up, leading to Joel calling him out for dragging Sam across the country to find them, which is funnily exactly what Joel is doing. But Joel's questioning of his motives does lead to a bit of hostility between the two here, feeling like a shift in tone for Henry, kind of being this reveal that part of his optimism is really just a front for Sam, where he himself still knows the grim nature of what they're going through, but tries to present this positivity in front of Sam in order to allow him to keep hope alive, though really that seems to be pretty ineffective. But here we also have Henry talking about their next destination being an abandoned military radio station right outside of town, which is the goal that we end up having until the end of the Suburbs chapter. But with that, Joel goes to sleep, being awoken by Ellie telling him it's time to go, where we start with a short sequence of going downstairs, with Henry admitting to having tried this before and failing at it, though now with Joel and Ellie's help, they should be able to succeed here, revealing Henry's more selfish motivations for wanting Joel and Ellie along, bringing us to the next big encounter, where we have to kill everyone at this checkpoint in order to continue, with this again being a pretty difficult encounter your first time around. Now it does start off pretty simply, with Henry and Joel being able to stealth take down 2 guards together, though following this we do go outside to find the hunters having a spotlight. That being caught by the light will lead to you being detected, and really this is an encounter that can be approached in a number of ways. You can attempt to do it stealthily, though that's never worked out that effectively for me. Though there's a cool little detail here in the fact that you're able to turn off the searchlight by shutting down a nearby generator, which will cause the hunters to separate, which I'll be honest, I rarely ever do, as while it does add more variety to the ways you can approach this section, again, this section just is kind of a pain to do stealthy. Though similarly to the financial fight, there are a good chunk of enemies here to where they typically come at you from all different angles. There are a couple tricks that you can play around with here that are pretty effective in this fight, particularly for those at the top of the checkpoint, where you can use a Molotov at a really effective time in order to kill a decent amount of them at once, or you can even just shoot them down as they drop down. But when it comes to enemies already on the ground level, I mean, really, those are just a pain no matter how you approach this section. But after killing them, we do go through the gate just as we see the military truck arriving, leading to this escape sequence where we do see a hunter start to approach us at the top of the truck that we need to climb over. And while you can be the one to take him down here, if you don't, Henry will take him down for you. So again, you might as well save the bullet. But here we do get Joel being the one to boost everyone up the truck. However, conveniently, the ladder ends up breaking before he himself can get up, and with the truck now breaking through the gate, we do end up seeing Henry struggle with this decision on what to do, with him deciding to leave Joel behind. Instantly feeling like a dick move here, and I mean, it is. The one that does perfectly fit in with Henry's character, where again, he is supposed to mirror Joel in his dedication and doing whatever it takes to save those that he loves. And to Henry, this was a move to guarantee Sam's safety. But also this ends up providing us with a moment that really just solidifies the Joel and Ellie relationship, feeling like the culmination of all the progress that they've made throughout this chapter, with Ellie deciding to not leave Joel behind and putting herself back in danger in order to help. Talking about sticking together, really like the moment where Ellie is fully sold on this relationship, while Joel, as we find out, is not 100% there yet. Following this, we do have Joel lifting another garage door in order to escape through a bar that ends up being a recreation of the bar from the opening scene of Uncharted 3, which is a cool Easter egg there. This ends up leading to a smaller enemy encounter, one that is entirely possible to just kill everybody with a rightly placed Molotov, though I typically mess it up anyway and have to take down an enemy on my own. But either way, following this, we get a pretty pointless puzzle of having to move a cart out of the way and slipping under a chain lock door, where conveniently, immediately after doing so, the truck ends up ramming through a nearby gate, leading to this massive escape sequence with us having to run away along the bridge as the truck chases us and continuously shoots at us, very much feeling like an Uncharted-like set piece here. Though at the end of the bridge, we do find out that the bridge has been broken all along, kind of being a weird revelation considering the fact that we've literally been trying to get here for the last 3 hours. But here we do see Joel considering fighting back, which would buy time for Ellie to escape, but instead she wants to jump, which Joel deems too dangerous considering the fact that she can't swim. But here we see Ellie forcing his hand anyway by jumping in by herself, forcing Joel to jump in after her. While he is able to grab her and save her there, he does proceed to get rammed into a piece of debris, knocking him out and in turn ending the Pittsburgh chapter. And with that taking us to the Suburbs chapter, which strangely doesn't entirely take place in the suburbs and really spend more time in the sewers than anything here, though those do end up being the two subchapters within this. Though again, the goal throughout all this still remains to reach the radio station, and really the grander goal of finding Tommy still remains to be the goal through this chapter as well. Again, making this feel like it doesn't really progress the grander plot, though it really ends up being the final chapter to not do so, and even despite that, does provide some pretty great moments. Particularly due to the increased amount of downtime here, that allows us to see a lot more character moments from the likes of Ellie, Sam, and Henry that further bond these characters, making them feel like a team, which makes it so much more tragic when it all falls apart at the end of the chapter. But the section starts with Joel awakening on the beach, with him and Ellie having been saved by Sam and Henry, with Henry acting as if nothing's happened between the two, talking as if he's happy Joel is still alive, only for Joel to then knock him down and point his gun at him, threatening to kill him due to him leaving him for dead, leading to Henry talking him down, explaining his rationale, with Henry once again going into his salesman persona here, but again making a lot of logical points, making this parallel between how far each of them would go to save their loved ones, and says that Joel would have done the same thing, being effective in getting Joel to stand down here, seeming controlled during this situation, knowing that he's going to resonate with Joel, knowing that they have similar roles here in being this protector figure. And this is also booned by the fact that Henry and Sam both went out of their way here to save both him and Ellie, where they could have just left them to die. So through that ends up repairing this group's relationship, with them agreeing to work together once again, with them still having the goal of reaching the aforementioned radio tower, initially going off in different ways to find a way through the cliffside, with us going alongside Ellie to scout the beach, where we don't end up finding much, only finding a boat that has some collectibles in it. The collectible here starting the story of Ish, which we'll talk about later, but following this path leads to a dead end, though really all this is just an excuse to get some one-on-one talk between Joel and Ellie, with them agreeing that Henry and Sam are good to have around, and with us being able to overhear Henry and Sam having a similar conversation, the situation seems to have actually made the connection between these two groups even stronger. But the section progresses here through heading back to where Henry and Sam are, where they end up finding a way through, which ends up being a large sewer grate. that's on the side of the cliff, which ends up leading to us having to navigate through the sewers to reach the tower. Something I really hated the first time around, where just like what I thought of the hotel basement, I've always hated having to navigate through these dark enemy-infested areas. And while again on replays, I obviously know more so what to expect, I never found this section particularly fun to play. But it does start here, strangely, with another section of the two groups being separated to check on two sides of a split path, which strangely works out exactly the same as the previous one, where our path ends up leading to a dead end, the one where through finding a loose vent cap, you can get Ellie to go through a door to open up a room where you can find some loot. Though again, the story progresses through catching back up with Henry and Sam, who once again find the way to progress, leading to a flooded room, which leads to our next puzzle section, where we need to reach the other side of the room, though we can't reach the elevated platform there, though we do find a platform on a track that will get us to the other side, though the generator for it is also on the other side of the room, so here we have to find a way to power it on. With the way they progress here being the fact that you notice a gate on the side, which you first have to unblock before having Henry open it, which allows you to find this side area, where here we conveniently find a pallet, which we obviously use to get Ellie to the other side, where she powers up the generator, really showing the teamwork between these two, with Henry saying how impressed he is. Though while in this side room, there are a few collectibles to grab, and also a room containing some clickers, though beyond them is some loot, but again, going back to the other room, the platform will transport Henry and Sam, and if you make it up in time, you can actually ride alongside them, though if you don't, or jump in the water once again, Henry will be the one to help you up. So following this, we do end up noticing some child drawings on the doors, which obviously implies that people used to live here within the sewers. And we continue to see clues to humanity while going through it, though obviously it turns out that the area still ended up being overrun by infected, and in turn the area is now abandoned, and we proceed to see infected as we move forward. Though when opening the following door, we do see them setting off a trap, essentially acting as an alarm for the former survivors. Now following this, we do see Ellie and Sam finding a soccer ball and playing with it, being this short moment of levity between the two, but also this ends up being the first opportunity to pick up the shorty, the first new weapon in a bit here, since all the way back in Billstown, with this essentially just acting as a shotgun version of the shotgun, being a pretty effective weapon, the one that doesn't really have that many opportunities to use it within the OG game here, with the game not seeming to give you shorty ammo that often beyond this section, and obviously there's just less time with it in the game to where there's less time to upgrade it, though it does end up being a pretty useful weapon in the following combat encounters. Where a really weird quirk about this entire sewer section of the game here is how the game only ever provides you with shotgun ammo while here, meaning that if you run out of shotgun or rifle ammo, you don't get another opportunity to replenish that ammo until after this section concludes. Though progressing to the next room finally gets us to our first combat encounter in this section, where you instantly have a runner dashing towards you, which ends up being the perfect opportunity to use your shorty, though this is followed by another group of infected, including a clicker nearby, going down some stairs, which can lead to some funny results, with this game's combat while on stairs being completely broken for some reason. But following this, there is more loot, and through reading the notes you find along the way, you can find out what happened to this group, learning the story of Ish, the man that washed ashore on that boat, and proceeded to start this society, inviting people from the suburbs into the sewers. It seemed to be this thriving community for a while, only for a simple mistake to cause a horde of infected to flood in, setting a grimmer tone to what happened to society, where we find evidence of the children having been executed to stop them from turning into runners, though we do hear of Ish having led those that escaped out of the sewers into the suburbs that we eventually go to. A pretty detailed backstory here that again you entirely learn through letters that really helps the world building of the series, with this probably being the most notable side story in the game. Though following this, we do interact with another trap door, this one actually causing a gate to crash down when doing so, separating Henry and Ellie from Joel and Sam. And immediately afterwards, we do see clickers catching up to Henry and Ellie to where they have to make their escape, which I do question, like, where did they go, as it doesn't seem like there were any other exits when we were there. But this obviously leaves the next combat encounter here with Sam as our companion, being this partner switch here that really doesn't do that much narratively, where immediately after this encounter here, we end up regrouping anyway, though I do think it boosts the overall level of trust that this group has with each other, though I do wish they could have done more with Sam's character during this section. And this section in itself ends up being one of the more annoying combat encounters to me, even to this day, where this ends up being the second and last appearance of stalkers in this game, with this being a room filled with them. And with there also being a couple clickers to boot, this just ends up being a very finicky section that I just don't like playing. Now, this entire section can be ran through, though, and considering the appearance of stalkers, there are obviously points where they'll just jump scare you along the way, making it pretty hit or miss on whether or not that strategy will work. Though killing every enemy here does allow you to explore this area, with this seeming to be the main area of this compound, where you find it seemingly having been this idealistic refuge for this group, having places to sleep and eat, having classrooms and a nursery, having rooms with personal touches, making this even more somber that society seeming to be this well put together still ended up crumbling. But here you progress as you would expect through finding a ladder that you can lift Sam up to where we can then climb our way up, and immediately following this we do conveniently find Henry and Ellie still running away from clickers, leading to the final escape sequence from the sewers, where the first room we enter ends up being one with a blocked door that here you're forced to help out Henry in trying to unblock the door even though you won't be able to, which is strange as if you don't do this, the infected will end up breaking in and end up biting Ellie, giving you a game over. Though by interacting with Henry here, Sam ends up crawling through a vent on his own, with Henry instantly freaking out, continuing to show Henry's lack of trust in Sam that plays into his state of mind during his final scene. But here we have Sam successfully unblocking the gate, allowing us to continue until we reach the door to the exit, where we instantly boost Ellie and Sam out through a window. However, they conveniently struggle with opening the door, leading to the final combat encounter here, one that ends up being an endless wave of infected heading towards you and you having to hold them off for a bit, where the game does give you a bevy of supplies here, including a number of fully crafted throwables, with them coming to pretty great use here, with most enemies spawning from the same location, meaning that it's pretty easy to take out multiple at once. So again, this is a pretty simple fight here, where you simply need to hold them off long enough for the doors to open and immediately escape, though there is a bit of an interesting quirk here in this section where it won't end if Henry is being grabbed, essentially meaning that you also have to protect Henry during this section as well. But escaping here does lead to a moment of levity with the group noticing graffiti on the outside warning them of the infected, to which Ellie jokes about. But now we can see the radio tower in the distance and just have to cross this aptly named Suburbs, the second half of the Suburbs chapter. Though navigating through the suburbs here ends up being a pretty notable section of downtime to me, where while the entirety of this section can be skipped, you can simply just walk down the hill and continue on with the story. The more fun way to approach this section is literally by going house to house, where along the way you find a bevy of loot and also these optional conversations that can be had with Henry and Sam that allow this group to further bond and really end up making Henry and Sam feel like these nice companions for Joel and Ellie to have here, obviously adding to the more tragic nature of the upcoming scenes, making it so that if you rush through this section you're really missing out on so many great character moments here. And we get a nice interaction between Joel and Ellie, where Ellie talks about how proud he would have been if he saw her take out a couple infected the way she did when she was with Henry. We also get Ellie joking around with Sam about how all she does is boss Joel around, showing this level of comfortability between the two, with Ellie being okay with now joking around about him. We also get this typical conversation of Joel informing Ellie about the old world, though now with Henry and Sam adding to the conversations as well, with Joel and Henry reminiscing about the early days of the outbreak and how everyone got paranoid and barricaded themselves in their homes only for looting to become prominent afterwards, adding to the world building there, but also adding another perspective to it here with Henry's involvement. We also have Henry fondly reminiscing about barbecues his family would throw before the outbreak, which I will say also does bring up a minor convenience here in the fact that Henry's parents had both stayed alive for years after the outbreak and ended up having another kid literally well over a decade later, only to have now died in the time between then. It does feel kind of convenient, but either way, the group here also ends up stumbling across an ice cream truck, which leads to Ellie being amazed at the concept of it, and also we see her being excited to see a pack of dogs at the end of the road, Also, if you're in one of the houses for long enough, you'll end up seeing the kids playing darts, to which they'll have this fun banter that all really just exudes Ellie's innocent nature and her sense of amazement that ends up being this really lighthearted aspect of her character. And this is followed up by Henry saying that there'll be one day where kids can be kids again, which really plays into obviously the stakes of Ellie's storyline of her being the possible cure for humanity, with the relationship between Ellie and Sam during this portion of the game being used to really heighten those stakes. Also, here we can also interact with the darts, though doing so will show Joel completely miss his shot, ironically showing the kids being better at him at darts. Though here we can also find a training manual in a bit of a unique way where it'll have us lifting Ellie into the attic where she'll find it while up there. This also ends up being the final safe location in the game, but also this ends up being the final Ellie joke location, which again, strange that it happens so far away from the previous joke locations. It ends up occurring after seeing a Firefly symbol at the end of the street, where Joel finally reveals the plan to find Tommy to Henry and Sam, to which they agree to go along with it. Again, making this feel like a group that's going to stick together for the long haul, though it's obviously for not. But if you wait around for a while after this conversation, Ellie will eventually bring out her joke book, which ends up leading to a fun back and forth between Ellie and Sam, with this section ending with Sam telling a joke of his own, being a nice way to end these joke conversations. And despite the strangeness of all the placements of these joke locations, I guess you can say that they do end here because of the fact that Ellie could be reminded of Sam whenever she uses the book moving forward, which, if intentional, I do think that is a level of subtlety here that is to be liked, though I'm a bit unsure if it fully was. But either way, this section continues with us dropping down towards the cul-de-sac, where as we do, a sniper opens fire at us, leading to the following section of Joel now going on his own in order to reach that sniper and take him down. Though along the way, we do come across more hunters who block the path, with this being the same group of hunters from Pittsburgh conveniently, and the sniper ends up being annoyingly precise during this section, where I seemingly get shot at least once almost every time I play this section. Now, the most straightforward path here is obviously just running down the street, to which there is cover along the way, though I do seem to get shot from this approach despite that. Though taking this approach will lead to a number of enemies attacking you from the front of the house as well, though it ends up being a perfect time to use a Molotov as they're all clumped together. But the safer route to the house is by going around the other houses on the side, though even there are hunters blocking the path, though through running through some of the burnt down buildings and jumping over the fence, you can easily make your way through the back and get to the sniper that once you get to the top floor, the sniper will then try to sneak up on you, though Joel easily overpowers him anyway. And now we get a pretty notable set piece, but one that I've always hated and still hate now, in that being the sniper section, which I just find really annoying to play, where here we do have to protect Henry, Sam, and Ellie from the upcoming hunters, which ends up being a largely tedious section that really goes on for a bit too long, where you get 3 phases to this fight, the first of which involving these standard hunters that slowly near the group, and if they do end up catching up to him, it's game over, which can be annoying considering the fact that the checkpoints are pretty sparse here, and also mixing that with the fact that missing shots here are extremely frustrating due to the fact of how long it takes for you to reload, making it more likely for you to fail here. It just ends up not being fun. But following that, we obviously get a second wave, though along with that wave comes a military truck that ends up throwing Molotovs at the others, and the way to stop it here is by shooting the guy as he's about to throw them, making them drop the Molotov into the truck, causing it to crash and ending the human threat. But conveniently, just as the human threat is done, we then get the infected coming into the picture. First with a smaller group here attacking Henry, Sam, and Ellie, with Ellie holding her own and taking down the one that attacked her, while Sam and Henry aren't so lucky, leading to us having to save one of them while Ellie goes and saves the other. And while everything seems okay right away, this does obviously turn out to be the moment where Sam gets bit, and I will say, I do feel like this is a scene that I think I personally would have preferred if Joel did have to save Ellie in this situation, where one that obviously plays into his protector role, but also adds more weight to the fact that this is the point where Sam got bit, making it so that Sam's bite could have been avoided, but Joel obviously prioritized Ellie over the likes of Henry and Sam, while also making Henry's failure in protecting Sam feel a lot more impactful as well, in the fact that he couldn't do what Joel just did. So again, I do feel like this is kind of a missed opportunity here, but for now the group does end up escaping, while Joel remains to face off against a third wave of enemies, this one entirely comprising of infected, though this ends up being an unwinnable winnable fight here. One that you don't actually have to take any of these down, something they do end up changing for a remake, but here you can literally just sit there and never shoot anything, and the scene will progress despite that, with Joel retreating and escaping alongside the rest of the group, with them finally reaching the radio tower. And here we do get one of the most memorable scenes in the game, also one of the longest cutscenes in the game, where we started off with this really nice bit of downtime with Joel and Henry bonding over Joel talking about him and Tommy driving cross country on Harleys, and Henry really wanting to know how it feels to drive them, to which this ends up being really the only time in the entire game where Joel is a bit more open with a character that isn't one of Ellie, Tess, or Tommy, the only stranger he meets along the way that he feels comfortable with, which really emphasizes how much of a team this seemed to be, which makes it so disappointing that it's all about to end, as this is also pretty much the last time we see Henry's more lighthearted nature here. And we even see Henry's facade fade away as Ellie walks off and Henry and Joel talk alone, where he recognizes the fact that his group isn't going to show up. With Henry saying that the hardest part of this is the fact that he's going to have to tell Sam, which again really sees Henry and Joel resonating with each other over their protector roles here. But here we end up seeing Ellie going off to check up on Sam, who has suspiciously been missing in that previous scene, where Ellie and Sam have their final conversation, where we see something is clearly wrong with Sam here, with him sitting on his own, taking stock of the food they got for the day. And instantly we see Sam being suspicious of Ellie, thinking that Henry must have sent her to make sure he wasn't messing something up, showing his frustrations at how Henry babies him, really playing into Sam's dark state of mind and highlighting how different he is from Ellie. And in essence, the story of Sam here is sort of parallel to what would have happened with Joel and Ellie had Joel not put his trust into Ellie. Here we do have Ellie trying to console him, all this still showing her caring nature and her genuinely wanting to cheer Sam up here. But following this, we do get Sam asking her about how she's never scared, clearly admiring but also being jealous of the tenacity that she exudes, though Ellie responds with saying that, "Who says I'm not?" To which she gets asked what she is scared of. Initially we see her pacing around, making a joke answer in scorpions, but eventually she lets down the facade and reveals to him that she's scared of being by herself, of being alone. And this ends up being a major aspect of her character moving forward, being a major motivation for a character moving forward, particularly around her decisions around Joel, and once again emphasizes how much she wants this protector figure, showing that those are the most of her worries, being someone that can't get infected. All of this playing into the tragedy of her story in part 2, but this leads to Sam giving his response, stating that he is most scared of the infected, talking about the worry about being infected and this concept of you being trapped inside your body with no control, being scared that this is going to happen to him, which with the context that he's already been, makes the scene even more tragic in him essentially describing what is going to happen to him, and that being his greatest fear, a fear that Ellie doesn't have to deal with him ironically talking to the only person who doesn't deal with this sort of fear. Though I do think it is this aspect of her not being able to be infected that does lead to Ellie feeling even more guilt over this situation moving forward. But here we have Ellie trying to cheer him up, but not doing an effective job here, telling him that we're going to be a team now, which unbeknownst to her is obviously not going to happen. Also telling him that the people that were infected are not there anymore, with this very direct approach not being very effective on Sam here. But here we do have Sam then talking about the concept of heaven, which Henry seems to believe in, but Sam doesn't, and he ends up asking Ellie her thoughts on it, to which she also voices her doubts, all being this very tragic final conversation with Sam, who's clearly struggling to deal with the fact that he's on death's door here, with him clearly wanting reassurance in this moment, but Ellie is simply not able to provide that, playing into how sad of an outcome this is for Sam, with him ending up dying in this really scared state of mind. But also ends up being a pretty riveting conversation. I really love this exploration of philosophy and religion, especially coming from these kid characters here, something you rarely ever see. But the scene then ends with Ellie revealing that she had taken the robot toy from Pittsburgh and ends up giving it to Sam, to which after Ellie leaves, he ends up throwing it to the ground and proceeds to look at his leg, where we do see that he has been bitten, confirming that everything is going to go wrong here, being a somber way for Sam to go here, this being his final scene alive. But this obviously makes the rest of the scene extremely tense as we cut to the next morning, where Henry is making breakfast and Ellie is tasked with waking Sam up. However, when doing so, she obviously finds him turning to where Sam tackles her and Joel proceeds to reach for his gun, only for Henry to shoot at him to stop him from shooting Sam. But then we see Joel saying screw it, recognizing that he needs to go and save Ellie. Though again, Joel probably didn't need to say that out loud, but this causes Henry to then turn to Sam and end up shooting Sam himself, sorrowfully having to put down his own brother. Obviously, as to him, he's the only one that should be in this position to do so, not wanting Joel to be the one that decides Sam's fate here. And instantly we see Henry in grief, him saying to himself, Henry, what have you done? Clearly not being able to comprehend what he has been forced to do. This leads to Joel trying to get the gun away from him, leading to this really tense interaction where Henry points the gun at Joel, saying that this is all your fault. Initially making you think that he's saying this to Joel and would potentially shoot at Joel in this situation. But in reality, he's talking about himself, and this is where he points the gun to his head and shoots, cutting us to black, ending this chapter and also ending the entire summer section of the game, which I will say I do like the use of prolonged black screens after very emotional moments, usually season changes, that really allows for the player to ponder on what they just witnessed, feeling like it adds to the emotional weight of those previous scenes. This being an emotional moment to end off on, being a really sorrow one, where the characters of Henry and Sam are obviously meant to grow on you over time, with you feeling like they're part of Joel and Ellie's group at this point. But in typical Last of Us fashion, they end up taking that away from us in this instance, adding to the more emotional nature and the grim tone of the story. But once again showing Henry as this Joel parallel, where this scene essentially shows how broken this protector figure is after his loved one's death, and essentially shows Henry as this version of Joel that didn't end up trusting Ellie, where again Ellie is instantly able to fight back against the infected that attack her, while Sam is not, leading to his eventual bite. But even beyond that, Henry and Sam's death also have a major influence on the story moving forward, and that we see that Joel becomes distant to Ellie once again after this, largely due to him seeing Henry have to put down Sam, seeing someone's loss of their loved one, which makes Joel scared that this is going to happen to him. Once again closing him off to the point where we see him in the Tommy's Dam chapter, really influencing the decisions he makes there. But also, this ends up being a thematic representation for the entire story, showing that in this protector role, if you lose the one that you protect, it's essentially death, with Henry literally taking his own life in this situation. And as we've seen with Joel, Sarah's death has left him stuck in a state of grief over the last 20 years. And all this ends up adding more reason to Joel's decision at the end of the game. And really all this just ends up being a really somber way to end Henry's character, one that was so charismatic and so likable across his run here. To see that beacon of positivity end up dying in this way really plays into the overall tone of The Last of Us, with this just outright being a shocking death here. One that I was just so sad to witness the first time I played this game. I was hoping that these would be characters that would make the long haul. Though obviously when looking back on it with the type of story that The Last of Us is, it should have been extremely clear that this pair wasn't going to make it too much further. But again, this ends up being the end of the summer portion of the game, which again takes up about 60-ish% of the game. But something I never really pieced together until my most recent replay is the fact that the entirety of the summer portions of this game end up taking place over the course of just a few days. Where from the start of the quarantine zone section of the game, we only end up seeing days pass at the Outskirts chapter, the drive to Pittsburgh, which I would assume is also just one day, and also the escape from Pittsburgh. Meaning that all these events likely happen over the course of just 3 to 4 days, which is kind of insane when you think about the fact that Joel and Ellie have only known each other at this point for that short period of time. Though with that, the next words we end up seeing on the screen are fall, being the first season change in the game, and really seasons from this point forward do end up speeding on by, at most comprising of only 2 chapters, and really just in general, chapters as well also end up being shorter from this point forward. So this does start to quicken up the pace of the game, with the rest of the chapters being way more plot heavy than the last few, which again, all of the last few chapters comprised of Ellie and Joel still trying to get to Tommy's. And what do you know, here the story progresses with the chapter called Tommy's Dam, finally having Joel and Ellie getting to meet up with Tommy. And this chapter probably ends up being the most integral chapter to the Joel and Ellie relationship, being the point where Joel finally has to face his past. And through that, we see this conflict between Joel and Ellie that gets resolved by the end of the chapter, that ends up allowing them to start to form their unbreakable bond that solidifies moving forward. And despite a couple shortcomings, it does have some of my favorite moments in the entire game that makes this one of my favorite chapters in the entire game. But the chapter starts with Joel and Ellie walking walking along a mountain trail in Jackson, Wyoming, the last known location of Tommy, obviously months after the deaths of Henry and Sam, and in turn, meaning that we've missed months of Joel and Ellie's traveling on their own, which I believe was an intentional decision for it to only be implied about how these events would affect these relationships, though despite this being months after the events of the previous chapter, the Joel and Ellie relationship has largely stayed stagnant, with them clearly having a bond and having built trust with each other, though Joel does still remain to be emotionally closed off to her. Though, as I mentioned before, I do think it is clear here that Henry and Sam's death obviously had a massive impact on Joel's psyche, where he did purposely remain more guarded from Ellie after seeing the pain that those two went through, essentially reminding him of the pain that he felt when Sarah died. But beyond this, we do see the characters having a change of clothes, which happens with every season change. But the gameplay of this early bit here really just comprises of Joel and Ellie making their way along the trail until they are stopped by the upcoming dam. Though along the way, we do have a great conversation between the two, one that for some reason I've always remembered pretty well, where Joel finally tells her about his strained relationship with Tommy, with him clearly being anxious over meeting back up with him revealing that they had a disagreement the last time that they saw each other, saying that Tommy saw the world one way and I saw it another, clearly outlining their differing worldviews that obviously led to Tommy joining the Fireflies, saying that Marlene promised him hope, though eventually he got disillusioned with them too. All being this great characterization of Tommy, showing him as the antithesis to Joel, with him seeming to fight for what he believes in and not being okay with doing the things that Joel deemed as necessary to survive. And we also hear from Joel here that Tommy's last words to him were that I don't ever want to see your goddamn face again, which does make me question that if they are on such bad terms here, how does Joel know where Tommy went, especially with it being this like random location in Jackson, Wyoming? And isn't it also convenient that Tommy didn't leave in the time since then as well, where what would have happened if Tommy had already moved on from here? So again, just a minor plot convenience there, though nothing that detrimental. But here we do see Joel being uncertain if Tommy will agree to help them, but Ellie remains optimistic, saying that with or without his help, they'll get there. Which we do see Joel instantly brushing that off, clearly already having a lot on his mind at this point. But following this, we do get to approach the dam, which has Ellie questioning him about it, with Joel saying it's a hypoelectric power plant, which I've literally never heard anyone say those words out loud in my entire life. And here we also have Joel explaining how the river's movement turns into electricity, and I do find this to be like a really strange line from Joel. Like, I get that it's him trying to act as if he knows what he's talking about, when in reality he doesn't, but it just seems weird to have Joel explain this like very scientific thing, even though he later admits to not knowing how it does it. But getting to the dam does have us finding a shiv door, and also leads us to the next puzzle section, where we do see a crank that turning it creates half of a bridge, though we need to get to the other side in order to turn the crank on that side in order to create a bridge to cross. But this is another of these ridiculous situations where very clearly, like, Joel could have easily climbed up to this second platform if this was a real life situation, though again, it's a video game and particularly it's The Last of Us, meaning that instead we have to go find a pallet for us to transport Ellie on, which we end up finding nothing on the surface level, and through that, this leads to us having to dive underwater, where we conveniently find a pallet stuck to the roof of an underwater building, which seems kind of ridiculous, but this does allow us to bring Ellie to the other side to where she finishes the bridge and Joel ends up crossing. Though here we are strangely presented with a bit of a choice, where Ellie raises her hand for a high five, where accepting leads to her being excited as expected, though you can also just not, to which she will be annoyed. Again, a minor choice here that has literally no effect on the actual story, and to me, I actually think it's funnier and also just straight up more appropriate for the relationship at this point to not high-five her. As again, Joel is literally planning on abandoning her immediately after this at this point, being something he clearly had planned since at least the Henry death. For him to high-five her at this point feels just a bit awkward, though it technically works narratively either way. But moving forward, there are two paths that we could potentially continue on with. The boring one is just going up alongside the dam, to which nothing really occurs. But the other path, going to the left, is where we do find a small grave with a teddy bear on it, leading to an optional conversation here, with Ellie talking about forgetting to leave the toy robot on Sam's grave, obviously implying that they end up burying both Henry and Sam. And here we also have Ellie wanting to talk about it, but Joel turning her down, talking about having to move on. Again, still showing Joel being emotionally distant here, with him acting similarly to how he acted after Tess's death. But moving along, we get a radical shift in tone when the next conversation has Ellie complaining about how hungry she is, during which she does refer to her hunting abilities, which we'll later get to see for ourselves. But we do end up reaching another dead end where there is a shack that you can loot that has some collectibles, but the way to progress is by trying to cross through the power plant, leading to Joel attempting to open the doors, only to be stopped by a group of survivors with guns pointed at us, with the women in the group clearly coming off as the leader here, and she starts interrogating him. That is until we hear a voice saying that they're alright, and I know him, leading to the gate opening with Tommy saying that he's my goddamn brother, leading to a hug between the two, being the first time these two have seen each other in years at this point, seeming like Tommy has put the hostility between the two behind him. And we do get Tommy joking around about how he's gotten old, being this nice introduction to Tommy in the story, obviously being his first appearance into Prologue, though he's obviously still portrayed here by Jeffrey Pierce, who does a very strong job here as Tommy. Now, realistically, he's not really a performance that stands out too much amongst this really elite cast here, but he does do a very good job here playing this younger brother role for Joel, which is kind of ironic considering the fact that he is actually older than Troy Baker, though the chemistry between the two performances here is really strong, which really excels this chapter. But following this, we also get introduced to the woman we talked to earlier, that being Maria, who turns out to be Tommy's wife, the leader of the group, a character that really doesn't play that major a role in the story, being one of the more irrelevant characters that ended up being named here, and also being one of the few characters that I think ends up being massively improved through the show, where the show really emphasizes this parallel between Maria and Joel, something that I do think would have been very effective if it was utilized here. Now, again, there are glimpses of that, specifically from the fact that you can tell that Tommy's life is better off being with Maria than it was when he was with Joel, though the game never really tackles any of those themes in the way the show does, and making Maria's role in the show one of the few things I think was handled better than in the game. I do think Ashley Scott does a fine enough performance as Maria. Now, again, at the end of the day, it feels like a pretty baseline performance. It feels like one that you would expect in any given game. One that, again, doesn't really stand out too much in the grand scheme of The Last of Us, but fulfills her role well enough here. And Maria comes off pleasant enough here after learning Joel's identity, and does end up attempting to be this motherly figure to Ellie, though we don't really see much of their interactions, which they obviously end up expanding upon in the show, even though even there the relationship is very different. But here we have them letting us into the compound, and we end up spending a good chunk of time here just following Tommy around. But here we do learn that they have been under attack from a group of bandits, obviously foreshadowing towards the future enemy encounters. But I guess this is where I should mention that this ends up being a unique chapter here, and that is the only chapter outside the last two chapters that don't involve any infected. All enemies you face off here end up being human enemies, which makes sense considering this idealistic society Jackson is supposed to be, one mostly unaffected from the infected. Though at the same time, that is one of my criticisms of this chapter, is the fact that there aren't any enemies to begin with. Where really the appearance of bandits throughout this chapter are really just there to add combat sections, which is definitely one of the bigger downsides of this being a video game, is them feeling the need to add in these combat sections that do break up the narrative, with the narrative excuse for them feeling extremely contrived when they happen. And we do get a lot of the establishment of Jackson here. We talk about the reason that they're at the dam here is due to a turbine going south, but they did have it working earlier, meaning that Jackson did have electricity. This being a sign of normalcy within the apocalypse, and really just highlighting how Tommy and Maria were able to build this peaceful community. And the original draft of this game did involve a visit to Jackson, though that was later cut due to budgetary reasons, which I do think would have booned the game to actually be in Jackson itself instead of this dam area, though realistically the narrative beats are pretty much the same anyway. And I do think they do an effective enough job in setting up the type of society Jackson is to where I don't think it's a massive loss to this game. But but also here we end up seeing a bevy of horses, which later introduces horseback gameplay, but also leads to Ellie petting a nearby horse, where we do get an optional conversation learning about Ellie having previously ridden a horse back in Boston. And she mentions Winston, a soldier back in the zone who gave her lessons. Someone also mentioned in Left Behind as well. And you can obviously also pet the horse, which is a nice bit of downtime there. But here we also see Maria's leadership style, seeming to actually care about those that she manages, telling a worker to go home after seemingly being on shift beyond when he was supposed to. And also we see Tommy help another guy prepare his horse, all of which really setting up Maria and Tommy here as these really caring leaders of this society. But beyond this, Maria ends up getting a radio call telling her about how they're ready to start the turbine back up, and here we see her decide that Tommy should be the one to go see it, and Joel agrees to go along with him, while Maria goes with Ellie to get food, which right away we do see Ellie's annoyance with this, being upset to be separated from Joel, obviously implying this later dynamic we see between them. But I should state that this is also entirely done in an in-game cutscene here, but due to the attempt to keep a realistic lighting system here, everything just ends up being so dark and really ends up highlighting how bad the in-game character models are here. But beyond this, we do continue to follow Tommy, and right away here we do have Tommy revealing that he traveled back to Texas the previous year and has something to give him, with it turning out to be a photo of Joel and Sarah, one that we saw back in the prologue, and here we see Joel turn it down, despite Tommy's insistence, saying that he's good, being very representative of Joel's state of mind, with him still trying to remain emotionally detached here, still suppressing his emotions as he still hasn't been able to deal with the grief that stemmed from Sarah's death. Again, still not being able to commit to his relationship with Ellie, where again, despite this bond that's formed between the two, a bond that Ellie has fully committed to at this point, Joel still remains to be distant to her despite the months that they have spent together. And again, a lot of this comes from Joel not wanting to risk having to feel the pain that he felt when Sarah passed, and despite him clearly seeing this bond that he does have with Ellie, he's still wanting to distance himself here so that he never has to feel this loss again. And it is Joel coming to terms with his relationship with Ellie over the course of this chapter that really does make it my favorite part of this game's narrative. But here we do see Joel wanting to talk to Tommy privately, though Tommy says he needs to check up on the turbines first, and in turn we continue following Tommy as he heads to the following building, though along the way we do get more exposition from Tommy, with him describing Jackson, again setting it up as this idealistic location, talking about how they're 20 families strong now and that it's become self-sustained with crops and livestock. Also along the bridge here we see a woman who ends up flirting with Joel, who I believe is implied to later become Joel's girlfriend Esther, as referenced in the One Night Live play that had an epilogue scene taking place after the events of the game that refers to her, though she's a character that never makes an appearance in part 2 for some reason. But either way, here you can also pet Buckley, the guard dog that doesn't do much guarding, but again, just showing you how civilized Jackson is here, with Tommy also explaining how the area has guards at the perimeter and has an electrified fence. This all really just shows the level of community that Tommy and Maria were able to build within the apocalypse here, showing that Tommy, now without Joel, has gotten the life that he's always wanted, having a happy, peaceful life in Jackson, not having to stoop to the lows that Joel has done over the last 20 years in order to be self-sufficient. Though Tommy does state here that they do still have to deal with infected, to which Joel says maybe you don't have to, with him clearly prepping to sell Tommy on this idea of taking Ellie, with Tommy even calling him out for sounding just like Marlene here. But then we get to the turbine station, where we do see Tommy joking around with the workers before they're able to turn the turbine back on, restoring Jackson to its claimed glory, finally giving Tommy the time to talk, to which the story progresses through catching up to him in his office on the other side of the building, though here we do get a decent chunk to find within this area before doing so, but there are a couple collectibles here along with some loot. You can also find a workbench, but also this ends up being the last opportunity to find the El Diablo, another new weapon in the game, one that can be picked up earlier in the chapter on the path to the dam, though this feels like the perfect time to pick it up considering the proximity to the next encounter. And the El Diablo is a weapon that is extremely powerful here, being a short gun that can kill most enemies in one hit, though it has the obvious drawback of it being extremely slow to reload, and while the encounters in this chapter in particular seem to be primed for use the El Diablo, it doesn't really come to much use beyond this, where I really struggle to find the time where the El Diablo would be my weapon of choice for sections after this chapter. But once reaching the office, we do get another of the best cutscenes in the game in my eyes, where we obviously get this fantastic conversation between Tommy and Joel, where again the acting between Troy Baker and Jeffrey Pierce here is really strong. This fun dynamic going back and forth of the two confronting their old baggage, where Joel initially praises Tommy's crew, only for Tommy to then say that they all deserve a second chance, with him clearly still having remorse over what he had to do and still paired up with Joel, with him looking at his life in Jackson as a way of redemption for him, and him creating a peaceful community that can reject the heinous behavior that is displayed throughout most of the outbreak. But then talk goes to the elephant in the room here, talking about Ellie. Tommy obviously already suspecting it has something to do with that little girl, and Joel says it's got everything to do with that little girl, saying that he's been on quite an adventure, little brother, with him really just hamming it up throughout this entire scene, where again, this scene very much plays as if Joel is doing this sales pitch to Tommy, trying to convince Tommy to do essentially his own dirty work for him, with this all leading up to Joel revealing to him that she's immune, obviously playing into Tommy's former cause of being a Firefly, thinking that this was still Tommy's cause, only for Tommy to then be confused over why he brought her here, with us thinking at this point that he's going to say to just find the Firefly's location. But this is where Joel reveals that his true plan is that he doesn't intend on actually being the one to deliver her to the Fireflies, but instead wants Tommy to do it for him, while Joel just wants to get some simple gear to set him on his way, with him not even planning on staying in Jackson, this idealistic community he could become a part of. And all this just feels like Joel is just assuming that because he's the older brother that he's going to be able to get his younger brother to do whatever he says, though here we see Tommy refusing, causing this great argument between the two that does a really great job at highlighting this Tommy-Joel relationship, but also again really detailing Joel's true intentions here of wanting to get rid of Ellie here under the fear of getting too attached to her and worried about feeling the loss that he felt when he lost Sarah again, something he's been actively trying to avoid for the last 20 years, and something that Joel, still being this broken man, doesn't think he can take. But here we do have Joel passing this off as he's doing a favor for Tommy, saying it isn't for me, this is for your damn cause, only for Tommy to be committed to his newfound family in Jackson, again emphasizing how happy Tommy is in his current situation and how much better off he has been without Joel, leading to Joel increasingly getting frustrated with the realization that Tommy isn't backing down here, yelling "I need this," being his admittance to this being more about himself than he previously alluded to, leading to the tension now heightening, with Joel bringing back up their old baggage, saying that this is how you repay me, only for Tommy to talk about how he has nightmares from those years. Joel saying you survived because of me, Tommy instantly saying back that it wasn't worth it, clearly alluding to all the bad things they did together back in the day, and the breakup between the two seeming to be over, while Tommy wasn't willing to continue living on that way. But here we see Joel push Tommy, where it seems like a full fight is going to break out here, with Tommy saying it won't end well for you, but conveniently the fight is broken up here by a siren going off, revealing that the aforementioned bandits are now attacking the dam, being extremely contrived here, especially in the fact that this isn't even the only time it happens in this chapter, of this very tense conversation being broken up by the appearance of some bandits, which sadly this ends up happening during two of the best scenes in the entire game. But following this, we do get to a series of combat encounters, the first of which taking place inside the turbine station, which again ends up being a perfect opportunity for you to use the El Diablo, with enemies shooting at you from across the room, and this being an easy way to take them out. Though realistically, all you have to do is just run by them, where this game does allow you to continue on without killing any enemies here, something they did change for Remake. But following this, Maria ends up radioing Tommy, telling him about the bandits nearing, which adds to the urgency of getting through these fights. So this does lead to a second fight on the bridge, which can be a difficult enemy encounter, with there being very little cover to utilize here, though this is where you can come across the more powerful melee weapons in the game, in machetes and hatchets, which technically you could have encountered back in the sewers, though I rarely find them there, and usually it's not until this point that I finally utilize them, and they do end up appearing more often in the next few chapters, with them being weapons that can do one-hit kills on really any enemy but bloaters, essentially acting as modded weapons despite not being modded. So again, really powerful weapons there. But the funny thing about this entire section is that if you're able to get through the previous section quick enough, you can actually get to this section before the other enemies spawn in. And with a timely Molotov throw, you can kill all the enemies at once as they exit a door. Though strangely, if you end up mistiming the throw, it can still end up killing all the enemies, only for them to respawn anyway, which is a weird quirk to this section. But following this, we do get the final combat encounter here that has us going downstairs to the cafeteria, with there being an enemy blocking the door, and then we get more enemies beyond that in the actual cafeteria itself. Again, perfect spots for you to use your El Diablo or rifle there, but again, just a standard combat encounter, though afterwards we do get back to a cutscene with us seeing the group now reuniting, where we do get this moment of Ellie being so excited to see Joel and telling him about what she'd just been through in a way that, again, is nice to see from this Joel-Ellie relationship. But I will say I've always found this to be extremely heavy-handed in how Ellie is portrayed here, with her coming off as really over the top here and acting like this dumb little kid, which I get the point of this, like showcasing her kid-like nature around Joel and using this as a way to motivate Tommy, but it always comes off as really ridiculous to me, especially after having spent so much time with Ellie, her always coming off as this more mature figure. And while yes, she does have this wide-eyed amazement from her, I mean, it never came off as this. I mean, we got a similar scene to this back in the Suburbs, where she tells Joel that he would have been proud of her, and that felt like the more grounded approach to this scene over her just word vomiting to Joel. That again just feels like it was done so that it could be this blatant display of their bond in front of Tommy to make him change his mind. Well, this does lead to Tommy telling Maria that he needs to talk to her, where we then cut to the yard, where we do see Maria and Tommy arguing now, with her saying absolutely not, and that Joel needs to find someone else. And Tommy mentions that he can't have this hanging over his head, which this does show Tommy's recognition of the connection between Ellie and Joel and realizing what Ellie means to Joel, and in turn he decides to do this not because of his cause, but more so because of his love for his brother, realizing how much this second Sarah figure in his life and losing her will end up breaking him, which I do like this characterization of Tommy and how he is this good man that people claim him to be, still caring about his brother despite all the pain that he has caused for him, and doing so at the risk of his own marriage, to where Maria is obviously incensed at this decision, upset that Tommy would be willing to ruin their current happy life for Joel, someone that he clearly has issues with, which really ends up being the entire story of Tommy across both parts 1 and 2. But here we do see Joel and Ellie watching them from afar, and Joel not being willing to tell her what it's about and ignoring her questions, cluing her in to the fact that the fight is over her, though I do feel like it does seem a bit rash from Ellie here, considering it could just be Tommy saying that he needs to go with her and Joel, instead of just Joel outright abandoning her, though I guess Joel's actions here really do give it away, really showing Ellie's ability to sniff the BS from Joel, which she does at important points moving forward, though again, weird how this is showing her as this smart, intuitive girl when that feels directly opposed to the previous scene we saw of Ellie. But Ellie disappears here as we do see Maria storming off, with Maria saying to Joel that if anything happens to Tommy, it's on him, with this strangely being the final appearance of Maria in the game, and Joel in this moment seeming ashamed that he is letting Tommy do this for him, with Joel seemingly realizing that he is a coward, that he is running away from his issues here and putting Tommy in more danger because of it, showing how good of a brother Tommy is to Joel in this situation. But after Maria storms off, Tommy approaches Joel saying that she's thankful, which I always found to be a strange line there. Tommy here agrees to take Ellie off of his hands and give her to the Fireflies, talking about some real good will come from this. And now Joel plans on telling Ellie, wiping his eyes, seemingly emotional already, only for Tommy in the background to get a radio call that informs him that Ellie has stolen one of their horses and has rode off. Which, again, is really dumb. Again, making this entire chapter this weird mixture of some of the greatest moments in the game while also having some of the dumbest. And why is Ellie running away? Now, as it fits in this typical trope of this teenager being upset, but it's also really dumb that she's running out into bandit-infested areas in a situation where she somehow gets past all of them without getting attacked while we get attacked along the way, while also mixing that in with the fact that this seems pretty opposed to the way that Ellie acts throughout most of the rest of the game, where again she seems to be a mostly rational thinker. All this feels like a very strange sequence of events, though it does end up leading to one of the best moments in the game, so at least there's that. But with that, it does take us to the ranch house subchapter, which is strangely named, as most of the chapter takes place before reaching the ranch house. But here we do have Joel and Tommy riding off on horseback as we follow Ellie's trail, giving us our first bit of horseback gameplay, which is really just passable here. I mean, I don't think there's ever been a game that I've played that I've actually liked the horse gameplay within it, and The Last of Us here is no different, where despite this being a linear game, and you would think because of that the horse's movements would be smoother than in an open world game, and to be fair, it probably is, it doesn't mean that it doesn't stop you from getting stuck on things along the way. And also here, you're not able to get off your horse until you progress with the main story, which has us riding along the road until we get to a dead end, though there is technically a glitch where you can possibly get off at the very beginning of the section, and in doing so, you get some really humorous results from continuing on, from you being able to unload the area, or Joel's character model just getting humorously twisted, but you continue the main story by finding a path off the road, where along the way we hear Joel and Tommy talk about how Ellie doesn't usually pull off stunts like this, and Joel wonders what is going on, which, I mean, how do you not know? But eventually the story progresses after jumping over a log, where Joel stumbles upon a bandit camp, which somehow Ellie got through, I guess. But Joel ends up getting knocked off his horse by a Molotov, and this leads to an enemy encounter that again provides some good opportunities to use your El Diablo, with there even being an enemy just primed up for you to hit from the beginning, where you can hit his feet under the cover that will cause him to drop his Molotov on himself. But beyond that, there ends up being enemies on all sides of the camp, really at every corner, which makes using your rifle pretty useful here as well, though I do find this to be one of those fights where I always think that the fight is done, though it turns out there's at least one more enemy still somewhere around, which can be annoying. But beyond this, we get back on horseback, where we follow the path once again, with not much dialogue between Joel and Tommy, which I do find kind of strange, though I guess it's to add tension to what could have happened to Ellie. But eventually we do reach the ranch house, where outside of it we do see Ellie's horse, making it clear that this must be where she is. Again, convenient that she was able to cross bandit territory and didn't encounter any of them, but either way, she ends up being upstairs, though like usual, you can explore the house where you'll find loot and collectibles. But getting to Ellie gives us one of my favorite scenes from the entire game. The moment that causes Joel to have this change of heart, and in turn ends up being this massive turning point for the Joel-Ellie relationship, being one of the most emotional scenes in the entire game here, with some really masterful acting from both Troy Baker and Ashley Johnson, though it does start off more lighthearted with Joel finding Ellie in a girl's old bedroom, and her reading the girl's journal, finding it strange that all they had to worry about were boys, movies, and picking out what clothes to wear, to which Joel just angrily tells her that they're leaving, to which Ellie ends up refusing, leading to a great back and forth here between the two, with Joel chastising her for running off and putting her life at risk, to which Ellie says, I guess we're both disappointed with each other then, now wanting Joel to admit that his plan all along was to get rid of her, to which we initially see Joel resist that, saying that Tommy knows the area better than him, and that he trusts Tommy more than he trusts himself, which Ellie knows that he's BSing her throughout this, asking him what he's so afraid of, especially considering the fact that she is immune, mentioning not ending up like Sam, seeming to recognize the fact that it is the Henry and Sam moment that caused Joel to begin distancing himself from her, and talking about how they've been doing all right so far, which is followed by Joel erupting, yelling, and now you'd be doing even better with Tommy, feeling like this moment where he is finally confronted on why he's being so emotionally distant to her. But this is followed by Ellie saying, I'm not her, you know, being this big reveal here that Maria has told her about Sarah, intensifying the conversation even more here with Joel talking about her treading on mighty thin ice here. But this leads up to the climax of the conversation, with this being the part of the conversation that really ends up being one of my favorite moments in the entire game, where we do have Ellie stating that she's sorry for his daughter, but she's lost people too, to which Joel says, "You have no idea what loss is," only for Ellie to give this great counter, saying that everyone that she has cared for has either died or left her. Everyone except for Joel, which obviously, knowing Ellie's backstory, we do know that her parents died at a young age. We later find out about Riley. We have Marlene now out of the picture. Tess, Sam, and Henry are all dead. Like, we know Ellie has gone through so many protectors in her time, and with Joel now also wanting to abandon her, it really plays into Ellie's biggest fear, the fear of being alone. And again, I really do love the portrayal of this scene, where in this moment, Ellie pushes Joel out of emotion, a moment I believe was improv on the spot by Ashley Johnson. And really, outside of the ending, I feel like this is probably my favorite use of music in the game. With the way the music loudens in this moment, really ends up being notable to me. But here we do also see and hear so much emotion from Ellie, with her saying, "Don't tell me I would be safer with someone else, because the truth is I'll be more scared." And in a way, both characters here are acting selfishly to a degree, though strangely both doing so due to the bond that they have with each other, where Joel wants to push Ellie away because he does care for her and doesn't want to be hurt again, while Ellie is doing the opposite, wanting Joel to stay with her, as again, she does care for him and she doesn't want to be alone. And it is this interpretation of these characters acting selfishly while also utilizing the themes of love that do make a lot of the story of The Last of Us really stand out to me. But again, this scene really ends up being the moment that Joel and Ellie end up finally finding similarity in their backgrounds and all the loss that each other have gone through, where before this, we always get this inclination that each character thinks that they've gone through the worst of the two, but it feels like this is the point where they do realize they're equals in that light. Now, I will say, I do feel like the scene as a whole does end on a more sour note here, when I do question if this is how I would have approached it. And that Joel ends up saying, "You're right, you're not my daughter, and I sure as hell ain't your dad, and we're going our separate ways." Again, feeling like Joel's still being reclusive to Ellie, really for the last time in this game, but I do feel like the decision to make Joel react this way does feel a bit strange. I mean, I do kind of like that this is a really cutting scene of Joel once again rejecting her as his daughter, though considering the fact that, again, like, we have him changing his mind almost instantly from this just feels kind of weird. But this is obviously interrupted by Tommy alerting them to the bandits' arrival, with this being the most egregious to me of the bandits arriving, so we have to stop this intense conversation, as it does make this scene end a bit more unnaturally. I do feel like it would have been a bit more satisfying if there was this actual payoff right away, though we need gameplay, so here we do get a pretty short combat encounter in the house following this, with 5 enemies, 2 on the top floor, 3 on the bottom. It starts with the 2 on the top floor searching for them, and obviously you can go through this stealthy, though really I rarely ever do. But when you approach the bottom floor, a smoke bomb will be deployed at points, obviously making it tough to find the enemies, and in turn making this a somewhat difficult fight. Though if you end up reaching the bottom floor fast enough, this ends up being a perfect opportunity to just use your Molotov, being able to throw it at them before they end up spreading apart, and in turn being able to kill them all with one hit. But either way, this ends up being the end of this chapter gameplay wise. After this, we get another pretty strong cutscene to end it, where Joel, Ellie, and Tommy ride back to Jackson on horseback, where instantly we see Ellie turning away Tommy's help, indicating her lack of trust in him as her protector figure. But following this, we get numerous shots of them riding through the woods, with no one seeming to speak along the way, and it is here where we see Joel finally change his mind, with this being done pretty subtly here through Joel's horse slowing down, and you end up seeing the emotion on his face as he looks at Ellie in the background, which from his point of view, he is seeing Ellie and Tommy riding ahead of him, symbolizing this future of him away from Ellie, which feels like the breaking point for him and where he finally changes his mind. Leading up to the scene of them arriving at the cliffside overlooking Jackson, feeling like a moment of hope here and seeing this more civilized society within the apocalypse, with all the lights now being on. But then we cut to Joel asking about the location of the Firefly Lab, learning that it is at the University of Eastern Colorado, a made-up university for this game. You also learn about the lab's location being in the science building, which becomes the next destination that we will continuously see in the background for the following following chapter, but this is where we do get the reveal that Joel has decided to continue on with Ellie. Obviously being this moment where the bond between Joel and Ellie has finally fully solidified, but also ends up being this great moment for Joel and Tommy, where in this moment Joel has recognized how selfish he has been and how he has treated Tommy and how he wanted to take him away from his community for the sake of himself, and now ends up relieving Tommy of that burden. But also here we do get this other great moment of Tommy offering Joel a place in Jackson, an offer that we obviously see him take up at the end of the game, feeling like the perfect development for the Joel and Tommy relationship here. And here we see Joel ride off with Ellie on his back, concluding the chapter. And again, Tommy's Dam here ends up being one of my favorite chapters in the game. I like seeing Joel starting to have the faces passed here, but also mixing in the fact that we obviously get this fundamental development for the Joel and Ellie relationship as well. And if it wasn't for a couple of really contrived plot decisions here, this would probably be definitively my favorite chapter in the game. Once we cut to sometime later, starting off the university chapter that the majority of it does feel like this massive bit of downtime between Joel and Ellie, this calm before the storm, with this really being the only true chapter that has a bulk of it revolving around this now fully formed bond between Joel and Ellie, where considering the strange circumstances of the following chapters, we don't really get to see their dynamic as unfiltered as it is here. But also coming off of the Tommy's Dam chapter, this chapter does feel like a bit of a throwback here, where Tommy's Dam is this really dense, plot-heavy section of the game, while the university here isn't, where the plot doesn't really progress until the tail end of it. Though again, I do feel like it is to the chapter's benefit here, with it again really focusing on the Joel and Ellie relationship, but obviously in this now very vastly different position, really highlighting how close these two have gotten. And the chapter starts here with Joel and Ellie arriving at the university's campus on horseback still, with Joel teaching Ellie about football, with this subchapter being called Go Bighorns, a reference to the university's football slogan. But strangely, despite this game placing you right in front of the gates of the university, there is actually an area behind you where you can find a collectible, probably being one of the easier ones to miss throughout this game. But this area does end up being filled with collectibles, kind of acting as this pseudo open world, though one that is still structured very linearly. But here you do get your horse to ride throughout this area, being able to jump off whenever you want to explore. Though again, the path within the university itself is still pretty linear, but there are a bevy of offshoots to scavenge through. But first we end up riding through the parking lot, where we do hear that Ellie has named the horse Callus, a name that Joel finds questionable. And we do have Joel teaching Ellie about universities, saying that this is where people figured out what to do with their lives, something Ellie repeats and seems to think of as this novel concept. But this is where we do see a lookout being the first good sign that the Fireflies did occupy this area. We also get a optional conversation with Ellie calling out how strange mascots are and calling fans idol worshippers. Again, more of Ellie being confused by the old world. But also here we can explore the nearby building, which contains a bevy of loot and also gives us our first opportunity to pick up the final new weapon until the penultimate chapter at least, that being the flamethrower, which sucks. I never really used the flamethrower in this game. While there are points where it can be useful, particularly during the sections that have a bevy of enemies coming directly for you, I just never found it to be particularly fun to play, with it being pretty slow and having a short range. As expected, the following combat encounters, one primed for you to use it there. Though beyond these, I never truly consider using the flamethrower, even though it can be pretty effective against armored enemies, which a quirk in this game is the fact that armored enemies seem to be more flammable for some reason. But it's never been quite enough for me to actually care enough to use the flamethrower. But moving forward into the campus, we do eventually get a view of the building that Tommy described in the distance, again setting that up as our destination. Now, going to the right actually has us finding a Firefly pendant, though the way to progress through the story is actually through going through a wrecked building, where we do hear Joel and Ellie talk about how the Fireflies operate, with Ellie hoping that she meets kids her age, to which Joel shuts that down. And while not intentional, this is funnily contradicted by part 2, where we found out there were probably a decent chunk of people around her age. But eventually here we reach a gate that Joel has to open, where Callus gets spooked by the sound of runners in the next area, leading to our next combat encounter, where all the runners are clumped together on the top floor and don't start running towards you until you near them, with them seeming to be confined to that area, something they end up changing in Remake. But here it does allow this to be the perfect time for you to use your flamethrower, as it can easily take out all the enemies at once here. Though really the use of a Molotov ends up being equally effective. But after they are killed, you do have to open the gate on the bottom floor, which is powered by a generator, which is conveniently in the room with the runners, essentially making that fight mandatory. But progressing, we do get this great Joel and Ellie conversation with them talking about what they wanted to be when they were younger, with Ellie saying that she would have wanted to be an astronaut, which I do find her explanation for this to be kind of strange, saying, can you imagine being all up there by yourself? Which, I mean, it's like, isn't that what you don't want? Extending your overall theme of not wanting to be alone. But either way, here we do have Joel revealing that he wanted to be a singer, with Ellie wanting him to sing for her, and he refuses. But really both of these lines here are minor details that end up having these pretty great payoffs in The Last of Us Part 2, with Joel taking her to a space exhibit for her birthday and also ending up singing to her at the very beginning of the game. Both of those being really nice moments for their relationship. Now, for progressing to the courtyard, there is a building to the side to where exploring it allows us to find another Firefly pendant. And it is at this point where I remember fully recognizing how this area is structured, where essentially it is again this linear path, but with several checkpoints along the way. However, before each checkpoint, there is an explorable area that allows you to deviate from that path, which again makes this linear path feel a lot more open than what it actually is. It does add a nice structure to the gameplay loop for this chapter, though at the same time does feel very video gamey. But getting to the courtyard here, we do end up seeing some monkeys scampering around, with Ellie being excited that this is the first time she's seeing a monkey. To which, following the monkeys here, we'll have Ellie gleefully saying first time to ever see a monkey, which ends up being a nice moment for the pair here, showing Ellie's gleeful innocence at the same time. Also, this can also be looked at as potential foreshadowing to the eventual monkeys that show up later in the chapter. But to the side, again, there's another room to explore with a number of collectibles, this one being a pretty large room with a wide range of loot there. As you progress down the path, we do see Ellie starting to worry that they haven't seen more signs of humanity, clearly starting to imply that the Fireflies might not be here anymore. But here also, we do get an optional conversation after seeing a Firefly symbol on the wall, which ends up giving Ellie some more hope. But eventually we do end up getting to another locked gate, as expected, with the only way to open this one being to get to the other side and plugging in the generator, which is disconnected for some reason. So here we do have to go through the dorms, with Joel going off on his own once again, with there being some loot in the dorm rooms, though I always found that really boring to navigate through these, considering it's literally just the same rooms over and over and over again. But at the end of the path, we do eventually see some spores, which is clearly leading us to an infected encounter, which starts with us dropping down a floor, and here we do have to cross a hallway filled with infected, a number of clickers along with a bloater here as well, and this is a section that you can approach in a number of ways. Now, typically just running straight through will not work, as at the end of the hallway is a door that you need to go through that is jammed, and in turn it does take a while for you to eventually open it, allowing time for the infected to catch up to you, to which they will instantly kill you, meaning that you have to get to the door either undetected or with the infected being far enough away to not catch up to you. Now, obviously you can stealth your way through the section, though even then there are points where the enemies are still close enough to catch up to you depending on where they were at the time that you got to the door. And through that, this area is one that the use of bricks or bottles can be extremely helpful here in managing where your enemies are, though there is also a way that through running through the dorms and alerting one of the clickers in the back, it can lead to the others being distracted long enough for you to get to the door and be able to escape. But interestingly, going for all collectibles does force you to actually fight the infected here, where a collectible is blocked behind having to kill the bloater, as it ends up being a Firefly pendant around its neck, alerting Joel to the fact that these infected here were former Fireflies, which is a bad sign for what is to come. But following this encounter, there are more dorms to explore, though leaving the building has us reuniting with Ellie, and we have to move the generator into place and turn it on. Pretty standard stuff there. But once getting back on our horse, we do have Ellie continuing to be suspicious of if the Fireflies are still here, asking Joel if he thinks the clickers he encountered were Fireflies, to which Joel says no, blatantly lying to her here, as obviously he should know, based on the Firefly pendant he found on the bloater, though this obviously isn't as radical of a lie as we'll later see him make towards the end of the game. But also here we have Ellie questioning why they would have infected so close to the lab, where again we see Joel trying to be optimistic here, feeling like more of this reversing of roles that really comes to a head following this chapter, though following this we do reach the grounds of the science building, which we end up finding abandoned, with Joel finally relenting that you would expect to see somebody by now. But here we can explore the tents outside, during which Joel will talk about having not gone to college due to getting married and having Sarah while young, openly mentioning Sarah for the first time to Ellie here. Though here he ends up not being willing to talk about his marriage, showing that Joel still hasn't fully moved on from his past yet. Though at the same time, I do feel like this is also just a situation where Druckmann just didn't really feel like bothering to write about his marriage, as it doesn't really matter. Though this does show that there's still minor steps to make within the Joel and Ellie relationship. And here Ellie does also make a comment saying, "Are we ever going to find the real Fireflies?" Which Joel says, "We better," which is ironic considering the ending of the game. But the story progresses here when Ellie ends up noticing a hole in the building's second floor, leading to a puzzle section of trying to find our way up there. Though first there is a gate blocking the way, but with a dumpster nearby that obviously ends up being the solution to this puzzle, and us having to drag it towards the gate. Though in a nice shake up to the formula, Joel ends up accidentally letting go of the dumpster, which has it rolling down the slope, breaking the gate instead, which allows this dumpster to then be used again in order to climb up to the hole. Which does feel pretty convenient, as otherwise there doesn't seem to be a straightforward path up to the building, but this leads to us finally entering the science building, finding it entirely abandoned as well, though this does have us now needing to explore the building, where once again there can be a lot of loot to be found here, including one of the better shiv doors in the game, where one of the tool levels even being blocked behind it. And here we also get Joel and Ellie talking about how they would be able to get the cure from Ellie anyway, with Joel saying that he thinks they'll just draw her blood, which obviously we see to not be the case. Though we do eventually come across some Firefly equipment, leading to an optional conversation with them realizing that the Fireflies must have packed up and left in a hurry, having left some stuff behind, but making it clear that they haven't been slaughtered, unlike that group back in Boston, making the goal now to figure out where they've went. Which I will say, from a pure plot perspective, this definitely does feel like them stretching out the story once again, being the second time now that we're arriving at a location thinking that the Fireflies are going to be there, only for them to not be. And how it just feels like they're continuing to make excuses for the plot to continue going, though considering how much this and the following chapters end up complementing the characters, with them clearly having a lot more story to tell, and this game really being more focused around its characters, it really doesn't end up being an issue here. But again, we do continue going through the following floor, where we do start to hear some noises ahead, now thinking that there's either a survivor nearby or maybe even an infected, though all we end up finding here is monkeys, which they end up scurrying around when we open the door, leading to Ellie joking about maybe the Fireflies turned into monkeys, clearly being frustrated at how they seem to now find another dead end. Though also while here you can end up finding some recordings that will tell you what happened to the Fireflies. Them having escaped after an experiment of theirs had gone wrong, an experiment involving them injecting cordyceps into monkeys, which ended up leading to a monkey infecting the man that we see in the following cutscene, after he had made the decision to free it instead of killing it as instructed, being this nice backstory that is added through all this optional content here. Though I will say in this game it is kind of annoying to listen to audio recordings where you can't just start the recording and continue going, you have to just stay there in place listening to it the entire time, which is pretty tedious. But the story progresses through them breaking into a lab office, where they do find a deceased man in the middle of the room, and end up listening to a nearby recorder, which serves as this man's final words, where Joel ends up proceeding to fast forward through most of it, only for him to conveniently not skip the part that he's looking for, where he learns that the Fireflies have now gone to St. Mary's Hospital in Salt Lake City, which ends up being the final destination for the pair here. But really this tape ends up painting a pretty sour image of the Fireflies, showing their scientists' failures and learning about the cordyceps, which does end up showing how off track they are without the help of Ellie. Though it can also portray the Fireflies here as pretty incompetent, to where it leaves open these interpretations for how the Fireflies handle Ellie during the final chapter. before they can set off, we then get another deviation here in that we see a light coming from below, leading to us facing off against a new group of hunters. Another instance of a group of enemies appearing to interrupt the narrative beats of the story, though at least this one does add more to the narrative by the end of it, leading to this pretty sizable combat encounter that has us backtracking our way through the science lab, with us retracing our steps in order to escape. But obviously our path is filled with a bevy of enemies here. I mean, right away as you get back to the hallway, you are instantly confronted by an enemy running towards you, and beyond that there's a pretty large group of hunters waiting in the back of the room that will start shooting at you whenever you get near, though an easy way to escape from this section ends up being to shoot the nearby fire extinguisher, which ends up acting pretty similarly to that of a smoke bomb, allowing you to sneak by them. But this all leads up to another group of enemies coming at you, this time from the bottom floor, where to me this is the most difficult part of this entire encounter, with these enemies having pretty powerful weapons, and they're also not really being anywhere for you to use as cover, as you typically encounter these enemies around the staircase, making it really easy for you to be barraged by bullets. And even if not, there's still a few enemies there that just dash towards you to where they can grab you, and it really just becomes a pain to get through this section, though I do find this to be one of the few sections where smoke bombs do end up being very effective here, especially considering all you have to do for this section is just reach the door at the end of the balcony, with it not really mattering your detection status, as opening the door ends up ending the encounter, meaning all you have to do is just dash for it, and the smoke bomb can easily be used as cover for that, just making sure that you don't get killed on your way there. But when opening the door, we have a hunter barging through at the same time, catching Joel off guard, leading to a short struggle between the two that ends up with both falling off the side of the balcony, and Joel ends up being impaled by some rebar here, being this pretty shocking moment, where I remember the first time I played this game here, I was actually genuinely scared for Joel, thinking he was going to die here. Now, when you actually really think about it, it doesn't make much sense for Joel to die here, considering how many plot threads he still has, and it just would have been a very anticlimactic death for him to die in this moment. And really, it's kind of stupid that he doesn't. I mean, really, when I think of The Last of Us, I think of the biggest flaw in the narrative. This is probably the biggest thing that sticks out to me, of the most ridiculous thing that happens throughout this entire story, is the fact that Joel gets entirely impaled, and while obviously critically injured, he just somehow survives despite not getting much treatment. And this is a situation where he should have easily just bleeded out. So the fact that he survives for a month after his injury here without any professional treatment is pretty insane. So again, this is a pretty major plot hole in the narrative for me, one that they do fix for the show by just changing it to him being stabbed by a broken baseball bat. But really, that's kind of why this scene doesn't bother me as much, where again, like, a plot hole this massive should be really bothersome. But at the end of the day, it's something that doesn't matter that much. Really, the only thing that truly matters from this is the fact that Joel gets injured. The means of how it happens is, again, dumb, but it doesn't really affect the overall narrative. Especially considering the fact that, again, this is a video game in a position where Joel's already been shown to be taking numerous bullets and melee attacks, and for him to be taken out by a simple melee attack would be just very strange. But also, I do feel like they took it to the extreme where him being impaled and just walking away bleeding out is also equally ridiculous. But again, I think this is a situation where if he had been shown to be injured in a more grounded way here, everything here would be fine narratively. But it's because they decided to go in this very over-the-top route. The fact that he survives that does seem really dumb from a narrative perspective, but again, at the end of the day, not something that truly demerits the entire narrative. But again, this is an extremely dramatic moment for Joel to now be critically injured as this group of hunters is still coming after them, and Ellie now has to bring him to safety. Where first we get a couple of hunters barging through the nearby doors and us having to shoot at least one of them down to save Ellie. But following this, the roles are mostly reversed, where Ellie is the one playing this protector role, being the one to pull Joel off of the rebar, only for Joel to then barely be able to walk, leading to us playing as Joel as he hobbles his way through the bottom floor of the building, while Ellie is the one navigating him through, where we do see him stumbling while attempting to vault over a window, showing Joel now not being able to do things that he would typically be able to do with ease. This sequence being a master class at utilizing the subverting of your expectations and intensifying the stakes of this moment, where the scene continues to emphasize how hurt Joel is by having us still continue to play as him but not being able to do any of the things that we can normally do. Also having Joel's current handicaps be a way for you to feel more vulnerable during this scene as well. Also making you play as this defenseless Joel, a Joel only being protected by Ellie, which in essence furthers the bond between not only Joel and Ellie, but also the player and Ellie, which becomes very integral considering how we shift to Ellie's perspective after this chapter. But in the next room, we do get another hunter approaching them, where if Joel tries to shoot him right away, the hunter will shoot back at him, meaning that we actually have to allow Ellie to be the one to catch him off guard and end up killing him, showing her holding her own here, and in turn, fulfilling this reversal of roles that had been implied coming into this scene, though at the same time showing Ellie being terrified at what's happening. But here we see her try to help Joel out, to which he says that he can walk by himself, only for Ellie to yell at him, "Then fucking walk," which I always found to be a funny line. This ends up showing her being scared for Joel's safety, while also being scared of this protector role that she has to play now, while also being scared of possibly ending up alone. And this ends up being followed up by another similar instance of this as we approach the building's entrance, where we do see Ellie freaking out over the situation that they're in, and just as some hunters end up appearing in the background, Joel passes out here, during which Ellie holds her own against these two hunters, which again shows Ellie's competence, though at the same time is kind of ridiculous. The fact that a 14-year-old girl is able to face off against two grown adult men, which mixing this in with all the events of the next chapter, it does add to some suspension of disbelief there. But following this, Joel awakens to make his way out of the building, where even in this moment where Joel is on the brink of death, we do get this nice moment of levity here with Ellie saying if she gets him out of this, he is so singing for her, which makes Joel say "you wish," obviously being a scene that does have payoff in part 2, being this fun banter between the two despite the seriousness of this situation. But getting outside, we do see a hunter attempting to steal Callus, to which Ellie ends up taking him down, allowing them both to get on the horse and ride away, taking them to safety, though as expected, Joel ends up passing out again at the end of this scene, with Ellie begging him to get up and says, "Tell me what to do," being a nice progression of their relationship and how she had previously been upset at how Joel was just telling her what to do. Essentially her being scared of being thrust into this protector role that she is now going to have to play during the next chapter. But here we then cut to black, ending this chapter and also this season in extremely dramatic fashion, making Joel's fate here pretty ambiguous, to where we don't end up getting a solid answer on what's happened to him for a decent amount of time following this. Being a really brave narrative decision here to fake out the player into thinking that the main protagonist of a bulk of the game is dead here, while also not showing the immediate fallout of this moment, with this directly taking us into the Lakeside Resort chapter, the only chapter taking place during winter, which obviously with that comes a distinct change in the environment, with it now being covered by snow. And this chapter ends up taking place around a month after the events of the university, leaving us with many questions here on what happened between this time, which obviously the Left Behind DLC ends up answering some of those questions, which I won't be talking about here, though I do plan on doing a separate video for that during its respective anniversary. But this also ends up being a pretty strangely structured chapter in my eyes, where despite this being a relatively large chapter with a number of perspective and location changes, the chapter ends up being only split into 2 subchapters. The first of which here being the hunt, which is strange that's called that considering the hunt is literally just the first section of this subchapter, probably 10 minutes at most of what is this 45 plus minute subchapter, which again is just another aspect of weird structuring in my eyes, though again something that doesn't really matter as it doesn't actually affect the story. But this ends up being a chapter that, once again, does not progress the plot that much. It is another one where they enter the chapter with the intention of still going to Salt Lake City. They end the chapter with the intention of still going to Salt Lake City, with the main plot development here being Joel recovering from his injury, though despite that, this ends up being a fantastic chapter, one that does a lot to develop Ellie's character, seeing her get into the darkest situation that we've come across so far, while also allowing this chapter to fully cement the bond between Joel and Ellie, with them spending most of the chapter separated, allowing their reunion at the end of the chapter to be the culmination of their bond, cementing their legacy as this father-daughter style relationship. Though again, to get to that point, we have to go through the darkest set of circumstances that we've had our characters be in, with this chapter really highlighting how much harm humanity can cause. But like the other seasons, this one starts with the words winter coming on screen. And after that, we then cut to the shot of a bunny hopping around the snow, one of the most adorable rabbits I've seen rendered in a game, only for it then to be shot by an arrow out of nowhere with the reveal that it was shot by Ellie, following up on the throwaway line from Balestown about her being good with a bow and arrow, but also being the reveal that we are now playing as her as well. This is taking place a decent amount of time after the events of the university chapter, where Ellie is now out on her own, clearly having gained some skill in hunting during this time, with her seeming use to this, making Joel's status really uncertain. But again, this reveal that we are now playing as Ellie is a pretty massive one, where obviously we have spent the majority of this game playing as Joel and having him protect Ellie. But in this moment, Ellie is without that protection and is actually the protector. Again, playing into this shifting of roles, where when the role of protector shifts here, so does the perspective. In us now following this new protector, but also this ends up allowing for us to more personally connect with Ellie, with the following sequences being from her perspective. But the story does progress here, with Ellie seeing a deer nearby, leading to our first bit of gameplay as her, with us now hunting down this deer. Being this so-called hunt, where you do have to stealthily approach the deer and have to hit it twice with your bow and arrow to progress the story, with the deer running off each time it's hit, to where you have to track it through, following its trail of blood. Though I will say, I always found getting the shot here pretty difficult, largely because of how far away you have to hit the deer from, which in turn makes the reticle extremely hard to see. So that's an annoying aspect of this section. Though when you hit it for the second time, it will then find its way to a fence that it jumps over, which will allow us to cross it as well. Though finding the fence that we end up having to cross does leave me a bit lost at points, where I do normally struggle navigating through this area with this feeling like a maze at points. The entire environment looking very samey, though again, the deer's blood here is used for you to eventually find your path, where beyond that, you end up getting to a wrecked building that has a comic within it. And I guess this is also where I should mention that there are other collectibles in this chapter that you strangely already have on you, where if you open Ellie's backpack, you find some items already in there that when checking them out, it ends up adding them to the collectible lists, with all these being pretty interesting items that Ellie gets to talk about. Here finding things ranging from her pun books to seeing Riley's pendant, an obvious reference to Left Behind. We find Sam's robot. We find a letter from Ellie's mom, which is a pretty interesting item to see here considering how little she is mentioned throughout the main game. And also interestingly here, and what ends up being a bit of foreshadowing, we do also see Ellie having Joel and Sarah's photo in her backpack, which obviously her giving this to Joel later ends up being a great moment later on. But proceeding through the building leads to an old mining camp, where we do find the deer now dead. But as she goes to check up on it, she hears footsteps revealing that two hunters are also there, with Ellie now pointing her bow at them, seeming to have control over this situation, threatening the man in front, who tells her his name is David, who ends up being this really interesting character here in all of the worst ways, where David is such an interesting character in the fact that he is someone that we initially meet as just a fellow survivor. And while you could definitely tell things are off with him, he by the end really ends up representing the worst of humanity, to the point where it can come off as a bit one note, which, I mean, in The Last of Us is obviously very rare, but I do feel like it works for David, where again, in terms of what he's supposed to represent for the story and being this massive low point for the character of Ellie and what causes her to be stripped of her innocence, I do feel like a character like David really perfectly fits that role. And he is brilliantly portrayed here by Nolan North, who obviously also portrays Nathan Drake, but here is completely unrecognizable, with him going all in here in portraying David as this charismatic leader figure, the one that also just so happens to be extremely creepy. And this isn't being a role that I really didn't think Nolan North had in him. Again, seeing this guy who plays usually these more charismatic, heroic figures, and for him to switch from that to playing a character like David is just insane to me. And this is a role that they did keep a secret at the time of this game coming out, to the point where Nolan North is even listed in the credits as this like special role, with many people not seeming to even recognize that it was him until after they end up finishing the game. But the first scene between David and Ellie here ends up being a pretty interesting conversation, where again, despite David's creepy portrayal, he does come off to be peaceful here. Talking about coming from a group with women and children who are all very hungry, to which Ellie claims to be from a similar group. Clearly lying to him here, though we do find out that David isn't lying to her here. And here we have David attempting to make a deal with Ellie for the deer, asking if there's anything she would need, to which we instantly have Ellie blurting out medicine, clearly being for Joel, being the first clue to the fact that he is actually still alive. But here right away we see David offer to take her back to their camp, clearly enamored by Ellie, which later becomes way more creepy. But here he does genuinely want to bring Ellie in at this point, and a lot of their interactions feel like David sizing her up. But initially he comes off here as this guy trying to be this new protector for Ellie, though she continuously ends up shutting him down, and instead lets David's companion, James, go off to go get the medicine while she continues to hold David hostage, with James for sure being the most irrelevant character to be named, as he really doesn't do much in the story here, outside of being David's seemingly second in command. And really, I feel like he's more so remembered for being called Buddy Boy by Ellie here. But here we see James being resistant to the idea of giving the medicine to Ellie, being this foreshadowing to the true identity of these hunters, adding more nuance to this scene on a replay. But here we see Ellie taking David's rifle and holding him at gunpoint with it, with all this feeling like David placating Ellie here, trying to make her feel like she's in more control of this situation than what she really is, with this entire situation coming off as Ellie trying to be this Joel-like figure, though in reality not really living up to it, with David kind of seeing through that facade, and instead wanting to use this to groom her and disgustingly make her his newest pet. But this is where David suggested they take shelter in a nearby coal mine factory, leading to David dragging a deer inside and building a fire, allowing the two to talk. David talking about how she shouldn't be out here all alone, obviously setting up him wanting to be this protector for her, but also he wants to know her name, which she ends up refusing to tell him here, which ends up leading to a great moment later on. But here David sees that she cares about the person that's her, with him obviously knowing that he's talking about Joel, which really has David here feeling like he is trying to become the new Joel, him wanting to be in that position in Ellie's life, though obviously for nefarious reasons. But eventually a clicker ends up entering the room, leading to David pulling out a pistol and killing it, revealing that he had another gun the entire time, starting to crumble this mirage David has set up here and making Ellie think that she had control over the situation, when really David could have overpowered her at any moment. Here David asks for his rifle back, only for Ellie to then turn him down, saying that she's had some practice, being a nice callback to the financial district fight, and also her being able to show what Joel has taught her. But this leads up to our first combat encounter as Ellie, it comprising of David and Ellie defending themselves from a constant wave of infected. But with that, I guess we should talk about Ellie's combat sections in general, where I do find a lot of them really annoying. Obviously feeling like you have to start over, with you only having a bow and arrow and a rifle in your arsenal for this encounter, which are both pretty slow to use, especially when you have a group of infected coming towards you. And this change ends up feeling really jarring when playing a New Game Plus playthrough, as this section plays the same as in New Game, with Ellie having less health and weapon upgrades as the fully upgraded Joel that you're typically playing as in New Game Plus, though technically she ends up being better to play as than a fully unupgraded Joel, as she does seem to have some upgrades in her skills and weapons beyond the default, but not obviously leveled up to the max. But also beyond that, there is a major difference in how Ellie approaches melee combat, whereas Ellie, there are no shivs or melee weapons, with both of those being merged into her switchblade, feeling more appropriate for Ellie being the smaller girl that probably would not be carrying around these massive melee weapons, but is also a weapon that we've seen Ellie have ever since we first met her, with it also having some narrative significance, with it being a blade given to her by Marlene that formerly belonged to her mother. But here Switchblade has its pros and cons. It technically has the same amount of power of a standard melee weapon, taking about 4 hits to kill enemies, though I do feel like it stuns enemies less often, particularly in fights against infected, and also it takes longer for you to stealth kill enemies with it than Joel, though there is a massive pro to it in the fact that it has unlimited durability, making the strat of stunning an enemy or attacking it from behind and killing it with the Switchblade David a really effective strat during these areas. Though a major difference between Ellie and Joel, particularly in infected encounters, is that Ellie has no ability to learn Shiv Master, essentially making any hit from a clicker an instant kill, which is what makes this and the upcoming elevator fight extremely annoying to play as Ellie. Though realistically, outside of harder difficulties, this initial fight here is actually pretty simple, just using your rifle to take down every enemy in sight, as the game will continuously give you more ammo for this fight, and with the true danger here coming from missing shots, as that will likely lead to infected catching up to you, and that can lead to this fight being just utter chaos, with numerous infected being inside the room all at once. Now there ends up being 2 waves of enemies here, and after the first one, we do see David being impressed by Ellie's abilities with the rifle, which shows that Joel has taught her well, and wanting her help in pushing a locker to barricade a window, which you can technically just not help him, and he will still do it by himself, though helping him here does lead to a clicker grabbing Ellie, to which David has to end up saving her here. Which kind of brings us to the point of having these combat sections, where initially they seem pointless, just gameplay added for gameplay's sake, and truth be told, plot-wise, that is kind of the case. But when looking at the broader narrative, the gameplay here is actually used for a pretty important purpose. It's being used here to try to connect the characters of Ellie and David, making you think that David might be a good protector for Ellie, and how he acts as this pseudo Joel during these combat encounters, with David doing the things that Joel would typically do to help out Ellie here, which makes the later revelations about how terrible of a person he is even that more disturbing when they eventually happen. Though after the second wave, David decides to escape through kicking down a nearby door, which makes me question why he just didn't do that the first time around, but here we end up reaching the end of the pathway, and David here tries to block their path, with us having to kill at least one infected here in order to stop them from breaking in. Now to the side, we can find pistol ammo, now allowing us to use the pistol moving forward, adding another weapon to Ellie's arsenal. After this, we end up following David once again, as David continues to try to be this protector figure by asking her how she's holding up, only for Ellie to say, "You don't have to worry about me," once again rejecting him in this situation. Eventually, this brings us to a catwalk, ends up breaking after Ellie attempts to cross it, separating the two for like 2 seconds, as really all you need to do is get across the room to the ladder. And while this is a room filled with clickers and you can technically fight them, there's no real point in doing so, as you could really just dash straight to the ladder and escape without the clickers catching up to you. So I do find this section mostly pointless, as it's really just here to have another moment of David saving Ellie, where after climbing up the ladder, we do end up seeing a clicker approaching us, only for David to shoot it down. But now we need to find a way to get to the exit, which is where David notices a ladder, and we as Ellie need to find a location for David to boost us up through, which again has David taking the role of Joel here, with Ellie then working with him to pull down the ladder, the type of teamwork we've seen Joel and Ellie have numerous times at this point, where when doing so we have to cross the catwalk once again, with there being one clicker along the way that you can easily kill or really just run by, as you should be safe here. But this ends up taking us to the elevator room, which ends up being the location of what is probably the most difficult encounter in the entire game, especially on New Game Plus, playing as this weaker character here in Ellie. Though first, when entering the room, we do get an optional conversation with us finding a corpse turning out to be one of David's men. But here the game does give you some time to breathe in order to prepare for the upcoming fight, with the game just handing you a number of nail bombs and molotovs and even more crafting materials to craft more nail bombs and molotovs. But you also get a bevy of ammo. Again, the game really just trying to make this fight as easy as possible for you, considering how massive an encounter this ends up being, with just wave after wave of enemies coming towards you, but the first of which comes from the pathway we just entered the room through, which does give you a decent amount of time to just shoot them down with your rifle before they end up reaching you. But the next group ends up coming from the windows in the main room, which can be more of a pain to deal with David constantly getting grabbed by them, and again reloading taking a while at Ellie's current level, though a beneficial trick here is knowing where enemies are going to spawn, as you can preemptively plant nail bombs in those locations to kill them as they drop down. But again, the fight can be really chaotic at points here, with just so many enemies being thrown at you at the same time, Now, there is a break between waves at a point where David tells Ellie that they're doing fine, seemingly trying to imply that they're a good team together, only for Ellie to reject that comment as well, though eventually more end up entering through the windows, but eventually the fight ends with the appearance of a bloater coming from the top of the elevator, it being a nice moment here of Ellie seeming to inform David of what it is, again showing what Joel has taught her. But the bloater here is one that again can be easily defeated through just barraging him with the last of your throwables that you've saved up, just throwing Molotovs and nail bombs at him, though you probably don't want to use all of them as this equipment does carry over into the next area. But the easiest way to take him down here is again by exploiting the dumb weakness to bloaters, with that being their feet, where if you know where the bloater is coming from, you can already prepare to shoot your rifle as it comes down, and if you shoot at the bottom of his feet as he steps into the room, it ends up being an instant kill, which is just really humorous to see. But again, overall, a really difficult encounter, being the largest forced infected encounter in the game, and with you again playing as Ellie as well, it really makes this pretty brutal to play through, especially if you don't have the enemy patterns memorized here. Well, the section ends with Ellie and David now being safe and checking out the bridge to see it void of infected, leading to the pair returning to the deer and campfire, which ends up being a really great conversation of David starting to reveal his true self here, where after once again propping up how good of a team they are together, Ellie says that they got lucky, to which David responds with, "There's no such thing as luck," believing that everything happens for a reason. A reoccurring theme here with this game's antagonist, with this concept also being mentioned by Marlene later on. But Ellie is dismissive of this once again, only for David to want to tell a story to prove himself right. First mentioning that the winter here has been especially cruel, obviously alluding to what this group has stooped to, that we find more out later on down the road. But then he continues by talking about how he sent a group of men a few weeks back, where only a few ended up coming back, saying that they've been slaughtered by a crazy man. A crazy man traveling with a little girl, being this chilling reveal that David is actually the leader of the group that attacked us at the university, which I will say does feel very convenient that the area that Ellie decided to take shelter in just so happened to be right next to the base of the group that attacked them to begin with. But either way, this ends up recontextualizing his character here and his possible motivations, with him now seeming even more sinister, the fact that he was hiding this entire time. But he ends up thinking it was fate that they met up like this. Again, this approach is still pretty different from what you would expect of him. You would think that he would be out trying to get revenge here, but he isn't. He simply wants Ellie to join their group, putting no blame on her because she's a kid, which, I mean, really the recognition of that makes his later advances even more messed up. But here we get another great moment of Ellie thinking that she has control with her pointing her gun at David, only for that to be countered by the reveal that James has been there and has been pointing his gun at her as well. But here again, we see David ordering him to give her the medicine, which James states that the others won't be happy about this, clearly showing David going out of his way here and risking his leadership role here to help Ellie, where he does explicitly say that he can protect her. Again, him being propped up as this alternate version of Joel, but this only leads to Ellie refusing again, turning to Callus and riding back to the Lakeside Resort, the namesake of this chapter that we don't see until this point in it, with this also just feeling a natural breakoff point for the Hunt subchapter, yet it just continues going for some reason. This has her entering a house for us to finally see that Joel is still alive, and we see her trying to nurse him back to health, injecting him with antibiotics, which, I mean, I'm no medical expert, but I do find it kind of convenient that Joel, who again has been sick for around a month now, ends up recovering from just a single shot of antibiotics here. But either way, this is a nice moment of Ellie again fulfilling her protector role, and it's being the final step towards Joel's recovery, with this again being a massive plot convenience, but one that does fit the game thematically, and in turn ends up further cementing their bond, and ends up sleeping beside him, only for her to awaken in the morning, hearing the hunters having tracked her down, deciding to continue her protector role of Joel here and deciding to use herself as a distraction, to lure them away from Joel, leading to her leaving the house. In a scene that strangely you can see the blue filter load in between these cutscenes, which has always felt very jarring to me. Now, I get why they do it here to add this like cold tone to the scene, though I just find it funny that it loads right in front of your face. But either way, Ellie gets detected, leading to this short set piece of Ellie riding off on Callus as the hunters attempt to stop us. And whenever we run into a hunter, they end up attempting to pull Ellie off the horse, though obviously that is countered by a QuickTime event. But also here we end up seeing the hunters disobeying David's orders and shooting at her, making it clear that David wanted her back alive. But also showing that David's own group is starting to lose trust in him. Also showing these men want revenge, showing the consequences of Joel's actions, something that obviously gets re-brought up in part 2, with this cycle of violence obviously being a major theme of that game. Though this section ends with the hunters shooting Callus down, throwing them both off a cliff, leading to Callus's death and Ellie having to proceed without him, finding a nearby cabin, which obviously has some loot in it, though following this we get to another pretty difficult enemy encounter with Ellie, this one being the first one involving human enemies, and is an area that is technically able to be run through, though the goal here ends up being to cross this open area and shimmy across this ledge at the end. The problem is that this area is also really filled with enemies, to the point where I don't think I've ever gotten through this entire section undetected before. Now obviously you can take this stealth approach, though enemies are typically paired up, making it pretty difficult to kill one without alerting the other. And these enemies also have some pretty powerful weapons that can lead to them killing you pretty easily. Though also if you do end up taking down these enemies that hold weapons that you don't have, you can actually end up picking them up and end up using it as Ellie moving forward. Though really there's a point in going out of your way to find these, as one, ammo for them is pretty hard to find, and also really the second thing is that your equipment gets wiped after the sequence anyway, so again, no real point in going out of your way for it. But really the opening section here is pretty easy to run through, but it is this final area right before the exit that becomes pretty difficult to run past, with two enemies there standing guard in this area, and when also adding in the fact that you have the shimmy across this ledge, which ends up taking a while, with enemies still being able to shoot you during that time, it leads to you needing either a certain amount of health by the time you end up crossing, or at least enemies far enough away to where they can't hit you. Though when they do, it can lead to some pretty frustrating deaths at the end of the area, but continuing along the cliffside has us having to navigate through two small tunnels, with the second of which being blocked, meaning that you have to tediously go back out and unblock it before crossing, which just feels like a wasted time there. Though here it is very easy to get a glitch as Ellie gets out of a tunnel, where if you hold down the run button while doing so, it will have Ellie exiting the tunnel T-posing until you let go, which is pretty funny. But eventually we come across a hunting lounge, which has our next enemy encounter, which is another one that is pretty easy to run through, where just running in has all the enemies near each other, allowing you to use a Molotov to take down most of them. That will allow you to enter the lodge pretty unfettered, which you have to do through a hole in the roof. Though if you don't take that approach, this actually ends up being a pretty difficult encounter that I remember struggling with the first time I played the game. Though again, kind of funny in retrospect considering I literally just run past it every time now. But getting into the lodge does put us into another enemy encounter, a pretty simple one with just two enemies inside. Though here you do have enemies shooting at you from the windows, who you don't necessarily need to kill, though sometimes the section doesn't really end properly until you kill at least one of them. Also in this area, I do find it very strange they give you crafting materials when immediately after this combat encounter they end up stripping you of all materials, which kind of makes all those pointless. But getting to the exit of the lodge leads to David sneakily grabbing Ellie from behind, claiming that he wants to keep her alive here, within his mind him still seeming to think of himself as this protector of her, despite the fact that he proceeds to knock her out, with her awakening in his cell, seeing James chopping up a corpse in the background, being this reveal that this group are also cannibals. Being a very tropey and over-the-top reveal here, characterizing them as the worst of mankind, which can be looked at as a bit cartoony here, though I do think it really fits the themes of what this section is supposed to be, stripping Ellie of her innocence and making her face off against the worst mankind has to offer, all characterized through David here, with this scene being one of the most disturbing scenes in the entire game, really highlighting how much of a monster David is here, and really showcasing how dark of a situation Ellie has now been put in. though obviously one that she needs to end up escaping from. But this is followed by David appearing with a dinner tray, leading to a tense conversation between the two, with him claiming that it's dear and her saying with some human helping on the side. But again, showing David trying to be protective of her by giving her some food. But here we get more characterization for David, with him saying that she's quick to judgment considering how many people she has killed, and says that they weren't given a choice, that they need to kill to survive and take care of their own by any means necessary, showing David defending his cannibalistic behavior, with him truly believing that this is something they need to do with survive, showing how far humanity could go to survive here. And to me, this ends up furthering these parallels between David and Joel. David really comes off as this Joel figure that ends up actually being able to cross these few moral boundaries that Joel hasn't crossed, with David seeming to truly believe himself as a survivor and that this is the way that he has to live, doing so without any semblance of a moral compass, going even beyond just the ruthless nature that Joel exudes. But here we do have Ellie asking if he's gonna chop her up into tiny pieces, which leads to David once again wanting to help her here, being upset that she won't tell him her name, and proceeds to say that it's her turn to be honest with him, as that will allow him to convince the others that she could come around, saying that she has heart, she's loyal, and she's special, during which we see him touching her hand in a really creepy way while doing so, now showing that David is clearly having a romantic interest in Ellie, again showcasing him as the worst of humanity, that David has these really disgusting motivations here as well, with all of his actions, all these aspects of his character of him trying to protect Ellie, now being clearly recontextualized as him simply just being a predator, trying to groom her, making him the most despicable character we've come across, showing the darkness that can come from having the wrong protector figure in your life, theme that partially plays into the ending of this game. Ellie ends up having a great counter to this, initially shocked, but then eventually leans into it, only to then break his finger in an attempt to steal his keys, though ends up failing there. All this obviously really upsetting David, saying that you make it very difficult to keep you alive, still playing up this protector role, but then says, what am I supposed to tell the others now? To which Ellie has this great comeback here, in her finally giving him her name, saying Ellie. Ellie is the girl that broke your fucking finger, which in turn does give David her name, which again, he's been asking for, but again, doing it in a way that feels like a massive F you to him. Though this is followed by David referring to the tiny pieces line and says, see you in the morning, obviously implying that he's going to kill her in the morning, which I will say that in itself is just kind of dumb, as again, why isn't he just kill her now? Like, why wait until the morning? I guess it's to keep the meat fresh to be eaten the next day, but still feels very convenient here. Still, this ends up being the final dropping of this facade from David, who again, has been attempting to keep his darker side a secret through his appearances up to this point, though this feels like the point where he finally gives up on Ellie here, leaving Ellie in a vulnerable position here, seeming dead to rights, which plays into the following subchapter and how it's structured, that subchapter being the Cabin Resort subchapter, which is also just kind of a strange name for the section, as you don't just stay in the resort area, you go throughout the entire town of Silver Lake. So again, bizarre choice there, though this does end up comprising of the rest of the winter chapter, which in turn also has a bit of a weird break-off point where I really just feel like this section should have been broken up into more pieces, which I mean doesn't matter much to the story, though it does add some annoyances to when I want to play back a certain section of the game, as through the chapter select it ends up forcing you to replay a good chunk of the game just to get something towards the end of one of these subchapters. Well, the chapter does start with us finally cutting back to Joel, who is now finally awakened. I guess due to the antibiotics, making this subchapter one that jumps back and forth between Joel and Ellie's perspectives, with Ellie being on the run from David while Joel is now trying to find Ellie, which ends up showing Ellie being capable on her own, though also highlights how far Joel will go in order to protect Ellie, especially now with us thinking that Ellie is in desperate need and Joel needing to rescue her here. But the switching between characters here is used pretty effectively in how it shows Joel and Ellie getting closer to reconvening while also heightening the tension with us seeing what both characters are going through during this situation, which ends up adding more urgency to Joel's gameplay sections, feeling like you really need to find Ellie as quickly as possible to rescue her, while with Ellie's sections, you continue playing with the assumption that Joel is going to eventually rescue her, only for the game to subvert your expectations with Ellie concluding the conflict entirely on her own. But first, the section starts with Joel awakening in a still weakened state as he starts his trek to find Ellie, hobbling his way up the stairs and through the kitchen, and is still slow as he proceeds to go outside, though something I find really funny is that once you go outside, it's as if Joel is instantly cured, where he could jump from the top of the staircase like it's nothing, which again is just a funny visual there. But as we start to walk along the snow-filled path, a group of hunters ends up appearing from a distant gate, giving us our next combat encounter. One that is pretty simple, one that has us taking down a few enemies in the backyard of this house, with us having all of our equipment upgrades that we've built up with Joel back at this point, which does make you question why didn't Ellie ever use any of his stuff, but whatever. Though interestingly, after killing an enemy here, the enemies surrounding them will proceed to run away, instead of fighting Joel, which is definitely a change of pace here, and does feel strange as obviously these men were looking for Joel to begin with, though I guess at the same time they're all really scared of him in the sense that they know that he slaughtered a lot of their friends, so I kind of get what they were doing here, but it just kind of ends up being a strange subverting of expectations. Though after getting to the street, we have a hunter grabbing Joel, and after some quick time events, Joel overpowers them, leading us to a pretty notable cutscene here, it having the return of this ruthless Joel that we've seen glimpses of in the early portions of the game, but this really feels in line with the talk of the moral boundaries that Joel crossed across the 20-year time skip, feeling like we're seeing this version of Joel that had only been alluded to up to this point. Where here we do see Joel interrogating the hunters that we just fought, with him stabbing one in the leg to get information about Ellie's location, with the hunter calling her David's newest pet here, which is just really disgusting and also just shows you that David has done this in the past with other girls. But here we have Joel yelling at him where, doing so primally in a way that is always stuck in my mind, really showing you the desperation that Joel has in this situation, but also ends up being a tactic reused during a later scene. But here we do see Joel making the hunter mark Ellie's location on the map with the bloody knife he just used on him, but proceeds to kill him immediately afterwards despite him begging and pleading that he wasn't lying, leading to the other hunter now refusing to tell Joel anything after seeing Joel kill his colleague, leading to Joel saying that's alright, I believe him, and proceeds to kill the second guy anyway. Again, a really brutal scene, showing Joel torturing these hunters and goading this information out from them only to kill them despite them giving him what he wanted. But also showing Joel back in this protector role, still being willing to do whatever it takes to protect those he loves, which obviously we'll get a greater instance of this in the story later on, but this is meant to be the first time that you question Joel's methods, with him being needlessly ruthless here, killing these men that he just offered safety to, making him come off as this ruthless killer that, while at this point you are usually rooting Joel on, wanting him to go and save Ellie, when we see a similar scene to this later in the game, but done with a different group of people that aren't cannibals and people trying to stop the outbreak, it does end up making you question the morality of Joel's methods, with him in reality doing the same thing during this scene and the later Firefly scene, but the latter is meant to bring out this more mixed reaction, which is a level of complexity from The Last of Us that I do think is lost on some people, with people just blindly thinking of Joel in this positive light, which I do think largely takes away the nuance from the story of The Last of Us and the point of the story of The Last of Us. But following this, we do cut back to Ellie, now being awakened the following morning, with David and James taking her to the slaughtering table. Though Ellie does end up fighting back here and does end up biting David's hand along the way, but as David is about to start chopping her up, we do have Ellie yelling out that she is infected and that David is now too, conveniently stopping David from killing her for some reason. Again, kind of convenient, though at the same time does show Ellie as being really resourceful here and her using her immunity to her advantage here, where we do see David checking her bite, with Ellie repeating his words back to him, and everything happens for a reason, leading to a freak out between David and James, with David talking about how it can't be real as she would have turned by now, though James ends up freaking out about how it looks real to him, all giving Ellie enough time to grab David's cleaver and cut into James's neck, allowing Ellie to escape, though only with her switchblade on her, conveniently being right next to where she's hiding, and making us lose all the equipment that we had gathered as Ellie up to this point, but now has us playing as Ellie as she runs through a blizzard, having to escape from the hunters, who are now in pursuit of her. In the section as was starting with us finding a path through the back of a store that has a cart conveniently placed for us to need to move it out of the way to proceed, which just feels like a pointless addition there. But getting to the storefront, we can hear David instructing the other hunters to kill Ellie, though interestingly, listening into their conversations will reveal that they are all upset over David's leadership and do plan on overthrowing him, again showing him losing control of his people, though really that doesn't lead to anything. But as for the gameplay here, I mean, no matter what, you kind of have to approach this section stealthily, as there are usually a number of enemies here to where if you get detected early on without any weapons on you, they will end up killing you pretty easily. But killing an enemy with a gun here will allow you to pick up that gun to use it later, which can also be a pretty effective approach. Though again, I usually just end up running through everything here, where escaping through the side of the building will allow you to cross the street, which ends up leading up to the second part of this encounter, with there usually being a hunter arriving to secure the location as you get to it, being a perfect time to stealth kill them and getting their weapon, which has become part of my strat on recent playthroughs, with the intention being to just run through the following section, though that ends up being way more difficult than the previous one, where this is structured pretty similarly, with you getting another storefront with enemies surrounding it and it being extremely easy to be shot down here. Though again, recently I found it pretty effective to just run off the side of the building and use that one bullet to shoot down the enemy near you at that point, which should allow you to dash for the alleyway, and while you'll more than likely still get hit by a bullet or two, it should be enough to still escape on most difficulties. But no matter how you approach this section, it still ends up being a very finicky enemy encounter, one that is still pretty difficult to get through just due to the fact that Ellie is so underpowered in this situation, which is kind of the point. The way to progress here is through climbing through the window of a nearby restaurant, and when attempting to exit it, David ends up reappearing, having been waiting for her, which this is an area that glitches out pretty commonly in that David will just at points spawn outside of the building for some reason, and the game will soft lock with the cutscene never starting, as again, David never opens the door. Seeming like a glitch you could just unpromptedly get even on a casual playthrough. But with that, we finally getting to the David boss battle, where David strips Ellie of all of her weapons except for her switchblade once again. He's the only one with keys to the building, leading to a boss battle involving sneaking around the restaurant and having to sneak up on David from behind in order to damage him, having to do so 3 times in order to finish the fight. Being the only true boss battle in this game and being very representative of David being this predator in this situation, with Ellie once again feeling really helpless, but was able to overcome that. Those fights can be pretty difficult if you don't know what you're doing, as again you do have to sneak up from behind him, which is kind of tough considering there is glass on the ground that will make noise whenever you cross it, alerting David to your location. Also, after your first hit, David will then pull out his machete, making him catching up to you an instant kill, which can be pretty annoying as well, though I should mention that this is also after he had just missed a whole bunch of shots on you at close range, which is pretty dumb. But again, this ends up being a pretty tedious fight at points, though really the first hit is pretty simple, and once you get the second one, David is usually staggered for enough time that you can run around him and attack him again, which will end the fight. Though I will say that this fight is radically different on easy mode than it is on any other difficulty, with the game actually giving you bricks and bottles to use in this fight on easy, which ends up making this fight so much easier, where all you have to do is find one of these bottles and throw it at David to stun him, making an easy hit at that point. But from a narrative perspective, this ends up also being a pretty tense scene, with David really taunting Ellie as he walks around, having noted that she must not be infected, as no one infected fights that hard to stay alive. We also end up seeing him taunting her over Callus's death, talking about how they've now eaten him. He also mentions that Ellie's murders have actually made the group stronger, with them having less mouths to feed, and really just showing him as this despicable person here. He also briefly mentions his faith, which is something that doesn't get explored here, though they obviously explore a lot more so on the TV show. All while the tension is really being built up through the building also catching on fire, adding this sense of urgency to this situation as well. But when the fight concludes, we do see David still being able to knock Ellie off of him, though both end up falling to the ground unconscious. Taking us back to Joel for the final enemy encounter of this section as he proceeds through the town, through the blizzard, looking for Ellie, with there being urgency obviously due to the fact that we just saw Ellie being knocked to the ground. Now again, this is a fight that you can simply just rush through with visibility here being pretty rough due to the blizzard, which does make it more difficult to hit your shots here, with the Molotov being a pretty easy way to take down a lot of the guards that spawn out of the shipping container that acts as the only pathway into the following section, though I do find it weird that this is also an area that has a shiv door in this initial section, and in general is a pretty large opening section here that has a couple buildings, like a garage to roam through, despite the fact that, again, Joel is supposed to be really rushing to save Ellie here. Crossing the shipping container leads to a street area with a few enemies that, like the hunters in the previous Ellie section, can easily shoot you down here as you run by them. Though again, I rarely ever actually end up fighting them here, with the fight here being kind of a difficult one due to the lack of cover, which again just plays into why I just run through it, where all you need to do is just get to the door in the following alleyway. And when entering it, we do have Joel finding Ellie's backpack and proceeds to walk through a meat locker filled with human corpses, alerting Joel now to the dangerous situation that they are in, saying to himself that he has to find her. But the section ends with him exiting the building to find a burning restaurant, making you think that Joel is about to save Ellie, only for us to then cut back to Ellie as she awakens and has her crawling towards David's machete, only for David to intercept, telling her to give up as he kicks her on the ground, and then proceeds to get on top of her, telling her to try begging, which is just a disturbing scene here, with it clearly being implied that he intends on assaulting her in this instance. But here he says, "You have no idea what I'm capable of," with this feeling like the true David that he's been trying to conceal. Just as a button prompt shows up as Ellie reaches for the machete, leading to the final cutscene of this chapter and of Winter, where Ellie now grabs the machete and continuously stabs him, showing this moment of violence for Ellie, feeling like the loss of innocence for her, where she has obviously killed people before, and her kill of David here is obviously justified, but the amount of rage that she exudes here as she just continues to hack into David's face, and her feeling broken through this encounter with David does end up having this lasting effect on her character, kind of being this point no return for her, this moment where she sees the realities of the world and how dreadful they can be, and this obviously ends up being a scarring moment for her, one that obviously we see the effects of in the following chapter, but also this being a moment where she doesn't need a protector figure to save her from David here. She does it herself, once again showing this loss of innocence for her, but also ends up showing how she's grown up, that she can take care of herself and presumably make her own decisions, which Joel's unaccepting of this plays a factor into his decision in the following chapter. Another theme here is that here Ellie displays the most amount of violence she shows throughout this entire game, but in doing so it ends up breaking her. Something we see followed up on in part 2, where despite her trying to act like Joel in that game, she's not really able to detach herself that way, and this scene ends up playing off very similar to that, where we see her uncontrollably, continuously hacking on David, only stopping at the moment where Joel stops her, where we do have this scene culminating in Joel arriving to take her out of that state, her being emotionally distraught, and in the following chapter we see that she puts some of the blame and the violence she displayed here on herself, with that not being the type of person that she actually is, but due to the emotional trauma here, it was forced out of her. This obviously brings us to the Joel-Ellie reunion here, with this being a powerful moment for the two, with him being able to calm her down and her crying in his arms, to which Joel embraces her and ends up calling her baby girl, the exact phrase that he used to call Sarah as we saw in the opening scene. This being the culmination of Joel and Ellie's bond here, the moment where they finally become this father-daughter relationship, with Joel essentially having now found his new Sarah, this unbreakable bond. And here we see him being able to pull her out of this dark moment for her, being this nice moment of their reunion here, during which the music ends up taking over, which really just adds to the dramatic nature of this scene, with us not being able to listen in on their conversation as Joel leads her out of the building. And while you can be disappointed that we don't get to hear the discussion that they have here, it really doesn't feel that important here, as I do feel like it makes for a more emotional scene here to just have the music swelling up instead, and where you have the scene ending on this shot of the machete assumedly still planted in David's face, being the perfect ending for this chapter, if it wasn't for a couple plot holes here. First off, how is the machete even sticking up, as it's implied to be in David's body, though When Joel grabbed Ellie, she drops the machete, with you hearing the sound of it hitting the ground, which makes this a bit of a plot hole, along with the fact that how did Joel get in the building to begin with, where David had the only key? That means he must have barged in. And also, it is kind of humorous that they're doing all this in the middle of a burning building that could literally crumble at any second. So again, despite how emotional a scene this is, there are a couple things that kind of take you out of if you really think about it. So obviously, you're not supposed to. But no matter what, I mean, this is still one of the most emotional scenes in the game, seeing these two characters that we've grown to love, fully finding love in each other, which for many stories, a moment like this would be the culmination of the story. The ending point where it is this happily ever after of these two characters finding their best case scenario. So because this is The Last of Us, we're not done just yet, with the most interesting aspect of their dynamic still left to be tested in the following chapter. But this is when we get the standard cut to black for season change for the final time. This time being spring, again the final season of the game, once again being a weirdly structured one where this is probably the shortest season of the game, lasting only a little bit over an hour on a standard playthrough. Though despite that fact, this ends up still comprising of 3 chapters, each being some of the shortest chapters in the game alongside the prologue. Though as a consequence to that, obviously a lot happens in the last hour of this game. Obviously having Joel and Ellie finally reach the Fireflies, this setup goal from all the way back when we first met Ellie, and obviously wrapping up the plot of the game, though still providing a bevy of great character moments that wrap up Joel and Ellie's arcs in a masterful way. A way that really blew my mind when I first finished the game. But this all starts with the Bus Depot chapter, which despite me just saying about how so much happens during the spring season here, this chapter in itself ends up being actually pretty light on plot, where it really is just Joel and Ellie's last adventure together as they arrive in Salt Lake City and trek to the hospital, which ends up being our final foray into the standard gameplay loop that we've gotten used to in the game, though also providing Joel and Ellie this final bit of downtime before the game's dramatic conclusion, containing several of the game's most memorable moments despite none of them really being that plot-centric. The chapter starts with Ellie staring at a deer emblem on a wall, assumedly being a reminder of the David situation for her, and in turn ends up putting her in this dark state during the early portions of this chapter, showing that this situation has continued to have an impact on her despite it being 3 to 4 months after those events took place. Where we do know the actual date of the events of this in the following chapter, based on later artifacts taking place on April 28th, 2034, around 9-ish months after Ellie and Joel first met. Now, I remember I used to question if Ellie was in this dark state the entire time during this time skip, or if it just arose in this moment after she saw the deer. I assume obviously now the latter, considering the former would just make Joel's happy-go-lucky nature here really strange, considering the fact that she was clearly not into it. But again, Ellie ends up remaining distant throughout the early portions of this chapter, seeming to feel trauma through those events. But following this, we do see Joel alerting Ellie to the fact that the hospital is now in sight, now seeing the final destination in distance. But here we end up playing as Joel as they find their way off the turnpike, during which we show Joel finally being a bit more lighthearted, now being able to show his softer side with Ellie, seeming to genuinely be happy here, for what is probably the first time since Sarah's death. With him clearly looking at Ellie as his daughter figure at this point, calling Ellie kiddo, which he proceeds to call her throughout this chapter and even in part 2, being this newfound nickname for her. But here he playfully talks about wanting to sit on his porch and pick away at his 6 string, telling Ellie that he's going to teach her to play guitar after this is all over with, which obviously gets followed up on in part 2, with Joel's love of guitars ending up being a massive motif used for him in the following game. Then again, all seems to stem back from this seemingly throwaway line, along with his dream of being a singer. But after Joel says this, he starts to notice that Ellie isn't listening to him, showing her in deep thought, still being just as disturbed as she was during the opening of this scene. With this being a nice subverting of expectations, where obviously there is a notable moment that we will talk about very soon that's known as this major moment of the game subverting your expectations. However, really this entire section is filled with this, in how you would typically expect Ellie to respond to Joel, and this lead to a playful conversation between the two. However, that simply doesn't happen here, making the player recognize her entire state of mind just based on the fact that she doesn't respond to a question she would typically respond to, which adds more emotional weight to the situation, seeing how distraught Ellie is throughout all of this. But along the way, we do stumble across an RV where, looking inside, we can find blood-stained sheets and a family photo, being a reminder of the loss that is prominent in this apocalypse and alluding to the fact that this theme is going to come up once again. But following this, we do get an optional conversation of Ellie talking about her dreams, going into vivid detail about her being on a crashing plane and trying to save it, and awakening after failing to do so, representing her inner turmoil that she's experiencing, as most plane crashing dreams represent, though also this ends up being some foreshadowing to later in the story, with Ellie wanting to save humanity, attempting to do it, only to then wake up to find out that she's failed. But getting off the highway, we then find another abandoned quarantine zone that we have to cross through, giving us a clear view of the hospital ahead, being one of the last times that we end up seeing a future destination in the distance. And after climbing the gate, we end up approaching the bus depot that this chapter is obviously named after, leading to us entering the bus station, where here we see Joel asking Ellie if she's okay, noticing that she's more quiet than normal, with Ellie apologizing for it. However, Joel says it's fine, clearly being in this awkward situation for him of being a father that doesn't know how to console their child, which is all a contrast to his happy-go-lucky nature just a second ago. But following this, we do see that the way to progress is through climbing up a balcony, where we do see ladder at the top. So obviously, in standard Last of Us fashion, we do have to lift Ellie up to the balcony to get her to drop the ladder. But here we get this widely talked about subverting of expectations here, being this notable moment of, after having gone through this entire game with Ellie being ready to help out at every opportunity, ready to be lifted whenever needed, ready to jump on a pallet or crawl through a tunnel, Ellie's always there to help us, but here she doesn't show up when Joel gets into position, with Ellie just being in her own world at this point, allowing this subverting of expectations to really showcase Ellie's state of mind and how she isn't really herself in this moment, having lost this childlike innocence. But again, also being a great moment for the player to recognize that Ellie is a person. Ellie is not this tool to be used as a game mechanic. She's a person with emotions, and the way this one moment telegraphs that is brilliant usage of gameplay here to supplement the story. Getting her attention here does have Joel lifting her up, though as she picks up the ladder, she notices something in the distance, and in amazement drops the ladder to rush to see it, which I will say I always found this to be a bit of a weird scene, as she could have at least place the ladder down nicely here. Now again, I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to showcase Ellie's childlike innocence and it returning in this moment after having been in this really dark place. So you would think for someone that she cares about enough in Joel that she would just properly place the ladder, especially considering she wants us to hurry up and catch up to her, though this obviously just makes that slower. And obviously this is the game trying to build up tension of like, oh my god, what is she looking at? So it has you wasting the time of actually picking up the ladder and putting it in place and climbing up. Like, I get why they're doing this, though it's always been something that's kind of rubbed me the wrong way there. But after climbing the ladder, we do end up following Ellie as she continues following something in amazement, where eventually we get a glimpse of it being a giraffe, leading up to the notable scene of us finding a giraffe eating right at a hole in the building, to which we can walk up to it and pet it, encouraging Ellie to do the same, all while this more lighthearted music plays in the background. And this is one of the most iconic moments in the game, a very clear moment of levity for these characters after having gone through such a hard experience, us seeing the character of Ellie get out of her dark state and bring back this childlike innocence for this moment of her touching this giraffe and being excited about seeing this giraffe, showing Ellie the positivity that's still out there in this world, with this seeming to give her the motivation to continue fighting for it. But eventually the giraffe walks off, with Ellie being giddy as they continue to follow it, taking them to the roof, where in the distance we see a whole herd of giraffes, where here we get a callback to the scene back at the museum where Joel asks her, is this everything you were hoping for? And Ellie says here that it's got its ups and downs, but you can't deny the view. Again, playing off of this previous scene with Joel asking the exact same question, but this time Ellie not saying the jury is still out like she did last time, having now seen the world for herself and saying that has ups and downs, with that being her conclusion now after all that she's experienced. And I do think this is a pretty interesting conclusion here, really highlighting the highs and lows of their journey, and really the giraffe scene here ends up representing their highs, being this moment of levity immediately after what is probably the most dark experience the two have been through up to this point. Though I will say that it is kind of humorous that these are technically optional conversations, where you can literally skip both the petting scene and also the roof scene by just walking right by them. Which obviously does greatly take away from this sequence, though again it's just funny to think that Joel can neglect Ellie during this moment. But really you can stand here and watch the drafts for as long as you want, potentially making this a never-ending scene of levity, though at some point you do gotta continue on, heading us back in the more grim tone that The Last of Us is known for. With this concept feeling like developers telling the player that these lighthearted moments aren't gonna last forever. But finally, this we get to was probably one of the most important cutscenes in the entire game, where this ends up showcasing both Ellie and Joel's state of minds, where we have the giraffe starting to walk off, and as Joel is about to open the door to move along, he stops, turning to Ellie and says, "We don't have to do this." Clearly starting to feel nervous about the upcoming interaction with the Fireflies, feeling nervous that it might lead to the two being separated, and with Joel now looking at her as his newfound daughter, that obviously is a frightening thought to him, with him now being in the happiest state he has ever been since Sarah's death, being content in the way that his life has turned around, and not being able to handle losing that. But here he tells her that they should just go back to Tommy's, where they can be just done with everything, live out a peaceful life, clearly being Joel's idealistic outcome, something we do end up partially seeing happen. But this is where we do get a great response from Ellie, saying that after all we've been through, everything that I've done, it can't be for nothing. I was acknowledging the long journey we've been on, but also acknowledging the guilt she feels over the deaths she's seen along the way, with her having this survivor guilt over those dead by infected, but also her still traumatized by the situation with David. But the core line here is that it can't be for nothing. Feeling like she is even aware of there being a chance of her not making it through, but feeling like there's this obligation to save the world at this point, with her feeling like she's the only one that can. And again, now having seen the ups and downs of the world at this point, and despite her dark state earlier, she is then brought out of it. We're seeing these giraffes here, obviously feeling like the light in this dark world, showing her that there is still beauty in this world, and that this is a world worth saving, despite all the negativity that can be caused within it. Motivating Ellie even further to follow through finding the Fireflies, despite the uncertainty of how exactly it will go, seeming undeterred in her motivations here and seemingly wanting to do whatever it takes to make her life matter, which ends up adding further complexity to Joel's later decision, with him clearly knowing this and knowing Ellie's state of mind and how exactly she would have responded to the later dilemma. Though the scene does end with watching the last of the giraffes walking out of sight, this beacon of hope and innocence leaving the area, essentially foreshadowing the dark events that are to occur. To which Joel takes a deep breath, giving you the sense that this is just a fleeting moment of positivity, and that really this is just the calm before the storm for the rest of the story. But the two progress onward, with Ellie continuing the conversation, saying that there's no halfway with this, also stating that after everything is done, that she'll go wherever he wants, adding a bit more complexity to this situation. Obviously, a lot of people bring this up as to say that Ellie wouldn't have wanted to sacrifice herself and did expect to survive, even though there's so many other clues the contrary. But this is a moment, though, where she is making long-term plans with Joel, obviously wanting to be alongside him if the Firefly situation doesn't work out, though a different scenario to what we actually end up seeing happening, something that I think is beyond what Ellie could have even imagined. Leading to Joel saying the line that "I'm not leaving here without you," again clearly showing Joel's mentality here, and that no matter the circumstances, no matter what he's gonna have to do, he is not gonna leave Ellie behind. But afterwards we do exit the terminal to see that the bus station was turned into a quarantine processing area, allowing Joel to talk about how these places were used during the beginning of the outbreak, where he talks about having memories of families being torn apart and the world turning upside down, leading to this massive moment for Joel's character and his relationship with Ellie then asking him, "Is that after you lost Sarah?" And instead of the normal freak out that we would typically see from Joel whenever someone mentions her name, specifically the last time Ellie mentioned her name, he instead painfully says, "Yes, it was, with this bit of acting from Troy Baker here really sticking out to me, where you can really just hear the struggle in his voice as he says it, this being the first time he allows someone else to talk about Sarah over the course of the story instead of just shutting it down whenever it's mentioned. But this also provides us with a great Ellie moment as well, of reissuing her apology from back at the ranch, talking about not being able to imagine losing someone you love like that and losing everything that you know. Now having more understanding of Joel and the loss that he has gone through since the last time she's issued that apology, and truly meaning her apology this time instead of it just being a segue into talking about her own loss. Now following this, we can explore the tents at the station where you do get your normal looting, though this does end up being the location of the final tool, meaning that this is the first point in your original playthrough where you can max out weapon upgrades. There's also another annoyingly placed Firefly pendant on the top of a lamppost, thankfully being the last of these that are completely out of sight. But as you're about to leave the area, Ellie calls back at Joel, giving us our final optional conversation in the game, a really fitting one in that, where Ellie reveals that she has something for Joel, taking out the photo of Joel and Sarah that we saw in her backpack back in the winter chapter, and also the photo that Tommy had attempted to give to him at the dam. But here Joel finally ends up accepting the photo, saying no matter how hard you try, I guess you can't escape the past. Feeling like Joel finally finding peace over Sarah's death, finally coming to terms with the grief that has plagued him for 21 years now, with Joel saying thank you to her, obviously being thank you for his apology, but in reality it's also a thank you for healing him, a thanks for taking him out of this broken state that he had been over the last 20 years, now allowing him to move on, having found something else to fight for, being another of these great full circle moments towards the end of the game. Though I will say, as much as I do love this scene, the fact that Joel does end up saying that you can't escape the past, it's just so on the nose, and it does feel very contrary to the way that the storytelling of The Last of Us has been up to this point, of there being this more subtle storytelling, where this is literally Joel just blatantly saying his themes out loud. Obviously still a great moment, a moment that does really culminate Joel's development over the course of the story here. But after crossing through a bus, the two now have to navigate through an underground tunnel to get to the hospital, which again ends up being the last normal bit of gameplay in the game. Though while entering, we do hear Ellie talking about how this time it's going to be different, and that the Fireflies are going to be there, which, I mean, they better be, considering how stupid it would be if they literally didn't find them for the third time now. But it's also a moment to show Ellie's optimism back here, making this entire chapter feel like good old times for the duo, with this being the final time they do many of the things that feel like routine across this playthrough, having the final appearance of Infected and traversal puzzles that have been a bulk of this game's gameplay up to this point. But entering the tunnel leads to the final true Infected encounter in the game, being a really difficult one at that, where we are given a long span of tunnel to cross here, with numerous clickers, runners, and bloaters surrounding it, feeling like the final test for the player in their ability in Infected encounters, where you can't end this encounter unless you are undetected, as you need to lift Ellie to push down a crate, allowing you to get over a truck. Now on easier difficulties, you can just crouch your way to the end here without that much difficulty, as both clickers and bloaters won't detect you unless you bump into them, and runners are put in a position where they won't see you until alerted. So again, you can sneak by through this entire encounter, though obviously the higher the difficulty, the more precise of movements you need. Now there is technically a way to run through this area and progress, which has you throwing smoke bombs at the end of the area to break detection, which I know is used in speedruns, though I've always struggled with consistently doing this strat. Though obviously you can also just fight your way through the tunnel, which obviously ends up being a difficult enemy encounter, again with 3 bloaters and a bevy of clickers involved. But we do get a nice little detail here through doing so, where after killing them we do have Joel saying endure and survive, obviously the phrase that he had learned from Ellie, and also here you can pick up the final training manual in the game. But really that ends up being the only true enemy encounter in this chapter, being the only chapter alongside Balestown to not include human enemies, and also being the last chapter to include infected enemies, really exemplifying how the infected were never truly the main antagonists in this story, with humans always having been the more dangerous figures here. But beyond this, we then get a minor puzzle section that has us going underwater to get to and lower a ladder for Ellie to climb, though before this we do get Ellie talking about how Joel should teach her how to swim once they're done, another thing obviously followed up on in part 2, But again, this is them doing a lot of setup for things that they want to do after meeting up with the Fireflies, which does feel a bit overboard in how much they do this right before the possibility of losing Ellie becomes a near reality, feeling a bit melodramatic. But following this, we do obviously come across a barred door because it's The Last of Us, which I will say I do find it also kind of annoying how this section really does end up feeling like a greatest hits of Ellie and Joel's collaborative efforts here, where like I get that they need to highlight how well these two work together right before the possibility of them being split. But again, it just feels extremely monotonous to do all these in a row here. But obviously we have to lift Ellie through a gap, though as Ellie approaches the door, a clicker appears to attack her, with Joel having to shoot it down, being the last time Joel kills a clicker in this game's story, and fittingly, it is to protect Ellie. Though finally, if you know that it's there, you can actually shoot at it before Ellie crosses over, which can also lead to a weird glitch, where if you do it quick enough, you can get Ellie over after it had already been detected, which can let you progress through the area with the clicker still alive, which ends up being beneficial for speed runs, allowing Joel to run at points where he's not supposed to, though it really doesn't have any true purpose in a casual playthrough. But again, this scene is used to emphasize once again how Ellie does want to go through with all this by saying she can't wait for the infected to be wiped out, making it clear once again that that is her top priority here. But progressing leads to the final workbench in the game, which strangely isn't much further beyond the previous one at the bus station. So I always found the placement of it here kind of weird, especially because immediately afterwards is a shiv door, meaning that if you don't backtrack here, the parts that you pick up here are pretty useless. After this, we find ourselves right in front of the hospital, leaving us with the final puzzle in the game, one that does have multiple steps to it, with you seeing a ladder out of reach in front of you, while also there being a direct path to it on a raised platform across a flooded area, and there also being a pallet conveniently placed at the top of a balcony area behind us, which again, like the previous infected encounter, makes us feel like this final test for the player in solving a more complex version of these puzzles that we've seen numerous times now, where a first step here is to go underwater and find your way through some ductwork that will allow you to shimmy your way onto the balcony, where you can lower the pallet and obviously get Ellie to the path to lower the ladder, though when grabbing the ladder it ends up breaking off the wall, adding more to the puzzle here, with you now needing to drag it to the balcony, passing it over from one side to the other, and then using that ladder as a bridge to get to Ellie. Again, a lengthy puzzle here, the one that does feel very fitting for the final of these style of puzzles. Now following this, we do get to the final room of this chapter, it being a flooded tunnel with a fast moving current, where we do have to navigate here through jumping from truck to truck. Though technically you can just jump in the water, which in turn will have the current pushing you all the way to the end of the area, allowing you to skip most of the platforming here, which funnily they do end up taking out the ability to do this in Remake, where falling into water becomes an instant kill, which to be honest makes sense considering the section's actually kind of broken, as there is a way for you to accidentally go too far here. The game will essentially soft lock you, where the only way to continue on here is the restart encounter. So because that does kind of make sense that they just decide screw it and make it an instant death to even attempt this in the remake. But eventually we get to a larger gap, one that we do see Joel getting in position to catch Ellie, only for Ellie to not even need him there, feeling like the game telling you that Joel's protector role isn't necessary anymore, with Ellie being capable enough on her own. But following this, we do have to end up crossing a bus that starts to shake as they jump on it, leading to this final action set piece of Ellie making it through, but the ledge breaks as Joel gets on it, leaving him on the bus as it starts to sink, with him falling towards the back of the bus, where you can start to climb back up bar by bar, though eventually the bar breaks, with Joel now being stuck as the current starts to overrun the bus. But once you look towards the nearby door, Ellie will then jump onto the bus, obviously risking her own life in order to save Joel here, considering her inability to swim, obviously being this great final display of their bond before Joel's later decision. Though I will say it is kind of funny how the game does wait for you to end up looking towards Ellie for her to make the jump, which to be fair is a common trend in this game where characters don't end up moving and progressing the story unless you're looking at them. But here the bus ends up sinking anyway, leading to this underwater section of us seeing an unconscious Ellie and having to save her, picking her up and returning to the surface, where Joel proceeds to do CPR on her, with her not breathing, obviously freaking out at the possible loss of another daughter figure. But this is when a group of soldiers show up, telling Joel to put his hands in the air, with Joel being knocked out after not complying, all a really dramatic scene, one that does directly parallel the prologue, something I do think is masterfully done at the end of this game here, in how the events leading up to Sarah's death end up repeating themselves here, with Joel holding this unconscious Ellie in his arms, trying to resuscitate her, feeling very similar to Joel holding the dying Sarah in his arms, using moments like this to give Joel PTSD over how the same style of situation is happening to him again, but also allowing him to get this redemption for what happened to Sarah. Though obviously this time the situation has greater consequences for the rest of humanity. But then we cut to what is the final true section of the game, the Firefly Lab chapter, starting one of the most complex and nuanced endings to any game I've ever seen, which has Joel awakening in a hospital bed with Marlene sitting at his bedside, revealing that the man that knocked him out belonged to the Fireflies, having Joel and Ellie now succeeding in their goal that was set up for them all along, though this obviously doesn't play out as they expected. This obviously reintroduces Marlene to the story after having not appeared since all the way back in the Quarantine Zone chapter, which is really insane when you think about it. Think of a character that's as important as Marlene having not appeared throughout pretty much the entirety of the game, simply being there to set Joel and Ellie off and being there to welcome them when they arrive at their destination. Being a very fascinating character to me, one that obviously ends up serving as the main antagonist for the game, though ends up being a really sympathetic figure. While she is the physical representation of the Fireflies here, the game does do a lot to try to sympathize her, making the player recognize her parallels to Joel, though an interesting case, especially for her being the antagonist, Marlene seems to have the moral high ground in this situation, thinking about the whole of humanity over Joel's selfish desires, which we will obviously talk a lot about. But I did never talk about Marlene's actress, with her being played by Merle Dandridge, who later reprised her role for the HBO show as well, and she does a very good job here as Marlene, being this very nuanced figure, particularly in these final scenes with her coming off as this parallel to Joel, though also the antithesis to Joel, her being very effective at challenging Joel in his perspective, with her performance here really holding that emotional weight, really making you recognize how tough of a decision this is for Marlene, and through that does a very effective job at adding more complexity to Joel's later decision, which really is the point of Marlene's character here. With Merle's performance and the conviction that she portrays Marlene with here really playing a major factor in you recognizing the nuance of these situations. But the scene does start here of Marlene welcoming Joel to the Fireflies, apologizing for knocking him out, talking about her men didn't know who he was, showing Marlene being sympathetic towards Joel here, a trend that continues moving forward. But instantly here we see Joel asking Marlene about Ellie, to which he is told that she is alright, with him being relieved in that instance, with Ellie's safety being the first thing on his mind. Though this is followed up by Marlene asking how he even got there, Joel giving all the credit to Ellie, talking about how hard she fought to get here, mentioning that maybe it was meant to be, seeming to be a throwaway line here, but this is followed by Marlene backing off of this, talking about how she lost most of her men crossing the country and ended up losing everything, seeming to have lost hope. But then Joel and Ellie arrive out of nowhere, with the Fireflies finding him just in time to save her, with her seeming to truly believe that this was meant to be, feeling in line with David's belief that everything happens for a reason, which seems to be a common trend across this game's main human antagonist. But now Joel wants to be taken to her, where Marlene tells him that he doesn't have to worry about her anymore, and that they'll take care of her, something that Joel instantly refutes, still wanting to see her, leading to this big reveal where Marlene tells him that he can't as she's being prepped for surgery, revealing that the reason why she is immune is because the growth inside of her has mutated and that they need to remove it in order to reverse engineer a vaccine. Obviously leading to Joel pointing out that it grows all over her brain, where we do get Marlene painfully saying it does. It now being clear that in order to get this vaccine, it would require Ellie to sacrifice herself. And here we have Joel telling Marlene to find someone else, only for Marlene to say there is nobody else. giving us this really complex situation and dilemma for all the characters involved. These characters that have personal stakes with Ellie, but also with the potential cure to mankind being on the line here. So realistically, it is only a possible cure. Again, there's obviously no way to guarantee that this operation is a success and that it will make an operable vaccine, which for this to require Ellie's sacrifice just for a chance of getting a vaccine is obviously a very tough pill to swallow. Though realistically, I don't think any of that mattered to Joel here, where there was just no way that Joel was going to accept the possibility of Ellie dying, leading to Joel getting aggressive in this moment, only for the attendant to knock him down. Ironically, having the Fireflies, this group that we spent the entire game trying to find, be the group that now serves as the main antagonist, being the biggest threat to Joel's happiness. But despite Joel's anger, Marlene ends up showing him mercy in this situation, clearly resonating with Joel, with her telling him that she gets it, having known Ellie for even longer than Joel has, essentially being Ellie's protector before Joel was in the picture, and again, knowing her mother and promised to look after her. Marlene also has this really personal bond with Ellie that I do think most people ignore when assessing the complexity of this ending sequence, with Joel and Marlene again both being these protector figures for Ellie, but both obviously having opposite reactions to the possibility of the vaccine here and the sacrifice needed for it, where Marlene ends up thinking about the greater good, curing all of humanity over her own personal happiness, with this decision to sacrifice Ellie being a very difficult one on her, one that I think most people neglect, due to the fact that we don't see much of her and Ellie's relationship, as we obviously see more of Ellie and Joel's relationship. And really through this conversation with Joel, Marlene is really trying to cope with the fact that she is making this decision, hoping that Joel will agree with her decision making here, trying to find peace with it, only for her to then get the opposite reaction, where we do see Joel pleading for Ellie's life, and Joel being incensed at how Marlene can continue to let this happen, with this obviously being booned by knowing Joel's background, knowing that this reminds him of him losing Sarah and feels defeated in this moment, realizing that he's losing another daughter figure, a context that Marlene is unaware of, with Marlene simply thinking of him as a smuggler that drug her across the country. And while yes, obviously she knows that the two must have bonded during that situation, I don't think she expected the bond to be as strong as it is here, hoping that Joel would recognize the situation that she is in and empathize with her based on the background that she knew about him, and for him to not do so here does come as a shock to her, something she didn't want to hear. Essentially Joel doing the opposite of what she wanted, and her being challenged on the decision that she has made. But again, Marlene responds with, "This isn't about me or even her. There is no other choice here," with again Marlene putting her entire life's work into forming the Fireflies and trying to reform society, with this being the last glimmer of hope that's left to succeed in that mission, which really ends up forcing Marlene to make this extremely difficult decision, one that again Joel rebuts, telling her to keep telling yourself that bullshit, clearly not being on board, leading to Marlene ordering her guard to escort him out, and that if he tries anything, to shoot him, telling him to not waste this gift, really again showing him mercy in this situation, wanting to be able to let him go, showing a level of sympathy and morality that Marlene exhibits here that we don't see Joel matching following this. Though at the same time, this also shows Marlene misunderstanding Joel, thinking of Joel as any other person that would want this outbreak to conclude, and that being the main motivation of his, when in reality he doesn't care about the outbreak. He doesn't care about the infected and how much it destroys the rest of the world. He doesn't care about humanity, a humanity that has stripped him of his daughter to begin with. All he cares about is Ellie, with this misunderstanding leading to her eventual death here. But after this, we do end up seeing the Firefly escorting Joel out of the building, being forceful with him here, having this defeated Joel walk out of the room and down the hall, though here he ends up seeing his backpack sitting on the counter, which is where we do see him making his decision, with him stopping in place, upsetting the Firefly, only for him to then overpower him and take his gun, bringing back the tone that we had seen during that torture scene during Winter, asking for the operating room's location, shooting him in the chest when he doesn't answer instantly, and continuously shooting him as he angrily yells out "where," only for the Firefly to tell him that's at the far end of the top floor with his last breath, as Joel then proceeds to shoot him in the head. Now again, I mean, this does feel a bit convenient. The man does relent in his final breath here after being in a position where he's already likely going to die from all these gunshot wounds. But anyway, this scene ends up really highlighting this ruthless behavior from Joel and once again showing that he will do whatever it takes to save those he loves. And with that, let's talk about Joel's decision here to save Ellie, which is a very complex situation. One that I've always found it strange how people talk as if it's not, instantly siding with Joel and thinking that it's ridiculous to think otherwise, when I feel like that completely nullifies what this game is trying to tell you here. Where yes, obviously you are supposed to understand Joel's decision making here, and him choosing to save Ellie due to the bond that they have built over the course of this game, and also the trauma that he has felt from losing Sarah, something he had just gotten past. But that certainly doesn't put Joel in the right and Marlene in the wrong, where the entire point of this story is to show you how complex people are, avoiding showing people in this black and white nature, something that was the initial concept of this story, where even before the creation of the infected, the point of this story was to make the characters feel like real people and putting them in tough situations, having to make difficult choices. And this section is really the epitome of that. Joel making this decision to fight his way through the Fireflies to save Ellie, yes, keeping Ellie alive here, but also in doing so, taking away the little hope that is left for humankind to recover from this cordyceps threat, dooming humanity to forever be stuck in this state, saving Ellie in this position where Ellie doesn't even want to be saved. As previously mentioned, Ellie herself wants to see this through. She wants her life to actually matter and have this impact. And the decision that Joel ends up making here strips her of that opportunity, not allowing her to make a choice in this situation, largely because he knows that the choice that she would make would not be one that he would agree with, making him choose for her and stripping her of her own agency, which obviously ends up being a major aspect of their relationship in part 2. But I really feel like Joel's decision here is one that I think most people misconstrued, as Joel doing this because he thinks it's morally wrong to sacrifice Ellie here, when that's simply not the case. I mean, Joel's doing this because he is selfish. He is doing this off of his own selfish needs. These needs that Marlene was able to push aside to leave this glimmer of hope for society, while Joel is doing this because he cannot bear the pain of losing another daughter figure, not caring about really anyone else. He doesn't care about Ellie's own wanting to go through this. He doesn't care about the Fireflies or the rest of humanity. He only cares about himself in this situation, which is to me what makes Joel such a fascinating character. Again, having him make this decision to doom humanity, but making this decision make full sense to his character and also making you side with him and you wanting him to also save Ellie due to your own selfish need to want Ellie alive. With us obviously caring more about Ellie than we do for the rest of humanity that lives in this fictional world, again making Joel feel like this perfect conduit for the player here, though that doesn't change the fact that this is a decision that is made on purely selfish motivations and is a decision that I don't necessarily agree with on a moral basis, even if I do empathize with the decision that he has to make here. Again, Joel is doing this for selfish reasons. He is doing this because he personally needs Ellie in his life. A situation that I think you can even debate that Joel doesn't actually even truly care about Ellie. He more so cares about what Ellie represents in his life, and that he is using Ellie as this daughter figure to get himself out of this grieving state that he had been in for 20 years. And to be fair, the same thing can be said of Ellie. Ellie could also be using Joel as this protector figure in her life, not genuinely caring about him, but more so utilizing him to fulfill this role that she has always wanted for herself. And to me, this has always been a very fascinating exploration of the themes of selfishness and love and how conflated the two can end up being. And the exploration of these themes within the character of Joel is what has always made Joel one of my favorite characters of all time, him being one of the most complex characters in any video game, with the complexity in his character here feeling like steps above the types of characters you would see in most given narratives. But that's Joel's point of view. Now let's talk about the Firefly's point of view, where they're not squeaky clean in all this either. Again, they are willing to sacrifice a girl for simply a chance at making a vaccine. Not fully a guarantee, though obviously the narrative kind of wants you to think of it as one, for the sake of adding more stakes to this potential sacrifice. But in doing so, they also are stripping Ellie of her agency. they also aren't giving Ellie the choice, and if it wasn't for the fact that we know Ellie would have wanted to go through this, they would also be clearly in the wrong as well. Again, they are literally making this girl a martyr for a potential cure without really letting her have a say in all that. Now again, we know Ellie would have said yes. We know Ellie wants to sacrifice herself. She wants to make her life matter. But again, from the Firefly perspective, they are also doing these exact same things that Joel is doing, and I think a lot of people use that to rationalize Joel's decision. Again, stripping his character of more selfish motivations, when in reality, none of this matters to Joel. He doesn't care at all about the Firefly's motivations. All he cares about is that Ellie is in danger, and that is going to strip him of his happiness. And again, there is no black and white in this situation. This situation is completely nuanced. Both sides are doing bad things. So I do think the morality of the situation does tip more so towards the Firefly side of things, with Ellie's want to sacrifice herself to save humanity, and that being the Firefly's goal here, which is what makes Joel's success in thwarting their plans an even more complex turn for the narrative moving forward. But with that, we finally get to the final enemy encounters in the game, obviously with Joel needing to fight his way to the operating room to save Ellie, entirely comprising of human enemies, keeping in line with how humans are meant to be the true antagonists of this game, leading to these being some of the most difficult enemy encounters in the game, as previously foreshadowed by our conversation with Robert early on, though that is if you actually end up participating in all of them, as really all these encounters end up being ones that you can run through, being able to progress even with enemies being alerted to you. But again, there are just so many ways you can approach this section. You could take the stealth approach, which in itself is pretty difficult, as the bow and arrow isn't super effective here with all the enemies here being armored. You can obviously go the more aggressive route, though that does lead to potential for enemies to just swarm you, with you clearly being outnumbered here. Though another bit of intrigue in this fight, again the final fight in the entire game, ends up being the potential to unlock a new weapon, with many of the enemies here having assault rifles, which if you take down an enemy with one, ends up being added to your arsenal. And I mean, it's fine. I mean, obviously it allows for you to shoot more bullets at a time. They'll obviously do less damage per bullet than other weapons, and it doesn't end up being as precise as most other weapons. Pretty standard of what you would expect from an assault rifle in a third-person shooter, though again, I just really prefer using other weapons more. But again, this first area does have a pretty precise path that you can take to avoid detection, going a few rooms over from your starting position, where through proceeding ahead, you could sneak out through a balcony and get past most of the enemies, though approaching the following section will lead to a group of enemies rushing towards you, rushing out of the upcoming room, to which you can hide on the side and let them just run by. But that ends up taking us to a second enemy encounter here, one that I really see no reason in why you would actually bother fighting this group, where there is no cover to use in this fight. And again, with them having assault rifles, again, it makes it very difficult to even get through this fight normally. And again, the door is literally right there for you to end this section, so I just feel like it's just easier just to run towards the door. But even then, you do typically start to get shot by enemies, to where, to make this a bit easier, you can go and shoot the nearby fire extinguisher, which should open up enough time for you to get to the door, though sometimes I do end up missing the fire extinguisher and I'm dying because of that, which can be a frustrating death there. But with that, we now climb up the stairs to the top floor, where afterwards we do get a bit of downtime before getting to our final encounter, where we can explore the rooms leading up to it, which I mean in itself is kind of ridiculous considering how urgent this threat seems to be. But either way, here we can find our final shiv door, and also we can find a number of collectibles, each of which adding more context to the situation, with us finding recorders that give us the surgeon's and Marlene's thoughts on the situation, with the surgeon seeming to be resolute in the fact that this is the cure to the infection, and once again just fully emphasizing how much the Fireflies truly believe that this is the case, making this big declaration that after years of wandering in circles, we're about to come home, make a difference, and back into control, really showing you the conviction that this surgeon has, making you truly believe that he thinks that this is right. Something we see further supported in part 2, where this surgeon obviously ends up being Jerry, a major catalyst for the story of part 2, and there we do see the fact that he is the one that convinces Marlene to go through with this, where we even see in Marlene's recorder here, where she talks about yelling at the surgeon, and they're waiting for her go ahead, saying the tests get harder and harder, and just being exhausted and wanting it all to end, really showing you Marlene's exasperated state of mind here, and decides to just let it happen here, showing you how tired humanity is of this conflict, and that the Fireflies are truly fighting here to end it. with Jerry in this instance seeming to be the biggest proponent of this plan. With Jerry in this game seeming like a throwaway character, though obviously again he becomes a major presence in part 2, with him being acted by the same actor in that game, which I do find humorous, as again this felt very much like a throwaway role here. But also here we end up finding Marlene's journal, which gives us a lot more insight into Marlene's character, finding out how much of a failure she felt like she was for losing Ellie and began to lose all hope. Talking about feeling like an incompetent grunt, being upset at handing Ellie off to a couple of smugglers, thinking that she got her killed, and failed Anna in that situation, Ellie's mother who she made a promise to, but also feeling like she failed all of humanity. Really showing you the weight that she felt on her shoulders there, which does make her really rash decision in giving Ellie off to Joel and Tess a bit more rational, as again it does feel kind of convenient, especially in the fact that we do learn here that her group healed up pretty quickly, but it does highlight her state of mind, showing her being desperate in that situation, and the fact that it was all course corrected very quickly, while ridiculous at first, actually does play into her redemption arc here, where like Joel, Marlene feels like this is redemption for her. Where Joel saving Ellie is redemption for his loss of Sarah, Marlene finding Ellie and using her to create a cure is redemption for her having lost her previously. As she writes that she had lost all hope, but when you're lost in a darkness, you look for a light. And we get the latest journal entry, seeing her reaction to finding Joel and Ellie, seeming scared to give herself hope there, talking about being excited, scared, and nervous, all really making her final decision here all that more complex. Well, following this, we do end up reaching the pediatric surgery area, which I will say it is kind of ridiculous that they decided to do this surgery in the pediatric room, which obviously Ellie is a kid. I guess it is further emphasizing that, though it does feel kind of dumb that they have this entire hospital to work with, and for some reason they decided to keep a tradition there. But either way, we do get to the final enemy encounter in the game here. One not too dissimilar from the first one in this section, with a bevy of armored enemies on the left side of the room, blocking off the door that will finish the area, though interestingly, the right side of the room ends up being mostly void of enemies, making it pretty easy to just rush our way through that side and then using a Molotov or smoke bomb near the door to open your path to it, making this final encounter a bit underwhelming, even in comparison to the previous ones in the chapter, though still a very difficult one if you approach it more upright. Where in that situation, you're really just slaughtering through this final batch of fireflies, adding to the gruesome nature of what Joel will do in order to save Ellie here, really making this entire scene feel like a massacre. But with that, we now have the surgery room in sight, though to the side, you can find the final collectible in the area, that being another Marlene recording, this one further humanizing her character, with her really highlighting how broken she is over this decision, again apologizing to Anna, Ellie's mother, for the decision that she has to make here, with this essentially being a message to Anna, talking about her giving the go-ahead, despite not really feeling like she had much of a choice, thinking it was more so a formality, and saying that she kept her promise to Anna and looked after Ellie, saying she would have done anything for her, really showing you how much of a connection she did have with Ellie through her connection with Anna, who are obviously implied to be extremely close. But she continues to double down on the fact that she's doing this to save all of us, thinking about all of mankind over the life of one girl, implying that Anna was also in search of this cure as well. And again, talking about how she does sympathize with Joel and doesn't have it in her to kill him when he is the only one that would understand the weight of this decision. Again, highlighting her sympathetic nature, this fatal flaw for her as Joel doesn't reciprocate this back. Also highlighting the difference between the two and how they both are again put in this same dilemma, though obviously have vastly different reactions to it, with Marlene deciding to let go of her protector role here while Joel simply can't. But following this, we proceed to the surgery room, which has us walking in right before the surgery is to commence, with Ellie already being knocked out in the center of the room, as the surgeon, who we will later know as Jerry, ends up blocking Joel's way, with him trying to fend off Joel, saying that he won't let Joel take her, and to think of all the lives that she'll save, only for Joel to not care and shoot him there, being the only person we are forced to kill in this area, despite there being two others in the room, with his death obviously spawning the entire story of part 2, Even though obviously all that is a retcon. I mean, Jerry here doesn't even look anything like what he looks like in part 2. And the concept of Abby and creating these parallels between Jerry and Joel were clearly not concepted at the time. It's just a situation of them very clearly realizing the pieces that were already set in the original and being able to utilize them in a really interesting way to create an equally complex story following this. But even taking this moment for its own right, it ends up being a great moment where, whether or not you agree or disagree with Joel's decision, the game forces you to kill Jerry here. Again, this guy framed as the only person that can create this cure, which again is kind of dumb that that's the case, but that's how the games try to portray it, as being representative of dooming humanity, putting that weight on the player as well as Joel. Though here we do get an option of killing the others as well, though something I do find really funny about this section is that they end up having ragdoll physics the moment that they're shot, which ends up looking a bit ridiculous. But also there is ridiculousness here in how you can literally just use any ranged weapon to kill them, including your flamethrower, which looks really dumb, but obviously it would have been better if they forced you to use a specific weapon here, but I guess they didn't fully think that through. Either way, this ends up cementing Joel's role in dooming society, which again, like, despite people's criticisms of how Joel was handled in part 2, I was personally extremely satisfied with the way that Joel was handled, where I always wanted Joel to face the ramifications of this decision, having to pay for dooming humanity and completely fracturing the Fireflies, which I guess you can complain about the timing of his death and the minute details of how exactly it happened, but I do feel like the basic idea of how Joel dies and how he is killed by the daughter of the surgeon that he killed, these ramifications for how he doomed society in order to save Ellie, is exactly what I wanted coming into the sequel, to me feeling like a very satisfying way for his character to go out, which I might talk about in more detail if I ever do an in-depth look at part 2 in the future, which I mean, don't expect that for a very, very long time. But either way, we do follow this up with Joel lifting up Ellie, with him saying, "Come on, baby girl," feeling very reminiscent of the moment that he picks up Sarah after the car crash, and starts to make his escape with this really emotional music swelling up, building up how emotional of a moment this is, with us playing as Joel with Ellie in his arms, just like we did with Sarah in the prologue, again feeling like another full circle moment. Running through the hospital towards the elevators with the Fireflies on our trail, which I will say you can be caught by the Fireflies here, which can lead to some weirdness with this scene just really ruining all the momentum here in the story. But also this death sequence didn't even load in properly for me when I was trying to record footage for this video, which just was funny to me. But after Joel enters the elevator here, we do get this short moment here, getting to see Joel's reactions to this just by himself. Him seeming to come to terms with what he just did, seeming relieved at the fact that he did end up saving Ellie, taking a short look at her before proceeding, still seeming resolute in what he's doing. And despite the questionable morality of what Joel does here, it does feel like Joel remains resolute in this, even up to his death. We're literally in the final scene that we see of him in part 2. He says he would do it all over again. And I do feel like this determination from Joel and how resolute he is in making the choice that he makes here are the defining traits of what makes him a complex character and makes him a thematically satisfying one at that. But this leads to the final cutscene of the chapter, being a really heavy one in that, in Joel exiting the elevator to find Marlene waiting for him with a gun pointed towards him, telling Joel that he can't save her, reminding him of the horrors that are out there, only for Joel to say that that isn't for Marlene to decide, which is ironic considering he is also making that decision for Ellie, which again, I think a lot of people take this at face value, when this is straight up just BS from Joel in this situation, where Joel is also taking away Ellie's ability to decide here. But also Joel knows that Ellie would be willing to sacrifice herself, as Marlene even proceeds to call him out for. But again, here we do see Marlene lowering her gun, once again offering to let Joel go if he returns Ellie to the Fireflies here, which I mean, I will assume that she doesn't know about Jerry's death yet, as if she did, this does feel kind of pointless considering, again, the entire Last of Us series surmises that Jerry is the only one that can create a vaccine. Again, it's still dumb, but either way, we end up cutting away here before we end up seeing Joel's answer, only seeing him look at Ellie before we cut away, allowing for the following scene to play out a bit more dramatically, with you not being sure exactly what Joel decided, even though, I mean, thematically it only makes sense of what he ends up doing. But I think initially you can interpret his look at Ellie as him truly contemplating it, though in reality it's obviously him feeling even more determined that he needs to save her. But first, the following scene starts off with us seeing Joel driving out of town, with the shot focusing on him at first, and again we see him take a deep breath here, seeming to recognize the weight of the decision that he's made, but also the fact that his work isn't done just yet. And again here they make you think that there was a chance that he made a deal, until we end up hearing Ellie's voice, with her awakening in the backseat, being confused over what happened, leading to the other shocking moment in this ending, in that we have Joel proceeding to lie to Ellie, telling her there were a whole lot more like her that were immune and it didn't do the Fireflies any good, telling her that they stopped looking for a cure, which, to be fair, there are sprinkles of truth in this statement. Again, through previous artifacts, we do know that the Fireflies had tested on other people and couldn't find a cure through them, though obviously it does still clarify that Ellie is special, and this is essentially Joel telling her the story as if Ellie was just like all the other test subjects, when in reality everything indicates that she wasn't. And all while Joel is telling his lie here, you can see Ellie's reaction, her seeming to know something is off here, her again being intelligent enough here to recognize that everything isn't aligning here, and it is in Joel's character to do whatever he can to get her out of this. Again, a truth that she seems to be aware of and that bothers her, though also a truth that she doesn't want to be true, which I think plays a major factor into the final scene in the game. But here he ends up telling her that he's taking her home, all this leaving Ellie devastated, and she turns away from Joel, with her turning her back away from Joel, feeling like her detaching herself from Joel, to which Joel ends up saying, "I'm sorry," feeling like a double-sided statement there. Obviously, the initial sorry is this sorry for disappointing her and essentially telling her that she's not special, but also him saying, "I'm sorry for lying to you about the things that have happened," but also him saying, "I'm sorry for the selfishness that he's displaying here, for the selfish decision that he ended up making." Like, all of that can be displayed with this one statement here. All of this being an incredible way for the story to turn out here, but also just being incredibly sad. One, in the fact that Joel is essentially telling Ellie that she isn't special and that her immunity doesn't mean anything, essentially making her feel like her entire life was a lie, that there was no reason for her surviving her initial bite, that it was all pretty much for nothing. Obviously the antithesis to what she wanted back during that rooftop scene. A weight that bears on her throughout the story of part 2 as well. That obviously brings us to the bigger aspect of sadness in all this, especially for us as the player, in that this leads to this unbreakable bond between Joel and Ellie fracturing, which keeps this tension between the two up until the eventual reveal of Joel outright telling her about what actually happened, in turn that ends up completely separating the two up until the night before Joel's death, which is later guilt over how Ellie treats Joel because of this lie ends up leading to this downward spiral for Ellie over the course of the story of part 2. All this just feeling like a massive tragedy. Like, there's so much talk about how The Last of Us is a story about hope. And while hope is certainly a theme within the story, to me, it's never really been that, as it really feels like there are minor instances of hope, only for that hope to eventually fade away. And Joel's saving of Ellie and him continuing to lie to her about it feels like the epitome of that. This hope for Joel and him getting out of this rut that he had been for 20 years, redeeming himself for Sarah's death, all for that to later push Ellie away even further, which in turn, after his eventual death, ends up leading Ellie into this cycle of vengeance that leads to her ending up alone, this biggest fear that she's always had. But even just within the context of this one game, this is just extremely gutting way to see this relationship end up, after so much of this game has been focused on you growing attached to these two characters' bond, only for that to not even last the entire runtime. But it is something that makes the entire story of The Last of Us so complex. One of the greatest highlights of the entire story is how much it plays with your emotions, and truly I would not have it any other way. Now, throughout the entire scene of Joel lying, we also were seeing these cuts to what actually happened, showing Joel ending up shooting Marlene, which obviously you could have alluded to just from the fact of Joel still having Ellie. And while this overall scene can seem superfluous, I do think it was necessary to still show the Marlene death here, largely as a way to highlight Joel's ruthlessness and how determined he is to save the one that he loves. Again, bringing these Sarah death parallels completely full circle at this point, with this in essence feeling like redemption for him, in that this confrontation for Marlene ends up being eerily similar to that confrontation with the soldier that killed Sarah, with Joel being held at gunpoint with his daughter figure in his arms in a situation where he is threatened with the potential loss of his daughter figure, though this time he is able to save the girl. Though we do end this scene here with Marlene begging for her life, only for Joel to say, "You just come after her," shooting her in the head, again not offering her the same mercy that she had shown him numerous times now. Him doing exactly what Marlene wasn't willing to do. Again, showcasing these moral boundaries that Joel was willing to cross here that Marlene wasn't. But with that does take us to the final chapter in the game, the Jackson chapter, which really just ends up being an epilogue here, with it literally just being a couple minutes of actual gameplay. But here we do end up playing as Ellie in this chapter, being a fitting changing of perspectives here, with Joel having just made some very questionable decisions, and we are meant to be, again, like Ellie, to be struggling with the morality of that, which I do think makes it appropriate to not be playing as Joel here, instead playing as Ellie, who clearly does have some questions for Joel. Also allowing for the epilogue here to be a mirroring of the prologue, with you playing as Ellie, the daughter figure for Joel, with you starting the game playing as Sarah and you ending the game playing as Ellie, adding to their parallels, with both being used to put you in a vulnerable state, with here Ellie not being sure if she can still trust Joel, which plays into the following scenes. But also beyond that, we get some minor mirroring from the fact that the chapter does start with the car they were driving in breaking down, conveniently right outside of Jackson, where again in the prologue, their car breaks down after leaving their home, while the car breaks down in the epilogue here right before they reach their new home. But here we do play as Ellie, still traveling alongside Joel, walking down the path to Jackson, which is just a straight shot from there. But we do end up starting this scene with Ellie looking at her bike, clearly being distracted in a similar way how she was at the start of the Bus Depot chapter. They're having a bit of an identity crisis here, where this scene can be interpreted two different ways. It could be a scene of her trying to buy into Joel's story and in turn recognizing that her immunity is for naught, though otherwise the interpretation here can also be the fact that she openly doesn't believe Joel's lie, and her infected by now being more of a sign of Joel not giving her the opportunity to save the world, and her feeling guilt over that. Either way, she does have this survivor's guilt in the fact that she is immune from these infected bites, these things that have taken away many of the people that she loved. Though gameplay wise, we do see the two continuing on, where we see the two helping each other through a barbed wire fence, though Ellie is clearly more distant here, with Joel really leading the conversation, him acting like this happy-go-lucky self that he was at the beginning of the Bus Depot chapter, joking around about feeling his age now, and openly talking about Sarah, talking about how they used to enjoy hikes like this, and that her and Ellie would have been good friends, showing Joel looking at Ellie as this direct Sarah parallel, which in the HBO show, they end up changing this line a bit to where Joel makes it more clear that he doesn't see Ellie and Sarah the same, though it isn't here in the game, and I do like it better here in how this can be interpreted as Joel's love for Ellie as being this selfish desire from him, which I think adds more complexity to his character, though this does still show development for Joel here, obviously showing him very openly talking about Sarah now, bringing her up to Ellie as if it's nothing, showing how Ellie has allowed him to move on from Sarah. Now walking to the side of the area has you finding the final collectible in the game, that being a comic sitting on a broken down truck, but eventually we do end up climbing up to where we get this view of the town of Jackson in front of us, it being a beautiful landscape, making you think that this is going to be this more idealistic outcome for Joel and Ellie, with them finding a new home and being able to live in peace, though it doesn't quite work out that way. But the final bit of gameplay here is us seeing Joel climb up a cliff to where he will reach out his hand and Ellie will jump, grabbing onto it, being the final moment of gameplay there. Having this final bit of gameplay showcasing the bond between the two, showing Ellie accepting and needing help from Joel in this situation, kind of showing how vulnerable a position she is in the real world here. Feeling like this representation of Ellie needing someone that she trusts to help her survive, as anyone does. Obviously playing into this protector role that Joel serves, though, also adds to the complexity of Ellie's character in this final scene, and plays into this concept of her not wanting to be alone, where this does take us to the final cutscene in the game. game, being a pretty perfect one for this game to end on. Where here we do have Ellie stopping Joel before they proceed to Jackson, with her finally opening up to him about her backstory, essentially telling him the events of Left Behind, with her talking about the moment that she got bit, alongside her best friend in Riley, and Riley having said to her that they should be all poetic and lose their minds together, with Ellie still waiting for her turn here, really showing the survivor guilt that Ellie feels from her being immune to where anyone else would have died in that same situation, and she has seen these situations play out over and over again. Now seeing Riley, Tess, and Sam going through that, and clearly having a tough time coming to terms with why her? Why is she the one that's able to survive these things? Being even more perplexed by Joel's declaration that she isn't special. Which is overall a pretty great monologue for Ellie's character, really making it clear that the reason why she is so resolute in wanting to make her life matter and wanting to be the cause of the creation of the vaccine is because she looks at this as her chance for redemption. Where I do think the theme of redemption is one that is done pretty subtly across this game, though you do come across so many characters that do attempt to redeem themselves. You got Joel, Tess, Marlene, Tommy. Many of these games, bigger characters all have a redemption arc to them, with this being the reveal of Ellie's, and I think this theme is utilized in a really interesting way here in the fact that both Joel and Ellie's redemptions come from complete opposite results of the same conflict, where Joel gets redemption from saving Ellie, and in essence, redeeming himself for the loss of Sarah, while Ellie's redemption comes from sacrificing herself, where she looks at herself as a failure for having failed to save the likes of Sam, Tess, and Riley, and her way to redeem herself for that is to cause this entire outbreak to conclude. This adds further complexity to Joel's decision, Joel's selfishness that he displays, in that he essentially took away Ellie's redemption for his own redemption. But a minor criticism of this scene here is that I do feel like the delivery of certain lines here does feel a bit awkward, particularly the line, "Her name was Riley and she was the first to die." It does feel very stilted to me, which has always thrown me off when watching this scene. Though something I do love about the performance here is Ellie's body language at the very beginning of the scene, where you can clearly tell her being uncomfortable, similar to how she acted back during Joel and Ellie's initial interactions. But this is followed by Joel proceeding to sidetrack the conversation here, talking about how he had struggled for a long time with surviving, talking about how you always find something to fight for, during which he's rubbing Sarah's watch, a nice little detail, with all this obviously being the lesson that he has learned through his experiences with Ellie, but not really playing into what Ellie wants here, to where we get the final moments of the game where we end up having Ellie now wanting Joel to swear to her that everything that he has said about the Fireflies is true. Seeing Joel confronted on his lie here, but after a short pause, we have Joel saying, "I swear," not backing down and continuing to lie to Ellie, where after some disappointment that we see in her facial reaction here, we get the final shot of the game, a close-up of Ellie's face. Again, a mirror to the beginning of the game, which started with a close-up shot of Sarah. And here, with so many different emotions being exuded, Ellie simply responds with "okay." Cutting to black and placing us in the credits, with the music playing in a really perfect way to complement the bittersweetness of this ending here, where, again, this is a really complex ending to this game, where yes, they have arrived in Jackson, a seemingly safe place for them to live in peace, but here we have Ellie clearly not believing Joel's story and having Joel lie to her continuously, despite the strong bond that they have built over the course of this game, which ends up leaving their relationship in a really questionable state. And to have Ellie reluctantly take him back here, feeling like she takes him back due to the fear of being alone, needing to trust somebody in this world, and Joel being the only option that she has. Though this can also be interpreted in her somewhat believing Joel and being disappointed in how she isn't as special as she thought, and how her life isn't going to amount to her saving humanity as she expected. And really, just a lot of this is really open-ended. Ellie's true reaction to all this is really left pretty ambiguous. The game doesn't really tell you how she is feeling, which really allows for the player to come up with their own interpretation of this scene. Again, adding to the complexity of this game's narrative, being such a great capper to this emotional journey that is The Last of Us, ending us on this very morally gray note, feeling in line with the rest of the game. Where I believe Neil Druckmann has stated before that the original ending was going to be a more positive one of Ellie believing his lie, but I do feel like that would take away from how the rest of the story was presented, being a bit too idealistic. While this ending ends up having so much nuance to it, being an ending that really blew me away at the time and really just shows me how complex video game narratives can be. And really being a story that I never really felt like it needed to be continued. While I do personally enjoy part 2, with it satisfyingly takes a lot of concepts from this game and further expands upon them, I never felt like any of that was a necessity. I felt like The Last of Us already was a extremely focused narrative that concluded in this very satisfying way, a way that I kind of enjoyed, this more ambiguous ending to the story, where obviously now through part 2, we kind of have a bit more context on how exactly Ellie was feeling and obviously how their relationship plays out, where I do feel like before that, the mystery kind of was some of the appeal to this ending, where you didn't know exactly how to interpret every little thing that was happening here, where I feel like now we have a better sense of that because part 2 essentially confirms Ellie's suspicions. But really, despite that, again, this is still an incredible ending to the game. Probably my favorite ending to any form of media, being one of my favorite scenes in all of media. I really just adore how nuanced and complex the story of The Last of Us is, with the complexity of the ending here being a major reason why it's always stuck to my mind in all the years since my initial playthrough. But there we go. I mean, that is the entirety of The Last of Us, a game that I obviously adore, if you cannot tell by the length of this video, with it telling my favorite narrative in all of gaming, with the characters of Joel and Ellie being two of my favorite characters in all of media. And when mixing that in with the overall complexity of how the story is written and how well conveyed many of these themes are, despite having a plot that can be looked at as pretty bare bones, it really just ends up elevating my standards on what I expect from a narrative-based video game experience, with my appreciation for its narrative really increasing even more so after making this video. And with there also being a really solid gameplay experience here to boot, one that I've now spent a ridiculous amount of time playing, I think I can definitively say that The Last of Us is what I would currently call my favorite game of all time. But there we go. I mean, those are my thoughts on The Last of Us around 10 years after its initial release. A video that is so massive here, with it growing well beyond what I could have ever expected when starting. This ends up being my longest video up to this point by over double. But this is also a video I've always wanted to do, doing this really in-depth breakdown of The Last of Us beat by beat. Now, I will be doing a similar retrospective for Left Behind for that respective 10-year anniversary coming up. I will also like to do a video like this for part 2 at some point down the road, where, I mean, I've already done an hour-long retrospective of it, though I feel like there's so much more depth to that game that I would be remiss to never get around to doing a video as detailed as this one on that, though considering how long this one took me to make, I wouldn't expect that to be anytime soon, though definitely something I want to do at some point in the distant future. But with that, those are my thoughts on the entirety of The Last of Us Part 1. Thank you for watching.